All right, we're live. I started a bit late. I had to update my whiteboard with the right subscriber count, so had to do that real quick. But we're live, and today is going to be a different kind of live stream, and I'm going to be turning this into a video. So we are going to be talking about. This is going to be a religious conversation between me and two of my subscribers. We don't really have anything planned out. I was originally going to come up with some talking points, but I got tired and didn't really do that. So we're just gonna have we're just gonna shoot the shit. We're just gonna talk. We're just gonna do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, have a nice conversation, and see where it goes. So yeah. This is like not normally the kind of content I would make. And in my past videos, I have stated that I was Christian, and I think the video that I say that in is my ads video from like 8 months ago, 9 months ago. But I haven't really brought it up past that. And yeah. So we're just gonna have a little conversation, little chit chat about that. And see where it goes. So yeah, let me tell the people in the Discord that I'm ready and I'm going to be going over. Okay. Okay, sent it. Okay, I'm getting my headset turned on. Okay, headset's on. All right, let me make sure my audio is good. Is the output headphones? Okay. And then let me go into my stream, turn my camera off real quick. Go to scene. Turn on my camera. All right. I'm ready whenever you are, Mr. Relic. So let me check. Let me go full screen. Actually, let me double check this real quick. All right. Also, Relic, you're muted, by the way. If you're in here.
Yo, can you hear me?
Oh, yep, I can hear you.
I don't know why it's showing OBS.
That is odd. I've never had
Okay,
that
hold
happen
on one
before.
second.
Oh, okay. All right, there we go. All right.
Yo,
Analytical said they're going to be a bit, so it's just going to be you and I for the first little bit. So, what do we want to talk about? What do we want to start on?
yeah. I on my end it seems like I'm right now,
Oh yeah, you
and
are
I do
a
not
little
know
bit
why.
laggy. Hmm.
Give me a second.
All right.
Is it better now?
Um, seems a little bit.
Okay. Some real quick.
All right.
Oh, yeah, who else is coming on? Is it Halo Lytical?
Yep, I'm thinking so. He said he's gonna be a minute. So,
All right. So you said you had like some talking points.
originally I was gonna write down some talking points, but I didn't come up with anything because I was too tired and I forgot about it. So, we're just gonna run with it. So I think first we should try to like set a baseline. Where do you stand, um, like religiously? Like, what religious belief do you subscribe to?
So I'm Mormon.
Okay,
Yeah. Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
sweet.
And you said you're a Lutheran?
I'm Lutheran, but at the same time, I feel like I'm more just general Christian. So
Okay.
yeah.
So like are you religious, or is it like you have a set of beliefs but you don't go to church?
I have a set of beliefs, but I don't really go to church. I used to go to church.
Gotcha.
A couple months ago, I was trying to go every Sunday, but yeah, life. You just got busy, stuff like that. Then stopped going. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How about you?
Like today I didn't get to go to church. Like I go every Sunday.
Hmm.
I didn't get to go to church because the kids were sick,
Oh,
so I had to take care of them.
dang. I hope they feel better.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's like I have 3 kids, so like if one gets sick, the whole house gets sick. So that's just how it works.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
Dang.
But yeah, like have you been part of any other religions, or like is your family subscribed to being Lutheran, or are they like more? I guess they go to church more often, or anything like that.
My parents go every Sunday, or at least my mom tries to go, because my dad. That's a whole different story. My dad's kind of
Freeze
busy
out
all the
on me, dude.
time. Hmm? Is everything all right? You still hear me? Oh, something's going on.
And I can't hear you no more.
Shit. Let me check something. That is weird. Did anything change? That is
Give
so
me a second.
odd. Oh shit. Gotta fix that. Outbound packet loss is at like 96%. That is odd.
So, sorry, what's up?
Oh, it's just giving me a like a little warning thing saying that the output is wrong. That's why we might be having issues.
Oh, like on your end?
Yeah. 'Cause it just fixed itself now and now it should be good. Is everything all right now? You hear me good?
Yeah. Like I went to the stream and I was frozen on my like I'm looking at the stream right now. I'm like
Mhm.
I think yeah, now I'm blurry, but when I look at here on Discord, I look fine.
That is so weird. Am I blurry on your end?
Through Discord, yeah, you're like a little like pixelated a little bit.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know why.
Dang, that is odd. I don't know, cuz you look pretty clear right now.
Yeah.
Eh.
I'm gonna close my tabs here on my end, see if that helps at all. But yeah,
Me.
did you hear my question at all?
About like what my parents subscribe to religiously? Is that what the
Yeah,
last
yeah,
question
yeah.
was? Yeah. So, my mom and dad are both Lutheran, and my mom tries to go to church every Sunday, and my dad also tries to tag along when he's not busy because he's a pretty busy guy. We live on a farm. We got animals to tend to, and he owns his own business, stuff like that. So he gets pretty busy during the week. Um, but as a whole, like I think my entire family subscribes to the Christian uh belief set, and yeah.
And did you grow up going to church?
Yes, I did.
Like, is there like things you miss about like being consistently going as a family every Sunday, or is it more of like, life happens and you're kind of like just chilling?
Um, I don't know. I think I would say the one thing that I do miss um is like spending more time with my parents like at church, but the church in general that we go to, it's very old school. It's a lot of like Catholic hymns and stuff like that. And the way that they delivered like the message of like the sermon every week, it's a little I'm not the biggest fan of it. It seems
Mhm.
pretty impersonal in my opinion. Um because I've tried other churches out. I went to um a couple big Christian churches, and I will say I think that their delivery of like the sermon was a lot more personal because I don't know why. I just felt like they were actually talking to the people and not just reading from like a set script, if that makes any sense.
No, I gotcha. Yeah, like in my family, like, so I'm from Brazil, right? But we're
Hmm.
all very close. Like, I know my second cousins and things like that. So like I have family members that are evangelists, that are Catholic, and so and in my country we're very open to talking about religion. So like in United States, I always felt that there was that disconnect.
Hmm.
People don't want to talk about politics, religion, because if you disagree with them, you can't be friends no more.
Yeah.
And that's always annoyed me here in the U.S. Um, like like I love talking about like the things I believe in and the things what other people believe in, and just kind of like did like kind of what we're doing now, like dispelling some like I guess myths that other people believe about whatever it is. Like for instance, I served a LDS mission,
Oh yeah.
and all the time people were telling me what I believed in. I'm like, none of what you said was true. None of
Hmm.
what you said is something that I actually like. We believe in the church, and then it will, and sometimes, and most of the time, people would not engage because they were like, nope, I read about it online at this obscure website. I heard a YouTube channel. I heard somebody experience, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not knocking on the experience, but sometimes, as everybody knows, the people that are in the church, they're not perfect. That's usually why they're going to church. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like they might have been taught something that actually wasn't doctrine. They might have been taught something that was somebody's opinion and not scripture. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then they share their experience and can't knock on their experience. It sucks that they had that experience, but then other people will listen and be like, "Nope, this is what you guys believe in, and it doesn't even matter if I show you the facts. Like, I'm
No.
not gonna
Yeah.
listen to you." It's like, okay, like I can't. We can't engage in a conversation because you're not humble enough to just hear me say like, "Hey, this is actually what we believe in," and that's it. It's simple.
Yeah. And that
You
that
don't
is
have to
really
agree with me.
irritating about the United
Yeah.
States. Politics is probably the biggest one that I can think of. You can't share your political beliefs with somebody of the opposite side because then you're going to be labeled, such and such. That's really annoying, and that's why, like, in general, I don't watch the news. I don't
Mhm.
actively try to pursue any information unless it's like really important. Like that could affect me, right? Because it's just anything's gonna happen.
Yeah.
The news has to make a story, regardless of the day. So I just stay away from it, and yeah. But no, I agree. The United States has a very big issue with communication with a lot of things, especially with religion and politics. And um, so on one of my other streams, I did say that I went to a school that was a majority Mormon. Um, and
Mhm.
I do have some experience with the Mormon Church. Because the school, I don't know if they had this at your school or anything like that, but there'd be this hour where people would go and it'd be called seminary, I think was called, and
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, you'd leave the school grounds, you go to the church, and then you'd have like a little like lesson and whatnot for an hour or so. And I went to a couple of those, and it was very interesting. And I will say that the stuff that they were talking about was good. It was actually about Jesus. It was about how to apply the doctrines and stuff like that to your life and how to carry yourself as a Mormon. So I think that was really good.
Mm.
Um, but I don't know. I think there is kind of a stigma against the Mormon Church. Like, what are your experiences with that?
Yeah. Throughout my whole life, like people, there's always some sort of stigma, and then they like mention things about like black people in the priesthood and um like polygamy, and those are and I'm happy to have those conversations today
Hmm.
because there's a lot of misconception on why something happened versus, oh, you guys, this happened in your history, and then that's that. It's like, oh, there's reasoning and some reasoning you might not even agree with. But yeah, so funny enough, like seminary, you brought up seminary in Idaho and Utah are the only places where seminary they've allowed to happen in schools.
Really?
So like because of how prominent the religion is in those states.
Uh huh. I did not know that.
Like, are you crashing out right now?
No, I can.
Your screen is
Let's see if oh yeah, it's giving me a red. It's giving me a red um
give me a second.
issue. I wonder if it's because we're trying to stream and show video at the same time. Or
Do what? Share a video? Usually it's not that big of a deal.
yeah, I mean, I think it fixed itself. Maybe I don't know. Am I? Do I look all right now? Can you hear me well or?
Now you look fine. Like I'm looking at my end, like my CPU usage is very low, and so is my frames.
Oh, okay.
And I don't have any rendering lag or memory usage really.
Shoot, I should
So
try
I
to
don't know
pull
if
that up
you've.
then.
Yeah.
Let me do that
Uh,
inside
um,
tab.
what I was saying was that so where you live in Idaho and I think Utah and I'm not sure, but Arizona, there's populace of LDS or Mormons, right?
Hmm.
Seminary was like allowed to have an hour in high schools and junior high. But like for instance in Brazil, it's just you pick like I don't think it was every day. Yeah, sometimes it was every day, depending on the age and stuff like that. You can meet up at like either actually a seminary building or at church, and
Oh.
it was just and every like the structure in Utah and Idaho when it's implemented in schools, like every year is a different focus on scripture for seminary. Like one year it might be like they're gonna discuss the Book of Mormon
Hmm.
throughout that whole year in seminary. The next year it's the Old Testament, and the next year is the New Testament. So like every year is gonna have different scripture. It's gonna be a focus. But
That
yeah, like that's something that's also very different from the rest of the world, and also like compared to the state of Utah and Idaho.
uh
It's I think it's mainly because of how many students are actually Mormon that are in high school and junior high,
oh 100%.
like in those states. Yeah.
I think like I don't want to put out a rough number, but like probably 50%, 65% of the people I went to high school with were Mormon. So that does make
Yeah,
sense.
yeah,
Um
yeah.
oh, go ahead.
No, no. I'm Listening to you, dude. Like, I'll go off. I'll piggyback off wherever you're going to.
Okay. So I will say I have a light experience with the Mormon Church as a whole, and what am I trying to say here? I want to like discuss a little bit of the stigmas about the Mormon Church with you since you're Mormon. You can give a more first person perspective. So how do you feel when somebody talks about Joseph Smith and how this might sound insensitive. I'm not trying to be insensitive, but I will say, from what I've learned about Joseph Smith, I only know a little bit about him, but he doesn't necessarily seem like a great role model in many facets. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't he have a like relationship with like an 11-year-old or something like that? Wasn't he married to an 11-year-old? That's something that I heard. Like, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so it was I believe a 14-year-old. Um and it wasn't so much a romantic relationship, but and we'll go into it, but it's like usually people will talk about Joseph Smith and they just find all the negatives and then highlight that without talking about either the timing or he was actually doing.
Mhm.
So like that goes into the whole polygamy conversation, right?
Yeah.
Polygamy wasn't practiced throughout the church. In the church, we have something that's called a calling. So you, for instance, you like the bishop, or in like a Catholic sense that most people. I'm gonna like compare a lot with the Catholic Church just because most people understand Catholicism more than other religions. But you got your priest, right? Your pastor that's up there.
Yeah.
And so in our church, if we were to have a pastor, they were called. It's not their profession, and you can deny it. You can be like, I don't want to be a pastor, and that's fine. But you're not gonna get paid for it. All the positions are volunteer positions. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So uh, in terms of polygamy, there was many reasons why uh they were practicing polygamy. So you couldn't just be a dude and be like, man, I want to have a three-way and make it so that I don't have sex outside of marriage, so I fulfill that commandment.
Mhm.
Not how it works. So, like, if you were somebody who accepted the calling of having many wives, there were rules, and a lot of the times it wasn't anything um for a romance. It was a lot of times for legal reasons. So back in the day, um, you would have, and 1800s all the way to the early 1900s, you would like women, if they either lost a husband, became a widower, or a daughter, a mother, uh, there wasn't a man in the home.
Mhm.
Police wouldn't do anything if men went in there and raped them, and then they called police and they're like, yeah, so like it sucks that you don't have a man to protect you, and that's that.
Yeah.
But if they knew they were married, then it's like, okay, we're not gonna mess with them because this is their husband, and if we have a quarrel, we're gonna go uh talk to the husband. So that's like more of the logic standpoint in that. But if you also look at history, like nobody who had a relationship with a minor were having kids at 14, 16, stuff like that. So there are things where like we don't know if he engaged or other people who were so and so married to somebody underage engage in sexual activity.
Okay, that does make
That's
sense.
like, yeah. So those are like kind of things that like, and it sounds like I'm making an excuse, and I'm not. To me, I think that is completely psychotic. Like when I think about that, and I totally agree, it sounds fishy, awful, but at the same time, it's like that's the truth. Like I don't know how that came to be that relationship, and I condemn anything to do with underage children, but I also understand history.
Yeah.
I understand that there's things that I guess when you look at it looks terrible, but you don't really know the reasoning behind something.
Oh no, 100%.
Uh,
Because you can't get into his
yeah,
mind. You can't like relive his personal experience. You can't know for a fact if he did do anything with the 14-year-old or not. So that does make sense, and I feel
yeah.
like that
So
is. Go ahead.
yeah, because like you when you actually study his life and you read up on, like, you could go through details of everybody who had a relationship with him. Like, he's one of the most prominent figures in history that people really dissect. They like a lot of people focus on Joseph Smith as like, if we could debunk this guy, then the whole thing is false.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? And he like so he's been studied like through and through, and people were interviewed that knew him, or even like there's like people's like I guess what would it be called, like they would, just because they met him for like an hour, they have like a whole book on how they felt meeting Joseph Smith. You know what I mean?
Really?
So like people really like dove in and dissected him, and through everything we know, we still don't know the like his relationship with all the wives he had. We don't know which ones, like we know which ones he had kids with, but like what about the other ones? Did he even engage in sexual behavior? Did he live with them? Because he obviously lived with Emma Smith, and he had 8 kids who I think only one or two survived.
Oh,
No, yeah, all of them like passed away through diseases or famine or stuff like that, or being driven out of different states.
uh huh.
You know what I mean? So it's like there's like what we see the documents and in writing. There's also see the guy's life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I will say for me, I don't really have that much of a deep understanding of Joseph Smith as like a person and his quality of character. Or I think that's the right way to say it. Um, but I do remember. I think I was like 10, something like that. I was real young, and my church, my Lutheran church, they gave us this DVD. It was called I think it was like Joseph Smith versus Jesus Christ. I think it was what it's called. Have you ever heard of that?
I don't think I have.
It's been years. We don't have the DVD anymore, but it basically went through. I'm trying to pull like the little bits of memory that I have from it. But like it went through and it analyzed like Jesus's character, and then it also compared that to Joseph. And I'm not sure how the
Mm.
video ended or like what the main goal of the video was, but all I remember is that, and that was what like my baseline opinion on Joseph Smith was from that video. Um, and then I've had other conversations with my friend Jaime. His parents go
Mm.
to the Mormon church that's like 10 minutes away from my house, and like where they would do the seminary and stuff for my high school.
Yeah.
And Jaime kind of is in the same boat as me. He still goes to the Mormon church like when he's home because he goes to school in Utah, and he subscribes to the like just basic Christian belief system, but he still does attend the Mormon church. So we've had some conversations about that and like his opinion. Unfortunately, I was gonna ask him to come on tonight and see if you know see what the conversation would be like between the four of us once Halo Lytical gets in here, but he's busy right now. Um, but one thing I want to ask about Mormonism is I have a very brief understanding of the Book of Mormon. I've never read it myself, but one thing that I might be misremembering. So when you die, does it say in the Book of Mormon that you go to like an afterlife and you become like a god of your own planet? Is that am I in the realm in the right realm?
Yeah, no.
Oh, really?
So actually, everything that has to do with the afterlife, so the plan of salvation, is actually comes from the Bible,
Okay.
like the kingdom. So in terms of like And that is actually a common talk, like, "Oh, you're gonna be the god of your own planet." That's nowhere do we really say that that's actually what we believe, but there's a conversation because of, like, in the Old Testament, it says that God is an experienced creator. And and we're not gonna go down a rabbit hole, but, like, there's a whole talk about, like, is is there life on the other planets? Is it because God created other Earths, other planets that inhabit other humans, and those are actually aliens, and then there's like a whole conspiracy talk that's actually really fun, based off like not even the Mormon religion, but other religions talking about the Old Testament and how it's worded about God being an experienced creator, especially in Genesis. But the underlying theme is just like, no, we have what's called the plan of salvation. God doesn't intend anybody to go to hell,
Hmm.
but it doesn't mean that your choice won't be to go there. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So what we believe in the plan of salvation is that after we die, there and this is all in the Bible. There's what we call spiritual heaven or spirit prison.
Okay.
So Christ said, is either God or Jesus Christ claim in the Bible that like no one will be resurrected until um second coming, right? So in order to be judged, you you have to reunite with the spirit and the body.
Okay.
It's the whole reason we came to earth. So the scriptures is the two gifts that in the Bible, the two gifts that God gave us was free agency and a body. 'Cause we didn't have that in the previous in what's called premortal life, right?
Okay.
I'm guessing you're familiar with the Bible, right?
I am pretty familiar with the Bible.
Like the whole conflict between God, Jesus, and Satan, where actually Lucifer transitions to Satan by wanting everybody to worship him,
Yeah.
and like yeah, so that's where it comes from, right? So pretty much in the simplest way I could put it is like, let's say you have an addiction to well, let's say you didn't live a good life,
Okay.
and while you're in this spirit prison, you are a witness to the things that you didn't do good, and you feel that guilt. But it's a place where you can actually be taught the truth.
Okay.
So it's like a place where you do have um something similar to repentance that we have on earth. And those that are in spirit paradise are pretty much going to be right next to you, but because they've repented of their sins and whatnot, they are enjoying their time in this spiritual uh plane, I guess. And then you have judgment.
Okay.
Okay, so then it's kind of like passing through the veil, like where people say like the pearly gates.
Yeah.
If you could compare it to like just spirit prison, spirit in the spirit world or whatever, to the steps going to the pearly gates and meeting your God kind of thing, right?
Okay.
So if you could compare that just to the steps, because also like we don't know how much time and whatnot, if it's an instant and then we meet God and all that stuff, but we do know God's plan.
Yeah.
And his plan is for us to reunite with him. He didn't damn us to earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so then you have judgment, and it pretty much and then you have the three kingdoms, which is celestial kingdom is the highest, and you have terrestrial, and then telestial is the lowest. And like the best way to explain that is like, okay, celestial is like you want to live with God. You accept whatever it is that is the truth, and you repent of your sins, and you want to live with him. Then like think about it, if the celestial kingdom is like you believe in God, you believe in his word, but you don't really care about living next to him. You you care more about your own vices. Like to put it simply, like You let's say he tells you to give up YouTube,
Hmm.
and but you love YouTube so much you love it pretty much as equal to him, and you're just like, you know what, I want to keep doing YouTube, so I'm gonna go to this kingdom.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then like the celestial is just like it's just like another tier lower than that. So
Okay.
it's like, hey, look, I agree that you are God, but I don't want to live gospel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And how would someone
So
find themselves in the lowest tier? Like, what are
the
the
lowest tier,
requirements?
all of it is choice.
Okay.
Like that. So it's like if you see a perfect being, God, like, and he offers you, would you like to come live with me? But you're not a humble person.
Hmm.
I'm not saying like you're comparing good and bad. You're not a humble person, right? If you go live with him and you don't want to change for the better, you're not going to be comfortable around him. What he wants you is to live eternity happy,
Uh-huh.
joyful, in the whichever way you want, right? So you're not going to feel comfortable living next to him. Seeing a perfect being while you can't forgive yourself of your past, can't whatever it is that's leading you to not live with him. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like if you think about it in like a fitness realm, like hey, if you work this hard, you're gonna go to the Olympics.
Hmm.
Work this hard, like you still gotta work. If you work this hard, it's not as hard as getting to the Olympics. The Olympics is so much more glorious than anything else. Okay, you might not go to the Olympics, but you're going to be famous. But if you work this hard, you're still gonna be fit, but that's it. You're just gonna be fit.
Okay.
Nobody's gonna know you. There's no reward. It's nice to be fit. So everybody's gonna be fit. But some people are gonna be way more fit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That was a great way to explain it. I have one
Yeah.
question. So you said that there was like a spiritual plane, right? Does it have any similarities with like the Catholic belief of like purgatory? Because the way you were describing it, it sounds a little bit like that.
Yeah. The in terms of similarities, but purgatory in and of itself is like you can't leave purgatory. Like you're forever living in a loop. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So spirit world is more like if you think about the veil. So in the scriptures in the Bible, it talks about how the veil is very thin and that like I think it's in the Old Testament how it talks about like the reason why sometimes we feel like the people who have passed in our lives are still kind of around us. The reason we can pray is because there's a veil blocking our eyes from spirits that are around us that have left our bodies. Make sense?
Yeah.
So like time is still continuing. They are in the same time. Like if I like my kids are asleep, if I died right now, like it's 9:27. 9:28 is gonna happen. They're I'm gonna see them wake up or whatever, wherever my spirit is, or no. But it very simply just like purgatory is like you're in a loop of time, and that's like practically hell in a way.
Okay. Because I've
No.
heard purgatory described as um, like you said, a loop, but like a loop of just
Yeah.
watching all the sins that you've done, and then at the end that you have a chance to leave the loop. That's like a little bit of what I've heard about it. I'm not well versed on that, but hmm.
Like the way I think about it is like if you study the human body, like scientifically, like we have a filter in our brain, right, where it tells our body to either filter out certain things that we see, it represses certain memories through because of trauma, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The theory of moving on, letting go, forgiveness, everything is also scientific equation to how your body actually works. So if your spirit separates from your body, it's like you're going to remember everything. Everything you've ever done bad, everything you've ever done good, like because now your body, like, you have nothing physical that's gonna deteriorate through time. Like the spirit is eternal.
Yeah.
So whatever, however you live your life, whatever you live now, like that's gonna play in your head. You're gonna be able to recall that memory like perfectly. You're gonna
Oh,
know like
okay.
what position your shoes were, something like that on the foot of the, or in the garage, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so it's and so the reason it would be spirit prison is like we all make mistakes, but if you never repented before dying, like it's gonna be torture for you because it's not torture as in like somebody has a whip and chain. But it's gonna be torture for you because you're reliving, you're feeling it, the exact guilt and pain of when you committed that act.
Yeah.
Because like we remember the things we did badly, but if we like forgave ourselves already, regardless if you're religious or not, you already forgave yourself for something you did badly and you moved on and you try and become a better person. That memory still hurts, but it doesn't cut deep anymore. It's
Yeah.
not gonna affect your decision making. It's not gonna change the person you are, all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Hmm. Trying to think of another question to ask you on the topic of Mormonism. Ooh, okay. Can you explain a little bit more about like the golden tablets that Joseph Smith found?
What exactly about him?
Like the history. I don't know. I'm not very well versed on that. All I know is that he found gold tablets and it told him to. I don't know what it told him. See, I don't really know much about that.
Yeah, yeah. So when he was around 14, right, he was going through, just trying to figure out what church was true, right? Like everybody's preaching similar things, but they're also saying, don't go to that church because they are false. I am the one you should listen to, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he was reading a verse in the scriptures, James 1:5, which, or like I could find it here exactly what it says real quick.
All right.
It is, I believe, in the New Testament. James is in the New Testament, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, like everything is in Portuguese or Korean
Oh, that's
on
all
my
right.
phone. If you didn't know, my wife is Korean, so
Oh no, I didn't know that. That's cool.
yeah. I tell her like you should start, and she speaks Portuguese. I'm like, you should start like a YouTube channel, just like reviewing like K dramas and all that.
That'd be cool.
Like, and she has a good perspective because like of kind of just how our cultures mesh and
Uh huh.
everything, and it's a lot of things that people when they watch a K drama, like you might enjoy it, but when you know Korean law and how everything works, it's really interesting. Like it makes sense why they act a certain way. But anyway, so Joseph Smith read this scripture: "If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, that breath not, and it shall be given him." Right. So pretty much just like if you really want to know, like I will tell you what is like what's the truth, what you should do. And so he decided to go out on a field, by himself, and he just wanted a quiet place, and he prayed, and he says that two personages came to him, and it was God the Father and Jesus Christ, and calling him by name, Joseph, this is my only begotten son, hear him. And he got to ask his question of like, which church is true? What am I like? Who do I follow? Like, and he said, none of them. There's many that claim to know me, but my gospel has not been restored on this earth. And it pretty much was, and that's like actually a historical accuracy where after Jesus Christ was crucified was the great apostasy where Rome they put out an order to kill anybody who followed or believed in his teachings, right? So the apostles eventually were killed out one by one. And then the best way I could explain the great apostasy is like the reason why there's so many religions. Every religion has truth to it. That's something that I would say is unique in our church, where we we don't try to turn anybody away from any religion
Mhm.
because we know that everybody has some truth. We claim to have the full truth, you know. So it's like if you think about it like a mirror and it just shatters on the ground. Everybody grabbed a piece and then created the religion that was formed from that piece,
Mhm.
like or their best recollection of Christ's teachings. But it wasn't the it wasn't the full teaching. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that makes 100% sense, yeah.
S- So so what happened was Joseph Smith went back to his parents and he told his mom and everybody, and his mother believed him and his dad was like, this is insane. Like, there's no way you saw an angel. That's, let alone God and Jesus Christ. But then the angel Moroni appeared to him and told him where to find these plates, uh, the history of the people that lived in the Americas that fled from Jerusalem. So they so then the next day he went and he found the plates, and then an angel appeared to him again. He's like, It's not time for you to translate them.
Mhm.
Like, you need to come back here every day." And I think it was for 4 years. He went back every day to make sure it was safe in that location. Um, he so the golden plates, by historic accuracy, like, people didn't. There's 13 witnesses that saw the plates,
Okay.
but those who like anybody who understands archaeology and historical documents, for anything to weather through time, it actually does have to be on gold. So there's like a stigma of like, oh, because it's gold, like then like that's crazy because he would have sold it or whatever. Like, or the other side is like, it was a true historic document that he found, or documents, because it's actually the only thing that won't weather through time, won't deteriorate. Is
Mhm.
gold. So the the gold plates were in ancient Hebrew and in certain tongues that were later like modified with Hebrew. Like, any time a place is somewhat colonized, you lose a little bit of the language and a new language is created. That's like why you have American English and British English, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that's a pretty simple thing. But the reason American English and British English still can maintain perfectly similar is because of technology. We have communication technology and whatnot.
Yeah.
But anyways, um, is that like what was your main question about the gold plates? Is how
Yeah.
they, yeah, came to be, and it was also something that God, like, told him to not share with anybody, like not even his wife.
Oh,
And
really?
there were times he like, those who were witnesses is because God allowed it to share,
Okay.
and he he she eventually saw him, but because Joseph Smith was disobedient to God's commandments, and he asked him like 3 times, like, "Can I please show my wife? She's been asking me again and again and again." And the third time he was like, "You know what my answer is, but do whatever you want to do."
Oh.
And then he showed her, and then that's where it's like he lost like a good chunk of the plates, like it was stolen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
I had no idea about that.
And yeah. And so, like, something we believe is in constant revelation, so that God constantly reveals things to us. And something that's very hard to grasp, but it's something super simple, is that we still might get more scriptures. Like, we might still find historical scriptures of evidence of some other, like some other part of the world where God also spoke to a prophet, like called a prophet and spoke and you know, it, and like gave his gospel on that part of the world. 'Cause it's somewhat a ridiculous sense of like why would God just reveal his gospel in Jerusalem and
Yeah.
that's it? Like those are the only people who can ever know about Jesus Christ or God and all that stuff. Like that's a little far fetched, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The planet's very, very big. So
Oh, okay. I just got a message from Coffee Crow. Let me read it real quick. I personally
yeah.
decided to build up my own faith slash spiritual system. I personally worship the sun and cor- I'm gonna mispronounce this, Coffee. I apologize.
Corvids?
Corvids, yeah, that. Yep, of all types. Uh, the sacred corvid is where all the corvid word came from after they saved the sun. Go into a little more detail about that. That sounds very interesting.
I've never heard this like worshiping like the sun, like the star as an entity, or is that
I from what I from the message, it seems like so. I mean, didn't the Egyptians worship the sun? Because they had a god for every single thing, like a god for the moon, a god for the sun, god for harvest and stuff like that. Pretty
yeah,
sure.
yeah, it was usually for a function. The Egyptians had gods for different functions, like death and like Anubis, carrying people towards death and stuff like that. Similar to things like the Reaper
Oh yeah,
and yeah. So like they had like as close to um Greek mythology. The Egyptian gods were closer to Greek mythology than any other religion or mythos. You know?
yeah. And I will say, I think it was in like eighth grade. I got really interested in Greek mythology. I still am pretty
Yeah.
interested. It's very cool to go and read through a bunch of that stuff and like I don't know, just read through it. It's very
Oh yeah.
interesting. Oh, okay, Coffee just said it's loosely based on Native American mythology. Hmm. I'll have to do some research on that off stream because that seems very interesting. Oh, and then Halolytical. I will join the stream shortly, not at home. Sounds good. No rush.
I worship Halo, dude.
Yeah, I mean that's a good belief system.
I'm all for the Forerunners, part of the covenant.
Yeah, I believe it was okay. I bought a mount for this little stream chat TV, and it hasn't came
Yeah.
yet. It should be here in like 30 minutes or so. But it'll mount to the side of my desk, and then I can have the chat screen like right here, so I don't have to,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So you don't have to keep like. I
y-
gotcha. A lot
yeah.
of people get like a whole blown monitor to
Oh,
just for the chat.
dude, I wish. I was looking at Costco yesterday. Because my goal would be to like have a good monitor. Because this TV is like old as hell. I remember having this TV at our old house, and we moved here, like 6 or 7 years ago. So this puppy's old.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Here, why don't you read the chat a little bit? I'm gonna go get some real quick.
All right, sounds good. I believe it was originally a story of the crow spirit stealing fire from another god to give it to humanity. I know Greek mythology has a similar story like that. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That I've heard that before. I think I did do a little research on that or like learned about it. Um, it's the witnesses of Mormonism that I struggle with. There's a lot. There are at least hundreds of witnesses of Christianity, but God talking with only one man seems wrong to me.
Yeah, live. Yeah,
Oh, so
that's fine.
what Relic said that 13 people actually saw the tablets.
Oh,
Um, so we'll expound a little bit.
all right, I'm back.
Okay, so someone in my chat has a question for you. This is
Yeah.
his chat. It's the witnesses of Mormonism that I struggle with. There are at least hundreds of people witnessing the witness to Oh my goodness, dude. Oh, I apologize. It's the witnesses of Mormonism that I struggle with. At there are at least hundreds of witnesses of Christianity, but God talking with only one man seems wrong to me. How would you explain to him, or like, what are your thoughts on that comment?
Well, if you look at through multiple religious texts like the Bible, the Quran, whatever, um, whatever, you believe in, there's a consistent theme where he only appears to one person, usually who he calls a prophet, right?
Okay.
Now, witnessing in miracles, there's many. Witnessing in him in like certain forms might be something like the burning bush, but he
Yeah.
doesn't appear to everybody.
Or
Like
like
one
Moses
time,
when he
Jesus,
goes on the mountain, right?
there's
Or
there's that time. So in in the Bible, mountains are pretty much described as temples.
okay.
So that's actually where you would be able to um, converse, but like from the standpoint of a prophet. But Jesus Christ, the only time where people witnessed the miracle of Jesus Christ's resurrection was right after he uh he died 3 days after,
Yeah.
and then he showed himself. He reunited with his with the spirit and body. That's why his body isn't in the cave. So it's I totally understand, but like I think the confusion is people think that God spoke to many people, and the reason he chose prophets is because not every prophet he actually shown himself to when you read the scriptures, or showed him his physical self.
Yeah.
So
And
he only shows himself to prophets, and not every prophet needs to see him.
okay. That makes sense. And like in the Old Testament when God used angels to speak to people, what do you think about
Who?
that? Uh so I'm trying to remember. I don't have any like examples, but I remember reading the Old Testament and God used angels to talk to people. Like he would send an angel to speak to a specific person. Would you consider that
Yeah,
on the
like
same
if
level?
um
Because it is
I
like
would
a
say,
heavenly being, is what I'm thinking.
yeah. So yeah, but again, it was always to an individual. Like Angel Gabriel showed up to Mary, right?
Yeah.
God didn't come down himself and being like, "You are gonna carry my son." He had a messenger. So uh, also at the same time, like didn't Angel Gabriel didn't come and explain things to Joseph. Just like somebody, I don't, and again, I don't know what God's criteria are, because you see that he picks a lot of flawed people, flawed men throughout
Hmm.
history, but he picks somebody to send a message to, and that person specifically is able to witness either an angel or God. But everybody that, like, for instance, Moses and the slaves that he freed, like, none of them got to see God. And like they roamed the desert for 40 years. The whole generation had to die out. Like there's like I don't think there's any witnesses of people who are just like, I would say, like, if you think about it as like a somebody in the congregation that has saw God. Might be
Yeah.
some, but it's yeah,
It's a very
like
personal
so that
thing.
yeah, like or you're very important, not because you're better than anybody, but it's just you're the person that God needs to actually talk to.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. Yeah. But I hope that answered and cleared up the question you had or confusion you had.
I hope so. That did make a lot of sense though. I'm trying to think. So you said that mountains in the Bible are like considered a place where you can talk to God. What do you think
Well, they're
about?
considered temples
Oh,
in the Bible. Yeah, like
okay.
that's like you go up in the mountain. And that's why Moses went by himself, was to get the not only the Ten Commandments but the plates,
Hmm.
the tablets. I mean, and one of them had the sacred like covenant on it, and it was it's called the higher covenant or the higher commandments, and it's one of those commandments that if you are a witness to, then because you're a witness to, you now hold to that standard.
Oh,
And he
okay.
broke it to save the people because if they saw, like, he claims that if they saw it, that their souls would be damned in a way.
Oh, that's really interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's why he
okay.
shattered those tablets. Yeah.
Stu Boy just said that I think that helps me understand more. Thanks. Okay, that's good.
Okay, that's good. Like, I try to make things as simple and clear up as much as possible. And like, I love studying about religion and scripture, and I do it in multiple languages.
Hmm.
Like, when I served my mission, I did mainly in Chinese, so I speak Mandarin, and I preach the gospel and help people strengthen their relationship with Jesus Christ through Mandarin, through Portuguese, Spanish as well. And for 6 months, I was also speaking in Haitian Creole to like help the people of Haiti.
Dude, that's awesome. Holy
Oh, thank
moly.
you. Like I'm very happy with the time that I spent, and now I'm married to a Korean, so I have to learn Korean.
Oh, well, I mean, you learn those other languages. I don't think it'll be too difficult for you.
Yeah. But
Uh,
I gotta work on my Mandarin though. Haitian is like I'll eventually lose it completely. There's like only
uh
100,000 people in the world that speak it or something.
really?
It's almost a dead language. Yeah.
Dang. Oh, so one thing I didn't add this for context, but in middle school I did go to a Lutheran school. It was like an offshoot of my church, and that's where I met my buddy Jaime, who goes to the Mormon church. But we learned Latin.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah, and I will say at the time I was like, why are we learning Latin? It's a dead language. But I always think back to what my teacher said. Latin is like the offshoot for almost every language. Like a lot of things in
Yeah.
Latin compared to Spanish. So the crossover is very wide.
Something, and I've been wanting to make videos just about history in general because I love studying history. Um, like Latin, so there's only 7 languages that's directly derived from Latin,
Oh, really? Okay.
and Portuguese is one of them. So, and Spanish, the funny thing about Spanish is because it it used to be called dirty Latin, so the peasants would speak Spanish.
Oh.
Then the Spanish that we know today is actually worse off than what that Latin was. So Spanish is one of the ones that are directly under Latin because Spanish, after the peasants were enslaved um, by the Ottomans and the Germans,
Hmm.
they have inclinings of German and Arabic in their language without the pronunciation.
Oh,
So Spanish is actually a mix of low form Latin with German and Arabic.
that's awesome. I did not know that.
Yeah, not a lot of people do.
I'd be down to watch those videos. You should really do that. That'd be interesting.
Like it's actually like what made me a nerd was studying about Vladimir the Impaler
Oh yeah.
because I was thinking like I was a kid and I was like, man, how does somebody come up with like vampires and werewolves and stuff like that? Like who was the creator of Dracula? Like that's kind of a weird if you think about it logistically, it's a weird concept like a dude sucking people's blood that turns into a bat. Like this is like he connected many dots, and so then I was like, let me study about this. Then I came across the Ottoman Empire, and then Vladimir Tempest Dracul, and then his son Vladimir Tempest Dracula the Third, and he got the Dracula suffix because he became the son of the dragon. His
Hmm.
father was like a great like I could go into all of it, and then like why he was connected to Dracula, like why there was that connection, and he like fun fact about uh Vladimir. He was the first historically known um, person in history to use hand cannons, actual gunpowder in warfare
Really?
against the Ottomans. Yeah,
That's actually sick. That's
it's
awesome.
literally just grabbing the cannons and then pumping through, and then it just blows out the cannon.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Here, let me catch up on chat really quick.
Are you good, man?
Uh, it's really interesting to. Oh my goodness! All right, let me
Gotta
bend
learn how to
down so I
read.
can read. I gotta learn how to read, dude. Um, okay, let me find the right spot. It's really interesting how many cultures have stories of fire being given to them. Oh yeah, because
What?
he was talking about this is when you went to go grab your drink, I believe. Um, I'll read the previous message. I believe it was. Oh, I believe it was originally a story of the crow spirit stealing fire from another god to give to humanity. I know Greek mythology has a similar story, and that was his reply
Mm.
to that first message. Was it's really interesting how many cultures have stories of fire being given to them, which I agree that is
Mm.
very it's a very interesting concept. I'm
Yeah,
blanking.
if um that concept of fire being given to them, like fire is actually a representation of knowledge,
Oh,
like the cave. So in because a lot of stories are actually parables to something. They're not they're not always to be taken literally. But fire throughout like I'm a fantasy nerd through and through,
hmm,
but I'm also like I understand especially the English language. Like I had to study languages. Like I'm not a scholar. I don't have English perfected, but fire has always been the representation of an increase in knowledge or technology. Like fire was given to the cavemen, you know.
yeah.
Fire was given to well like Leonardo da Vinci. You know what I mean? So the word fire actually in many cultures mean knowledge.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm blanking on where I heard this, but God doesn't choose the qualified; He qualifies the chosen. I've heard that before
Yeah.
too, and I agree with that.
That's the so like the story of Saul and becoming Paul. Like Saul was like pretty much a murderer. He was
Oh yeah,
killing anybody who believed in Christians, you know. So like I think I don't know if it was when we were talking about choice of like God picking people to send a message to. Like that's I'm not saying that he didn't pick he only picked those who were qualified. Like Moses when he first had a message from God, he was a teenager. He was not um second hand to the Pharaoh. He was not, anything of high status in what Egypt believed to be the world. You know, he
yeah,
was not ruler of the world or anything like that. David, like most of the almost all the prophets, they were humble men, people who at an age where they were, like and here's a theme among everybody who's becoming prophets. They ask questions. They were open to an answer. They weren't trying to form or fix anything that's like it was always something simple like what is the truth?
yeah,
How can I help others? Stuff like that. So he did and the thing and you could think about it as like he waited for somebody to ask, you know? Because we don't wait on God, God waits on us. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So it's like somebody asked and it happens to be Joseph Smith in the plates. Somebody asks, and it happens to be Moses. And if you want to think about it that way, but nobody like if you look up like back to Joseph Smith, if you take that as okay, that's the truth or whatever. Joseph Smith only went to school till like the second grade or third grade. He barely knew how to read.
yeah,
He was just a regular farm boy. He was not very smart. And like there's like almost everybody else is way more qualified to restore the gospel on earth than he was.
yeah,
You know what I mean? He had older brothers that were way more educated. Even his sisters were more educated. Like, but the difference between him and a lot of his siblings or a lot of people his age, he really cared about people. He really like he had a level of empathy and sympathy towards others.
hmm,
And that's just talking about him, but like for instance, Moses freeing the people from Egypt, like that is who he needed. Like God needed Moses because he had that in with the Egyptians. He understood being a slave owner and what kind of suffer he caused unto others.
Yeah.
And now he has to be the one to uh to go against everything he previously believed in and make that sacrifice of freeing the slaves, also causing a war and famine in Egypt because they did, like, Egypt was very much damaged because of the freedom of the slaves.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I will
So,
say you brought up Paul.
hmm,
I think in the Bible, I think the person that I relate most to is Paul because
yeah,
it's been a while
he was
since
very
I've
flawed, man.
no yeah no every time I read the Bible because I don't exactly remember where I'm at. It's been months since I've read the Bible, unfortunately. But whenever I read it and I'm in the chapters that he wrote, I don't know. I I just feel like um like
Coffee grow. Did you see what CoffeeCrowgasm said?
I am Paul,
I'm Paul.
bruh. Um, but no, I don't know. I feel like he is very similar to me in many aspects, and that's why I can take the stuff that he's talking about and try to apply it to my life. Because I'm
Yeah,
very flawed. I'm just like him. I'm very flawed. Um, yeah, I just wanted to say that really quick, and then
that's awesome, man.
yeah, I need to get back into reading my Bible. It's been too long. Paul probably liked Halo too.
Yeah,
Probably,
dude. Paul's the Master Chief, dude.
dude. 100%. Question: Have y'all seen the Book of Eli, and do you like it? I freaking love that movie. I have not.
Yeah, it's really enjoyable. The only issue I have is like certain it's just like that the Bible's condensed to like this big in Braille. Like it would fill up at least at least like a house, like a small house worth of pages for it to be in Braille.
Really?
Like, yeah, yeah.
Damn.
And so it's I don't if you haven't watched it, I won't give too much away. But I would say it's a really it's one of those it's a simple story um that has a big effect on or possibly a big effect. It ends very nicely. Like we don't need a Book of Eli 2. We don't need sequel to it. It's a nice one-off movie that I think you'll like watching, and it's with Denzel Washington. So
Oh, okay.
solid, fun movie night.
Let me go write that on the whiteboard real quick. Oh, Master Chief is a direct reference to John 117 or 117.
Yeah, yeah. So the
Damn.
117 is actually from John 1:17.
Okay, I need to look up
You
that
want me to look
verse.
up what it says?
Oh, yes, please.
Is it First John 1:17, right?
I think so, yeah.
Because there's not 17 um might be Second John chapter 1 verse. Oh, because Second John only has.
Oh, and then
Are you sure it is? I
um
thought I used to think that too. 'Cause there's not 17 verses, there's 7. There's 10 verses in the first chapter of John, the Epistle of
really?
John in the New Testament. Yeah.
Huh. Oh, maybe it's 11, chapter 11, verse 7.
There's no chapter 11.
Really? Okay. Let me whip out the Bible and I'll whip out my Bible in a second. Question. Oh no, I read that one. Um, this is Coffee Crow. I'm also a big fan of Chaos Magic. Into the Fray on YouTube does an amazing video on it.
I'll have
Hmm.
to look them up.
Yeah, I'll have to do some research on that. John 1:17 states, or verse 1, or chapter 1, verse 17 states, "For the law was given through Moses, but grace and truth came through Jesus Christ." Okay, I like that. Ooh, my favorite piece of flood lore from Halo. The first planet that they invaded was labeled G617. That's a reference to Genesis 6, chapter 6, verse 17. Uh, if I remember correctly. Okay, let me go grab my Bible.
Oh, are we talking about Old Testament? That was on New Testament.
I think for John it'd be New Testament. Let me I have this is my Bible right here. I got a bunch of these little quick tabs I can go to and
Yeah.
okay.
Which one? Sorry, what's your Bible?
Oh,
You
right here.
said.
I have a bunch
Oh,
of like
nice.
quick tabs
That's a
I can.
nice one.
Yeah, it is, and the font's pretty big because apparently I'm a boomer, so I have big font. Okay, Genesis.
There's Jonah in Old Testament, but no John.
Oh, hey Vic, how's it going? 16 or 6.
Let's turn my Wi-Fi on just in case. It's not loading on my app.
Am I the right chapter? No, I am.
Okay, yeah, it was. I don't think it was
Oh,
loading. Yeah, my
17.
bad.
Okay, I read 16. I'm like, why? It's talking about windows on the ark, and I'm like, oh, that's very. I don't know how that translates to flood. Uh, this is 17. Genesis chapter 16. Oh my goodness. Genesis chapter 6, verse 17. And behold, I myself am bringing flood waters on the earth to destroy from under heaven all flesh in which is breath of life. Everything that is on this earth shall die. That's and
And just retracting what I said that there's no verse 17. There is. It's just my phone wasn't loading, so my
oh
Wi-Fi was off. So it just went to 10 verses and stopped. It's like, am I freaking out over here? What's going on? Yeah, it's the Master Chief 117 is, for the law was given by Moses, but grace and truth came by Jesus Christ. I don't know if that's actual lore for Halo. I don't know if Bungie was thinking about that. I don't know,
I
but I
wonder.
wouldn't put it past them. Like they had to study religion to do Halo 2 and like see how, like, you haven't played Halo 2 yet. You'll play Halo 2 and you'll see like
Yeah. But no, like just from what I've seen from Halo Combat Evolved, like in the terminals and in the entire game, I'm very excited to see where it goes, like with the religious plots. I'm very excited for that.
it's simple. It's nothing. It's a I would say it deals with blind faith quite a bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bungie loved their biblical allegories. Yeah. Dude, I'm really excited to play them all. I'm just itching. All right. Hmm. What's another
I'll take
good?
Coffee's word for it. So you have a question?
No, I'm trying to think of another question. Um, no, I already asked that. Hmm. I don't know. Oh.
Sorry, what?
Oh, sorry. My dad walked in. My TV mount came. Like the for the
Nice.
yeah. Thank
Hell yeah.
you. All right. Do you have any questions for me about like Lutheranism or um anything like that?
I guess I'm actually more interested in like what does the Lutheran community look like? Like you said that there were times that you really liked church, but there was many Lutheran churches that you went to that wasn't so personable. The sermons that you had, and like I just kind of want to know, um, I guess what is your experiences going to church, and how people treat one another and treat people who are outside of Lutheran religion.
Okay. Well, I will say that I grew up going to the Lutheran church, and I remember multiple times, as a little kid, I'd just be there, and I wouldn't really care. It's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of bad to say, but whenever the sermon would start, because we'd go from sitting down, listening, and then we'd stand up and we'd sing, and then we'd sit back down, and do a bunch of stuff like that. But when it would be sermon time, that was when we'd sit for like 45 minutes. And when I was a child, I
Mhm.
would just immediately just go to sleep. Because it wasn't
Yeah.
the most riveting. Because we'd always sit in the back too, and there's like 30, 40 pews in front. So, um, but I went to that Lutheran church for a good many years, like 16, 17 years. And then actually no, probably like 19 years, and then I decided that I
Yeah.
wanted to try to find just a Christian church, not necessarily a Lutheran one. And I went with my
So what
brother.
would be the difference, like in your mind, Lutheran versus Christian?
Lutheran versus Christian, there's not that much of a big difference. I will say the only difference that I can see is like how they structure the event of church, like what goes on.
Okay.
Um, so the best example I can give, so at the Lutheran church would start, and they'd be playing like hymns on the organ and stuff. Um, and then we'd sit, we'd talk, or we'd listen, we'd stand up, and then we'd have the sermon, and then we would sing more songs, and then we'd be done. And then at the general Christian church,
Mhm.
what they would do, um, it was basically like, this is the one thing that I didn't necessarily like jive with. It was more of like a concert type thing. Like they had a whole bunch
Okay.
of
Yeah.
people on the stage, like electric guitars, drums, all sorts of like just a bunch of instruments and stuff like that. And we'd walk in, we'd take a seat, and they would like perform with like the band and stuff like that. And then the pastor, they would come out and they would start talking, and it felt like more personal, I will say. The difference between the Lutheran church and the just general Christian church, the general Christian one felt more personal, because they're not like standing all the way in the front of the church. You can't see them, and they have to speak through a mic, right? With the concert format, they can
Hmm.
walk around everywhere. They can do a whole bunch of stuff. They can walk around, point out specific people or whatnot. Um, and that felt more like engaging, because he was
Gotcha.
able to move around, and I don't know if I can give you like a good layout. So if if my the bottom of my chin is like the stage, there'd be pews like this, or there'd be like seats and stuff like this, and he would have all this room to walk around. That was a terrible explanation, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm like super confused.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna be like, let me pull the
I literally
whiteboard.
just imagined your chin and somebody walking on your chin. I was like, what?
Yeah, that was not a great one. So I'll have to work on that. But no, um,
But I kind of get it. Like he's able to like pretty much go between the aisles and like
yeah,
you know
because he can
be
he
face
can
to
walk
face in
around
a
on the
way.
stage. He can get off the stage. He can walk up and down. He can actually engage with the people who are sitting there, and I like that.
Okay. Yeah.
And the one thing that I just didn't like was the like. I already said this before, but the electric guitar and stuff like that. It's just a little odd. It was very different from what I'm used to. Because when you go from like an organ, right? You're singing like, it's very Catholic hymns. Because that's what the one thing that the Lutheran Church and the Catholic Church share are the hymn books. Same exact book. Um,
I think most use like maybe not the same exact book, but everybody has the same hymns
yeah,
because it's kind of like like I make jokes with my Catholic friends about the Catholic Church and all that, or like with the fourth emperor of Rome, Constantine created the Catholic Church and all that. But like, you gotta give credit where credit is due, you know. So like the Catholic Church preserved the original scrolls of the Bible, and the only reason we have the Old and New Testament today. So every religion does owe them credit in like preserving, regardless whether you agree that the Catholic Church is the true church and the true gospel or not. You have to admit that like the reason why we have record of Jesus Christ is because of them.
Yeah. No, 100%.
No,
Um,
you could say it's Rome, but
yeah. I need to do
Rome that preserved it.
more I need to do more research on like the Catholic Church because I have one Catholic friend and we play Xbox games together, and we started like a not a debate but like just a conversation similar to this. But apparently to the Catholic Church, Lutheranism is what would you call it? I'm trying to think of the word. It's like it's on the tip of my tongue. It's like fake. It's bull honky. It's
Like a perversion.
not I don't
Like
think I'd say perversion, but it's like dang it.
that's usually what some religious like, well, the Catholic Church has used that before. Like, this is a perversion of our beliefs or something.
Okay.
A perversion of the gospel.
Stu boy, I'm sorry
I'm
I
not
gotta
claiming that
run.
they did.
But that's it. But this has been great to listen to. Oh, I appreciate it, Stu. Sacrilege, thank you. I believe that was the word.
Sacrilege,
Maybe.
which is worse than perversion.
Yeah, maybe it was like
Sacri- Sacrilege is like it goes. It's an offense to its original, and it's like apostatizing against.
oh.
Like it's almost like claiming the Lutherans were Catholics and they apostatized against the Catholic Church and created the Lutheran religion.
Oh, that's
And so
basically what
it's
happened because Martin Luther, he is like some. I have to go back, way back in my brain to try to pull out the
yeah.
knowledge. But Martin Luther, he was like, okay, I don't like what the Catholic Church is doing, with the separation of church and state and stuff like that, and the monetary gain that the church is
Yeah.
getting. So he's like, all right, well, I'm gonna go on Google Docs and I'm gonna make a list of what I don't like, and then I'm going to nail it to the front door of the church. And that's what he did. And then he created his own offshoot, Lutheranism, which I believe, I don't know if Lutheranism is like what started just general Christianity or if it was like just Catholicism that turned into just Christianity. I don't know if that has anything to
Yeah,
do with that.
so simply put, Christianity is the belief that Jesus Christ was the Son of God and he atoned for our sins and died upon the cross and rose in 3 days' time. And you have a belief of Jesus Christ and he is the only begotten. So that's what Christianity is. So technically Catholic, and you worship that. So technically Catholicism is, but the reason why Catholicism stays separate is because they also have a huge focus on Mary.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so Santa Maria, it's they have a massive focus on Santa Maria. Like, it's really weird for me to say Mary because I say it in Portuguese, Santa Maria.
Yeah.
And it's more of like a guess in terms of our knowledge. Now, Catholic Church does have more scrolls that the public are not privy to, like things that maybe would dispel some religions, maybe would dispel their own. I don't know. But they obviously don't want the public reading it, and that's the whole reason we have the Bible, the King James version.
Yeah.
Is because King James, he was killed for translating the Bible. He just felt that the Bible was a book that everybody should have in their home and should be able to read, right?
Yeah.
And it's also, he was under a lot of pressure, and that's also why we have like wrong translations even in the King James version. But the King James is the most accurate version of the Bible. Now, the reason I bring that up is because what we were talking about before, where Christianity is really just the belief of Jesus Christ. But where Catholicism separates is because they either are basing it off scrolls where Santa Maria is like a saint because they have they're a tier of when somebody becomes a saint, like kind of like a martyr type deal, but actually, and then they have their whole definition of sanctity and sainthood.
Okay.
But that's why like there's the difference. It's because they believe that either Santa Maria is equal to or more than Jesus Christ. Does that make sense?
Oh, really? I didn't know. I didn't think it was like Jesus is here and she's like right here. I didn't know that they thought that or anything like that. I knew that
It's
they I knew that they
like
took a lot
from
of. Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
oh no, sorry. Like and again, like I'm not Catholic,
Uh-huh.
and but from bishops and high priests that I've talked to is that like Santa Maria is if it's not that she is just as sacred.
Oh,
They
okay.
do pray to God.
Mhm.
Like they believe God that God is Jesus Christ and the Holy Ghost. They believe they are one.
Okay.
So and but that Santa Maria is just as sacred at the very least, if not equal.
Okay, that makes more sense. As a Lutheran slash Christian, that is just very odd to me. Like the act of praying to a saint. Just very foreign to me. But that was like one of the things that me and my Catholic friend we were having a conversation about was the act of like praying to like Mother Mary for such and such or for any other
To
or
Saint
to any
Peter, to
other.
Michael.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me catch up on the chat really quick.
You're fine.
All right. You guys ever heard of the Thunderbird? I've
Like
never.
the car?
I've heard of the car. Go ahead and explain a little more of that coffee. They're a Native American. Oh no, he literally did, bruh. They are a Native American bird spirit being that. They are a Native American bird spirit being that was supposedly kaiju sized, and their wing flaps would cause thunderstorms. That's actually sick. That's very cool.
Yeah, I would love to talk to Coffee about Native American beliefs. Because I come from um like a very famous tribe in Brazil called Pugri. It's not even a tribe, it's just like the kind of like the color that goes into many different tribes.
Okay,
But like because I have native Brazilian in my ancestry, as
that's
many
cool.
Brazilians do. And there's still like a lot of how do you put it? Like what's it called when like Native Americans aren't aware of the world?
Oh,
Untouched or something like that.
uncontacted.
Uncontacted. Still a lot of uncontacted natives that like there's footage and people talk about certain parts of the rainforest in Brazil to not travel to.
Oh, really?
And yeah.
The
Mhm.
only uncontacted tribe that I've like really done research on is there's a little island. What is it called? I think you'll probably know it by like my explanation. So many people have tried to go there and spread the gospel, and they'll just get murdered, or people their boats will just
um
drift on shore and they will run at them. Um, North Sentinel Island. Thank you, Vic. North Sentinel Island. Yeah, a lot of people have tried
eh,
to go there and explain the gospel, which I feel like that'd be really difficult because we don't know their language. They've been uncontacted. They are like the only tribe that has been uncontacted for the longest time.
yeah.
And I saw this video. So this YouTuber, gotta love those YouTubers, man. No, this guy, he got a blow up canoe and then he decided to go to North Sentinel Island and try to talk to them or get footage of them. And I think he left a half drank Diet Coke and a uh coconut. And then he went back and then he got arrested. That's just the dumbest thing ever. I may be telling it wrong, but if you think about it, if you're giving them a half drank Diet Coke, they're
uh,
their nervous system isn't. Some of them, if they do drink it, they'll die because we have germs, we have diseases that they don't because they've been there
Hmm.
for about the same time that we've been over here, right? That guy, that one YouTuber, could have single handedly just killed everyone on that island just by giving them a half drank Diet Coke.
Yeah, possible. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that was pretty recent, like this year. So,
Well, sucks to suck.
yeah. And then Coffee said, and I don't pray. I feel my connection to my gods by talking to any crows I see when I'm out and about on a daily basis. Okay. That's very interesting. Hey, Coffee Crow, would you want to like hop in the Discord call? Because that I feel like that'd be really awesome to have you in here, see your perspective on a bunch of stuff. Um, yeah.
Like in terms of the Lutheran Church, was there any things that like your pastors or sermons were like, do not engage with like people of certain religions?
Oh no, that's the one positive I'll give them
Huh?
is that they were very open, and they. I wouldn't say they were
Mhm.
like open, but they weren't like, oh, you can't talk to this person, you can't do that. Um, yeah, they never told us you can't talk to this Mormon person, you can't do this, but they did
Yeah.
enforce that like Lutheranism from our perspective is the way. It is the correct religion.
Mhm.
So, and to
And
answer
is
oh,
Go ahead, go ahead.
to answer your question from a little bit ago, how the people acted in the church and what it looked like, um, a lot of the people who were in the church were very, very old, like in their 70s or 80s.
Mm.
Um, and I will say that the quality of their character was amazing. Like the nicest people you ever meet. They don't hate anyone for any specific thing. You know, they're just all around nice people. And I will say that is
Yeah.
very a big positive.
Awesome.
Yeah.
The like I wanted to know, is was there something that was like, there's something in the Lutheran culture that was contradictory to the Lutheran gospel?
Mm, trying to think because it has been a while. It's been a fat minute since I went to church, or that Lutheran church.
Huh. Like, I'll share in Utah, there's a big issue in Utah, like the culture where a lot, not everybody, but a lot of people are like, my kids can't play with your kids because they're not Mormon or they are of whatever. To the point where even the prophet, um, we have something called General Conference. You probably know it, but for anybody in the chat that doesn't, it's pretty much where the prophet and apostles talk to. They have a live broadcast every 6 months or so that they share news and share insights through to anybody who wants to listen, and to all members of the church, right? Where we don't have Sunday that Sunday weekend, but even like calling out like people in Utah, like what you're doing is completely against everything we believe in. Like we believe in that no matter what you believe in, we can all like care about one another, and just because you don't believe in what we believe means you're a terrible person or stuff like that. So if you are a parent that teaches your kid don't hang out with a kid because they're not of the same faith,
mhm.
and that is literally evil. And a lot of members got pissed about that, but like, yeah, like in Utah, that
Yeah.
doesn't happen in Brazil, that doesn't happen in Korea, that doesn't happen um even in the US, but really in Utah and Idaho there's a lot of that.
Oh, really?
Like there's a culture that's completely, people think they're living the right way, but it's against what is preached. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I've never really heard
Oh,
about that
yeah.
like in Idaho. Um.
Like yeah, and again, I know very few people that from Idaho. I
Mhm.
didn't ever live in Idaho. I lived in Utah,
Oh yeah.
and because Utah has a decent population, but it's definitely bigger than all of Idaho. Um, you like every house there's like 3 or 4 kids.
Oh yeah.
So it's kind of like the when you watch a movie from like the 70s, 80s, where like all the kids were out in the street. Like Utah still is kind of like that, where there's like 15 kids riding their bikes in multiple neighborhoods, like causing a ruckus or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's a nice side of Utah where like there's even people that are not of any faith, they're atheists or Lutheran or whatever, they tend to have a lot of kids just because they're in Utah.
Yeah.
And
It's just like the culture.
yeah, and so like the culture of the state is like have a family.
Mhm.
It's becoming less and less. There's a lot of like a lot of weirdos in Utah,
Oh,
especially
really?
like college student age. I practically hate them all.
Oh,
I don't
really?
care if they're Mormon. I don't care if they're whatever. They're usually douchebags and weirdos and all about their political side or
Oh,
something like
like
that. I'm like, I
activism and
don't.
stuff like that.
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't give a damn.
Dude, same
Like,
way.
yeah.
Well, this is like my personal opinion. I feel like politics should only really matter during election years. If you base your entire like life and personality off of who is president, who's running for president, what's happening, oh, this person's doing this to our country. I mean, yes, those things are important, but if your entire like personality or everything that you talk about to people is about politics, that's a very sad life.
I agree on the part where you're shouldn't base your personality off politics, but I do believe that you should understand and be be aware of politics throughout the entire time. Because like coming from like I grew up here in the US,
Hmm.
but I grew up with the Brazilian culture at home. I was born in Brazil and then when I went back as a teenager, all that stuff, but I lived most of my life here.
Okay.
But like I know a corrupt government. Like I got to see my parents' headaches with it. Like people we're like very near a civil war right now in Brazil
Oh, really?
today. And yeah, like people don't understand like a lot of celebrities and like you don't really hear about and like other politicians from other countries warn the US like of everything that happened since 2015. Like it was a warning. There was warnings before that. Your country's going to get divided. This is how corruption and beginnings of dictatorship and communism can form because obviously dictatorships and communism is two different things.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like for instance, like people argue about tariffs and things like that, and it's people don't understand that it's a tool that the current president is using for the benefit of negotiations to have some leverage, and also for like it's a card that he can play that will have some pain on the US but can have a massive increase. It's going to make Americans more entrepreneurial if he has to keep the tariffs, but it's to scare the other countries so that he can actually make negotiations more favorable to the people of the US, and then the
Yeah.
tariffs will go away. It's usually what tariffs historically have been used for. It's just a tool for negotiation, and it's just a time where like people are gonna have to be more creative.
Okay.
Like there's things like that, and you could also even read it in the Bible about how they use the systems and the currencies in Egypt to make sure that the economy didn't crash and that they were able to take care of certain people, or why they increased slave labor, why they made certain things like accessible to the regular citizens of Egypt, why they took those rights away later on. There's a lot of like when you study religion, especially the scriptures, the Bible, you have to study history.
Yeah,
You
for
know what I
like
mean?
context.
For context and making sense of certain things and why like I was talking to a friend at church once, and she was like, I always thought it was so I know it's Jesus, but it always bothered me. Like when he was like 11, 12 years old, he's preaching on the steps, and
Hmm.
his mother comes running to him, like, "Where did you go? I've been looking everywhere for you." And he didn't say, "Don't worry." He's like, "My father knows where I am."
Yeah.
That was practically his response. And from the position of a parent and the position of just somebody who is looking at it as a story, like you're like, man, this little kid is a dirtbag, like the freak.
Yeah.
But there's many factors. Like God is his father, and he is doing his duty, right?
Yeah.
It's like my father knows where I am because her and Joseph were looking for him, but when he was referring to his father, he was talking about God the Father. My father knows where I am, and also in that culture, especially at that time, you are a man at the age of 12.
Really?
Yeah, you are able to work, you are able to do things. You are considered a man at the age of 12.
That's interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah. So that's why it's important to understand cultures and their development, how they've changed, but how they were in the past. Like for instance, um like we don't drink alcohol in our religion, right?
Yeah.
But we still take the sacrament, but we don't have wine. And many people have said, "Hey, you that's a it's a change of what once was, and so that therefore it's false." But it's not really, because if you also study history, wine in terms of any religious context was always diluted with water. It was more water than it was wine.
Okay.
So like water is a fine replacement, or not a replacement, it's the same thing as if you were drinking wine from back in the day, uh, for your sacrament.
Yeah, and
It's actually not a change.
The Lutheran Church used wine
Yeah.
for that. No, that does make sense because personally for me I feel like you're still going through the actions of accepting the sacrament. It doesn't really matter what the delivery device is as long as you um as long as it's like blessed and trying to think of like the proper way to say this. Like I don't know, as long as it's like blessed and like done properly. I don't think that
Yeah.
yeah. But I don't really think that the delivery device really matters. Well, I mean, you know,
Mm.
if you had to substitute, do you guys use like the little wafer crackers and stuff like that? The little
No, we use bread.
oh, okay. We use the little
Yeah.
like the little wafers and then a
Yeah.
little little thing of wine.
Yeah. It's funny because generally everybody's supposed to use white bread because a lot of people are allergic to wheat.
Hmm.
But yeah, like we use bread.
It's also more expensive to have kids these days. I have two, so I'd know. Oh yeah, dude, it's expensive to live by yourself. Like to just be one person. Um, then Halolytical for US for the US. Oh, was that when we were talking about like the political unrest and the possibility of communism or a dictatorship? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was for the U.S. Like there are many things that it's very to me is very clear
Hmm.
on the potential risks that the U.S. is going towards. Um, like one thing recently, like it doesn't matter if you're for Trump or against Trump, right? If you if you feel a certain amount of anger towards somebody because they believe in a certain political party to the point where you feel justified in acting in violence, that is the beginning of the government taking away more freedoms to control violence. I'm not saying martial law, but that's the beginning of implementing other laws to segregate those who believe in freedom and those who want more government control. And now this day and age, we can actually see the divide. Like it's very obvious what kind of personality somebody has that believe in this sect, and what kind of some personality somebody has that believes in this other sect, you know. And so instead of having tolerance, which you can say in other things like about homosexuality or whatever, like tolerance is no longer in the vocabulary. That's also when you notice that people stop using certain words or are using words in the wrong definition, that's also another sign that it's going towards a direction nobody wants. The only reason the US can withhold any practices of communism and dictatorship is because they have guns.
Yeah.
Guns, the freedom of guns here in the U.S. has made it so that the U.S. does not fall into anything else other than a republic. Um, but the only thing that you can say would be better would be a democracy because the the United States is a republic. It's not a democracy.
Mhm.
It's very. A lot of people think they're the same thing, but it's actually very different. But yeah, like so just to clear that up, if he wasn't um for Halo Lytical there when he was asking for us.
That was a
But
good explanation.
yeah, and um, what did you mean? Like it's also more expensive? Like is wine more expensive because you have two kids?
Oh, I mean that might be. But no, I think that was when you were talking about like living in Utah and like
Yeah.
the culture of having children in Utah. I'm really bad about um like time stamping the like saying them at the right time.
No, you're fine, dude. Like it's like we're chilling here.
Yeah. Uh to be fair though, wine is like 500 years old.
500 years ago, beyond is way different than modern wine. LOL.
Thank you for reading that. Oh my goodness. I
You're
truly
just a
hope the
literate
US
bastard.
states stays secular.
Um, I would say won't. Um, like at least in the next 5 years, we're kind of safe, but it won't stay secular for too long.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a good thing you're in here because I'm not a bit. I'm like I stay away from news and politics and
It's
anything.
no, it's honestly if you're a nerd and you like studying history, you like studying fantasy,
Hmm.
you don't even have to be that much aware of politics. You just it's like human psychology and understanding what divide and segregation does to people, understanding the lack of tolerance. Like I know this is stupid simple, but tolerance, just to say the definition, it is you disagreeing with somebody, you can still go have a cup of coffee with them. You can
Yeah.
still hang out with that disagreement. You don't have to accept their lifestyle, accept the things they believe, but that also doesn't make them so evil and terrible that you can't ever have a conversation with them.
No, 100%. That makes
That's
sense.
tolerance. There's certain things you shouldn't tolerate, but also there's like things you shouldn't tolerate are objective and subjective at the same time because there's objective truths of like I'm not going to tolerate murder,
Hmm.
but a murder will tolerate murder.
Yeah.
You know?
It's all about perspective. There's the paradox of tolerance too. You can't forget.
What would that be?
Yeah. Go ahead and
The
explain
sin,
that
not the
for
sinner.
us.
That's what Halo Little Co put out. Agreed.
Yeah. No, I agree 100%. Hate the sinner, not the sinner. And like for me personally, the way I go about like tolerance is, um, I don't know. I feel like it's probably not a good idea to just be like, I don't care. I really don't give a crap. But at the same time,
Mhm.
I kind of don't. I don't really care as long as whatever you're doing doesn't affect me. Well, I'm fine with it. Like,
Yeah, that makes remind me of something like people don't. There's very many real liberals nowadays. People like to use like libtards, these liberals are like this, which I agree with. I even use those terms, but what liberal actually means is actually exactly what you just said. Like, hey, you do your life as long as you don't involve me. I don't care what you do. Have the freedom, have the liberty to do whatever the hell you want, as long as you're not hurting people. You're not breaking the law. You're not doing anything that affects my life and others around you towards the negative. Have at it.
yeah,
Uh, just don't force me into whatever area you want to force me into. So that is the true definition of liberal. But because of how things are now, like nobody uses that definition.
yeah. And I feel like that's kind of been skewed. Well, I mean, I this is not a good topic for me to talk about, but it's a great topic for my friend Dio to talk about. He's big into politics, he's big into news and stuff like that. And he says that like 30, 40 years ago, the Liberal Party was the party for the people. Like they cared about the
Hmm.
people, and like you just said, tolerance. As long as it doesn't affect me, go at it. As long as it doesn't break the law, whatnot, right? And he always talks about how he wishes that in the modern era, that kind of liberal could come back and actually do something for the people and care. Because I feel like
Sorry,
nowadays.
do you mind riffing for a second? My duty calls. My daughter's crying a little bit,
Oh,
so I'm
okay,
just
no
going
problem.
to. I'll be back. But
All right, no problem. Um, intolerant thought. Intolerant thought cannot be tolerated. Everybody, everybody is on their own path, 100%. It's better to think It's better to think that way than to give into manufactured disdain towards people. Dude, I mean, it's just artificial bullshit. Oh, you need to hate this group because they're doing this. You need to hate such and such because they're doing that. Doug, why don't we, you know, take a second and realize that that's a person, right? Regardless of what they're doing, and not hate people, right? I mean, I hate murder. I don't like murder. I don't like people who abuse kids sexually or physically, right? I hate that, right? But it's another thing, like religiously. Um, if I were to kill someone, let's say I'm driving, I'm drunk, I hit a person and I kill them, and I go to jail. I serve the allotted sentence, and I apologize one to the family of the people, that to the family of the person that I murdered, right? And they say it's okay, whatnot. We rectify it, and then I need to, in myself, apologize to God. You know what I mean? I don't know where I was going with this. Did that make any sense? I don't know where I was going with this. I hope that made sense. But let me try to loop it back. Let me try to loop it back. I think we're. No, I lost it. I lost it. I think you can learn to tolerate a person, like if a person commits a murder and they apologize and they feel terrible, they feel awful about it, and they rectify that the best that they can. I feel like that you can tolerate that person regardless of the murder that they committed. That's what I was trying to say. Holy moly, it took too much brain power to do that, to figure that out. Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Here, let me turn you up a little. Oh, can I turn you up a little bit? Oh, not what I wanted. How I? No.
Make sure my volume's down on my device.
Oh, there we go.
I don't have a
Back.
cam at the moment, so I
Oh,
don't
that's
know
all
how
right.
I'm looking right
Um, I'm gonna
now. Oh,
take
it's
a
just
quick
puppet.
break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So,
Alright.
um, right click him. Yeah. Uh. Oh wait, right click him. Oh, okay. With volume. Oh, everyone's at the same volume. All right. Well, I'll boost you up a little bit. Put you at 130. Okay. All right. Thank you, Vic. I'll be right back. Yeah. When Relic gets back, just tell him I'm using the bathroom real quick.
All right, I'm back. Hello.
All right, I'm back. Let me get
Oh
my
yeah,
headset
that
on
Lord
real
of the
quick.
Rings chair is really sick.
Dude, that is a sick chair. That is an awesome chair. My buddy, he has one just like it. I think it's from the same brand. It's a Halo themed chair.
Oh, nice.
Is that Halo Little Cool right there?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
What
I'm
up,
here.
man?
Sorry, I don't have a camera right now because I have to use my headphones for my setup, and I don't have a camera for it.
Oh, that's all right. No worries.
But I
Good.
am here.
All right. So I asked this question at the beginning of the stream. Where do you fall religiously?
Well, where do I fall religiously is I'm basically a Christian at the moment. I was basically born and raised as agnostic or atheist
Okay.
until like within the last like maybe 2.5, 3 years, and I've really come to my faith. So,
That's awesome.
yeah.
What was like I would say like the turning point for you where you not where you found your faith, but more of like where you really wanted to know what what was the truth or what was, you know, better than whatever you were doing at the time.
Well, that's a pretty interesting story. I had some of the psilocybin, as you call it, and it was I don't remember how much it was, but it was significant enough to get me some sort of spiritual download of some sort.
Okay.
And I just kind of saw the connection and everything. And I'm sorry, what?
Oh no, I was just saying. Okay, I was
No,
just.
nobody said nothing.
Oh, okay, sorry. But I saw I saw the connections and everything, and all the patterns, and uh, I saw how like everything in the world is kind of like a fractal. Like there's always a good side and a bad side to everything. And through your mental state, you could see either side. And uh, yeah, I just had this really profound moment, and then since then, I've just been seeking the truth and reading the Bible. Hearing things at the right time in the right moment. I've been seeing miracles here and there all the time. Um, yeah, just definitely a wholehearted believer now.
That's awesome. So, what was it like growing up? You said you grew up in a agnostic slash atheist household. What was that like?
Well, honestly, it was not bad at all because, I wasn't aware of the spiritual warfare or anything really that was going on. I think my mind was very surface level at the time. So I felt like I was kind of, living blissfully unaware as I grew up, just so, I could grow up and have a good childhood and, be strong enough to, take the trials ahead, as Sammy knows.
Okay, well that's good because like for me, I grew up in a very Christian, very religious heavy household. So that's nice to see your perspective on growing up, and all of my friends too. All of my friends are religious in some facet. So that's very interesting to hear that you still had a good childhood and stuff like that. Um, so explain more about your. You said you psilocybin. If I'm not mistaken, that's like mushrooms, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, can you explain a little more about that? Like, what was your what made you decide? Oh, I want to do mushrooms. I want to explore this.
Well, I mean, I've done them before, but never to the amount. Or my body was regulated to a certain amount, to the amount that I took to have that sort of experience. And I don't necessarily remember if I was taking it to specifically have that experience. But since then, I did that once, and I had a pretty profound experience then too.
Okay. Um, How would you describe the experience? Because I've never done that before. I mean, I don't have any personal experience with that, but like, how was the experience in general? Did you see things? Did you hear things? What was it like?
Um, let's see. How do I explain this? Well, it's kind of like things like it's not necessarily where like I see an exact like object in front of me, but it's more so like things are exaggerated. Um, Everything's kind of in motion, and like um, I feel like, do you ever like, how do I explain this? Like, like when you're like kind of like about to fall asleep or kind of going into dreams and you kind of like see images in your head. Does that ever happen to either of you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of like that a little bit, but because like when I was doing that, I was outside and I heard my neighbors laughing, and like to me, it sounded like they were like laughing like at me,
Oh,
but
okay.
like yeah, it was very, very strange. And like, I don't know how to explain it. Kind of like, yeah, it's just like a lot of motion. Like when you only take a little bit, it kind of, I don't know if you've ever had like edibles or anything like that, but it could kind of feel like a strong edible maybe. Um, but there's like, how do I explain it? Like,
I've never had
I kind of feel like I'm
anything.
constantly yawning, funnily enough. But just I feel like you just really just like have a profound like moment internally in your mind, and you just feel a lot more at peace, and you kind of see how like we should all just work together, man. Like don't say this or that, this side, that side, red or blue. Like just live life how we're supposed to live. How God says in the Bible, He makes me lay down in green pastures. Like just you know
So is that kind of what you're saying? Like try to find the positives of life.
yes, yes, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, just like if you're ever like in a negative moment, you can try and see it in a different way, because you may see something that's going on in one way, and maybe be like, oh God, why is this happening to me? Oh, hold on a sec.
Oh, you're all
So, was he talking about like mushrooms?
right. Yeah.
So, there's definitely a lot you could talk about when it comes to the emotional aspect, the spiritual aspect for that. The best way I could describe the visual aspect for magic mushrooms is you know how when you're looking down the road during a hot summer day and you can see the heat rising from the road,
Yeah.
and it kind of
Yeah, it's
gets
kind of like a
that
mirage.
ripply feeling, that mirage, like it ripples and kind of folds everything that you're seeing behind it. That's how things kind of look when you take enough magic mushrooms, and it gives you that
Yeah, that's a
visual
good explanation of it.
aspect.
Yeah, everything's kind of moving fluid together, and you kind of feel a
Especially,
little grounded in fluid. Like it's odd.
especially if you've got like I've got here, when you have popcorn texture walls and you have mushrooms, it like you look at the popcorn textures on the walls and it looks like that summer heat rising through the walls basically.
Oh, really?
Huh.
Dang. No, I've never.
Coffee, your mic is a little low.
How about now?
Oh, that's
Oh,
better.
perfect.
All right, now I got to turn you
Every
down.
now and then I just need to disconnect it and reconnect it.
So
That's great. What mic are you using, by the way?
I don't remember the exact model, but it's by Shure.
By Shure, okay, because that kind of looks like
Nice.
my old mic that I have.
Oh yeah,
And
sure. Sure,
it's
it's a good
funny.
brand.
I had to. It was stupid, and I bought this thing without actually looking at what its input was. It's got an XLR input. I had to get an adapter from an XLR to a USB because I
Oh.
To the
didn't think about
USB.
that when
Oh
I
yeah.
bought it.
Yeah. It sure is like an instrument microphone.
After
company.
the issues we were having the other day, I have a Shure mic, but I'm like, I'm not even gonna use that. I'm gonna put headset mic on and just a FaceTime camera, and that's it. Because that took forever for you to figure out the volume stuff on the Halo stream.
Oh yeah, but no, thankfully I called my buddy
that
on
was
Discord and we
pretty
figured that
hilarious.
shit out.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I'm gonna make sure it's definitely not gonna be my fault this time, like just to make sure.
Oh, but no,
It's just
dude,
on my laptop.
I had to turn one setting on my computer. I had to switch the output from just like speakers to the headset that I'm using, and then you can hear it on the stream. So very, very simple fix. But no, yeah, that your mic is very similar to the one that I used to use. The Samsung, I can't remember what it's called, but it's got the same like XLR port on the bottom. But it is also USB. You can use USB as well. So
God, this microphone's 10 years old at this point. It still works perfect.
dang,
My computer's 10 years old at this point too.
I wish my computer lasted that long. Jeez.
When I built this thing 10 years ago, I made sure to future-proof it. Other
Good
than
job.
the graphics card, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Wait, Coffee,
But,
are you in the U.S. or are you living outside?
West Coast.
West Coast, nice. Everybody in the West Coast?
I'm West Coast, yes.
Here it's like 11 o'clock at night in Florida.
Oh,
It's 8:02 for me.
oh, it's 9:02 for me. Dude.
Yeah, I gotta
Oh,
remember
boy.
my computer is not exactly perfectly timed. It's about 10 minutes ahead for
Oh,
some
wait.
reason.
That's goofy.
Yeah.
So
I'm honestly surprised my Xbox is the right time.
I always have to change, like, you know, when time change happens. I have this little clock up above my setup so I can see it from my bed. I always have to change it, but it always ends up being like a minute or two behind. So it's really irritating. But Coffee, could you explain more about what you were saying in chat about your like religious beliefs?
Well, I mean, I grew up in, like, I don't want to say Catholic household. My mom more or less tried to be Catholic because my dad's family was very Catholic, and despite that, though, they were never very accepting of her. So my parents were fairly secular growing up. I would go to church with my grandparents when I was a kid. And I remember when I was a kid, I fucking hated it because it was like this 3-hour long church service, and I would fall asleep pretty much every single time. But the one thing that made it worth it, though, was my grandparents always made it a point to go over to Fred Meyer afterwards and get donuts and like shit after that. So it was always, it was always worth it for that.
Yeah.
It was kind of like a Catholic / secular household because my parents never really cared much for practicing that stuff. Like my dad grew up in a Catholic household, but after he moved out, obviously he didn't care too much about that.
Mhm.
And growing up, I, being Native American from my mom's side, I kind of learned about the less than stellar things that the Catholic Church and Christianity had done to Native Americans in the United States and all that. And I had kind of a toxic mindset towards, oddly, like, ugh, I still kind of cringe at this, honestly. Like, I had a toxic mindset towards like white people in general and Christianity, and I was like, fuck all that. These people are evil, and so for the longest time, I was very much an atheist,
Mhm.
and still to this point, like logically speaking, I don't literally believe that there is some sort of uh omniscient God or being that created the universe. I more or less think it was just a happenstance of whatever happened to create it. But regardless, though, I ended up building my own spiritual belief system based off of a mix of what my own ancestors believed and what a lot of other religions had also practiced too. Like Zoroastrianism, their basic religious belief was that there is good and evil in the world, and that is kind of the basis of my belief as well. But it's more on more along the lines of light and dark, and that's where the sun kind of plays a part. The sun is a source of light and good in the universe.
Yeah.
And the sacred crow in Native American mythology, the spirit of the crow stole fire from another god and gave it to humanity. But in my belief structure, I kind of created this idea where the spirit of the crow had saved the sun from demons to essentially rescue the earth from the ice age, and that also allowed humanity to actually continue on. And after this, the sacred crow, the crow spirit, separated itself into all of the other corvids that you see on the earth, like crows, ravens, magpies, all of them.
Hmm.
And the whole basis of the idea is be a source of light in a dark universe, a universe that is mostly shrouded in darkness. Be a source of light.
So, like, for you, is there like a day, or something comparable to what I guess it's the norm of a day of worship? Or like,
I
is there
don't
like a moment in a like you pick every week you're going to do this specific thing to kind of think or
every
belief or whatever it is you
day
do?
every day is kind of a every day more or less is kind of a sense of we're thankful for being here in these days. And one thing too is that I definitely do not believe that there is some sort of afterlife, and that's one thing that makes life itself so precious, is that there is not some sort of place to go to afterwards, and where we are now we have to make the most of it and be a light in the darkness while we can.
Okay. I can say that I think that's a pretty good way to live your life. Try to be positive. Try to bring light to the darkness. I agree. I think that's a good thought
And I will
process and a
definitely
good.
say too, like I definitely draw a lot from a lot of different religions too. Like I definitely think Jesus is cool as fuck. He is a cool dude.
He might even be the coolest.
I like
Definitely
him
is.
because he's super woke.
Huh? Okay. Trying to think of a question. Not a question, but that is very interesting. I've never heard of anyone like taking inspiration from other religious beliefs and making their own. That's very awesome. I like that.
I kind of have like a sci-fi spin on my entire mythology belief too, because I watched a
Oh
lot
yeah,
of
dude.
Stargate.
Oh, peak show.
Reality is
Stargate
sci-fi.
Stargate takes
Spirituality and
all
all
of
Solid.
that is sci-fi.
mythology and is like, oh yeah, we can science the shit out of this.
Dude, I love that show so much. I watched it with my parents. Peak television.
Yeah, like my sci-fi explanation is more or less aliens tried to build a Dyson sphere around the sun, and all of the spirits and gods of Earth basically destroyed them and saved the sun. I
Oh, that's cool.
think that would make a really cool movie.
That would probably make an amazing movie. I'm trying to think of a question. My mind's kind of blanking right now. Um, do you guys have any questions? For like anyone?
No.
I mean, we're following your lead, man. It's your
Follow.
stream.
That is true. Dang it, not. I gotta pull something together.
Yeah, you gotta direct us, man. Like,
Hmm.
and like make it about like the things you're interested in or the things that you want to know about from whatever it is from any of us.
Okay. Give me a second here. I gotta really ponder.
And while you're pondering, like, so coffee, like the way you go about things, it would be safe to say it's very similar to kind of like the Buddhist tradition. Things like, you know, treat others how you want to be treated. There's
Very
karma
much,
and
yeah.
stuff like that, yeah. And like, have you kind of seen that? Like, well, actually, let me ask you this: like, what's usually the reaction when you share things you believe in? Like, do people look at you in a weird way? Do people are like actually interested, or your
I
own
haven't really
experience?
shared
Yeah.
it very much with
Yeah.
other people. Like honestly, this is the first time I've ever really openly shared it with other people. I mean, right now you guys see me with just a beanie on, but on a
Yeah.
daily basis when I'm out and about, I'm wearing a wizard hat, and I've got about 9 different wizard hats that are all in different colors. And these hats, like, yes, I'm fully aware that wizardry and things like that that's usually associated with Wiccans and things like that. But these hats in particular, it gives me a genuine sense of connection with my spirituality. And I've never really told other people, like, you know, that hat is kind of my religious headgear, more or less, kind of like a kiba or a yarmulke.
Yeah. Do you mind showing us one of them?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be right back.
All right. That's awesome. No, I agree, Vic. That's sick. All right,
I want a wizard hat.
dude.
I
Same.
want it modeled after Gandalf. And thank you, Vic. My chair is freaking awesome. I'm a huge Lord of the Rings fan, so anything wizard, anything Lord of the Rings, solid.
This has been so much more interesting than I expected. Yeah. No. Same here,
All right, hell yeah.
dude.
It
That's
reminds me
sick.
of
Yep.
the wizard, the little wizard dude in Masters of the Universe, He-Man. Know who I'm talking about?
One thing I usually do with a lot of these hats too is I put pins on them too.
Oh, Star Trek, hell yeah.
Sick. What's that other one?
It's Iroh from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh, that's cool. I've never seen
Oh,
that.
hell yeah.
I don't know if the camera's focusing well enough, but it says delectable tea or deadly poison.
Oh, that's sick.
See,
Well, that's okay. You kind of, Relic. You kind of stole my question. I was gonna ask how people, perceived Coffee's religious beliefs. So now I got to
Oh,
come up with a new
people-
one.
People do love the hats, honestly, and like everybody I think there's only been ever 2 people that I ever saw like looked at me and like looked like disgusted.
Really, were they old people?
Other than that, like everybody that I see in public, they're like, "Oh, I love your hat." And then when I see kids looking at my hats, they're just like, "Oh, a wizard!" And I love it. I love it so much. Oh God, it
yeah.
makes my day.
That's
My
awesome.
mind would think like, oh, this guy's a gardener.
Oh,
You guys are familiar with Orko the Great? Masters of the Universe, He-Man?
I've never
That's what
watched
it
you, man.
reminded me of. If you look up Orko the Great, like his wizard hat, that's what it reminded me of.
Where's my mouse at?
Be right back. I'm gonna go get a sip of alcohol.
Okay. Oh no, I can see that now. I see the.
Drink responsibly.
You
Wait.
see Orko the Great?
Yeah, let me pull it up on stream. Is this it? If I can make my. Okay, we're just gonna go full screen for this.
Yeah, it does look like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
even the
That's
color.
sick. Let me go back to. Go in the right spot, please. Thank you. Dang, dude, I hate it. I should have gone and I should have written down a bunch of questions because I'm blanking.
You just go off the cuff, man. Like what? Like I think from you and I are the more like traditional sense, as in like we have like a place like a religion or like a political. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like you don't really have like a religion per se, or is it you're currently like testing the waters, but you've kind of formed your own belief in Christianity?
I wouldn't say that I've tested the waters because I mean there was a time during high school where I just didn't really care. I didn't care about religion and whatnot. Not for any specific reason, just because I think I was just self-centered. I didn't really care, stuff like that. Um,
Hmm.
and then I think it was like senior year. Maybe it was like a little bit after I graduated. Um,
Mhm.
I was very depressed. I wanted to kill myself. I'll just be frank. Hopefully my family doesn't watch this part. I mean, it's 2.5 hours in. They're probably not going to, but no, I wanted to, kill myself. I wanted to be done. Um, and I set like a time when it was going to happen. I think it was in like December of 23. I was like, okay, if my life doesn't get any better by this same time next year, I'm done. I'm just gonna end it. You know what? And then I don't know. I had like this experience. I wouldn't say like it was a physical experience. Like no one, Jesus didn't come
Hmm.
like into the room with me, but I felt like a presence, and I felt like a connection. I felt like he was there with me, and that I was able to put down the things that were hindering my ability to live properly. I won't go in too far in depth with that, but like stop my vices and try to turn my life around. And that's what happened in 2023, December. And then I stuck with it for a while, with Christianity for a while. And then like last 4 or 5 months of this year, I don't know what's happened because I'll show you like a timeline. So January, February, March, I'll be going strong, and then something will happen and I'll dip down and like I'll stop reading my Bible, I'll stop caring, and then I'll be like, okay, if I have a heart attack, if I die tonight, you know, I don't really know if I'm going to heaven. I don't really know if
Hmm.
oh, well, I know I'm not a good person. I know that for a fact. I'm not a good person. No one can be a perfect great person, right? And then I'll be like, okay, yeah, I need to lock back in. I need to pray. I need to read my Bible. I need to actually care. And then it will continue with little dips and stuff like that. And I've been in a dip for a fat minute, and
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really know how to get out of it. If I'm being honest. That's kind of like
Well,
why.
just know Jesus will always be there for you. That's
Mhm.
the greatest thing about it. As long as you feel that conviction in your heart and you want to repent for it, you can always do that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It really truly matters what's in your heart.
I don't know where
Oddly
to
enough,
start.
that kind of reminds me of something. It's from a Star Trek movie.
Uh-huh.
That's funny.
Zephyrin Cochrane, the creator of the whatever the faster than light, whatever the warp drive, the creator of the warp drive in the Star Trek universe, Zephyrin Cochrane, in one of the movies, he's quoted to say, "Don't try to be a great man, just be a man."
Mm-hmm. I like that. But no, like what you were saying, Halolitical. I don't know. I don't know where to start with like asking for forgiveness because I just do so many things. Like in my past streams, my streams recently, yeah, I say, well, I don't want to say it now, but gosh dang it, I say God damn it and Jesus Christ a lot more often than I should. And I do it on the
That's not
streams.
necessarily taking the Lord's name in vain, though.
Yeah, I
To
wouldn't necessarily consider that blasphemy. I mean, especially like I said, if you feel conviction in your heart after saying it, like it's truly like how you feel in your heart. Like if you truly curse God and feel that that can like true in your heart about it, then that's unforgivable. But if you truly want to be there for God's will, then He'll always take you back.
Yeah, like taking the
Well,
Lord's name in vain is not just simply saying like God damn it or something like that. It's saying something like God hates this certain people because of X reason. That's that like misinterpreting God's word is taking God's name in vain, not just
I,
saying God damn it.
I,
okay.
I would say I don't agree on that. Like I would say like first
I
of
try
all
not to say it regardless.
what you're
Oh
feeling
yeah,
like
yeah.
when you say it, like yeah, like if you feel guilty about it, it's fine, but don't like dwell in that guilt. Like fix it. Like understand that you make a
Definitely.
mistake every day.
Hmm.
And it is taking God's name in vain because in vain means using his name with zero purpose. Blasphemy, that's why we have a definition of blasphemy, sacrilege. Is like blasphemy is
Yeah, that's
stating what you
true.
think God thinks and saying it that's exactly what he thinks, but none of us know what he thinks. And I think it's good that you recognize these little things, regardless. For if somebody, like for instance, you hold yourself to that standard, right? That's good, because that's where you want to grow and progress. And it's important, at least like the things that I'm taught, is like you never judge anybody else who actually uses that vocabulary or speaks in a way that you don't like for yourself.
Hmm.
But at the same time, you have to understand that okay, you have this habit that you don't like yourself, and progress isn't like I think many religions, they put progress and repentance, and they don't really explain it well enough for us to understand and realize that progress is the process. That if you take a step forward, the goal is 3,000 miles away, but you're 1 foot closer to the goal.
Uh-huh.
So just because you progress doesn't mean that like now you're perfect. Like you moved forward, you're getting better, and maybe you used to say it every hour every day. Now you only say it every 23 hours of every day. Now only 22 hours. If you feel like you're progressing, like don't let your guilt diminish your progress. Don't let that just be like, oh dang, I freaking shouldn't say that. And like, okay, you shouldn't say that. But don't put yourself down because you made a mistake that you're trying to fix.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
And I will say that's just one of my many issues that I have had recently. The one, on my streams when I'm playing a game, and I'm stuck, I get really pissed off. And that's not just for show for the viewers or whatnot or like that. I get really pissed off for random reasons just throughout my day, and it's not great. I feel like once I get really pissed off at whatever it could be, oh, I'm at work, I have to do the thing that I don't like at work, I have to do the specific task I hate. Well, now that just ruins the rest of my day. Um, and I don't know. I feel like
How
that
old
might
are
not
you
even be
again?
a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
How old are you?
20.
20? I guarantee in about 5 years that'll probably mellow out.
Really?
Because I remember when I was your age, about 20, 21, I was still feeling very hot-headed with my anger,
Mm-hmm.
and and honestly, this is the average for human development. The human brain, specifically for men, doesn't
At
actually
25.
yeah, your neural development doesn't finish until about the age of 25. So until about 25, you're gonna have these moments of this hot-headedness, impulsiveness. It's a completely natural thing.
Oh,
And there's
okay.
definitely
Yeah.
plenty of things that I remember when I was your age. I mean, when I was your age, I was going through my first major relationship and divorce, and I was very hot-headed and not very logical thinking. And I look back on that now, being 31 years old. I'm 10 years older now than I was going through all that. And I'm like, there is so much stuff that I could have totally been smarter about, more logical about, a lot more cool-headed about. It's completely natural.
Okay. All right, that makes me feel a little
Yeah,
bit better.
No, I guarantee when
don't
you're
beat yourself up
probably
about
about
the things
25
that
years
happen.
old, you're probably gonna start cooling off more with your anger and stuff like that, and you're gonna look back at yourself 5 years ago and be like, oh my god.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
Cringe.
like wait until age fixes it,
Y-
Like it is true. I was never that hot headed, but like for me, I train a lot. Like I do jujitsu, and I used to be a trainer, and so I studied the body quite a bit. And like, there's certain things that are literally could be a hormonal issue. Especially like when you start working out and then you get off, like you'll notice different fluctuations of emotion. Um, or sometimes your mind goes really hypersexual all of a sudden for some reason. Like one day, all you could think about is sex.
Mhm.
Like those are fluctuation of hormones. It
Oh.
right on you, like with the self-discipline to not like give in to whatever impulse you want to punch a coworker or do whatever. But obviously, you can
Yeah.
do things now, but you have to understand where you're at. Like, hey, certain habits. If like there's like a coworker that pisses you off all the time, try to not be around that coworker, because if there's like no way around it, like little steps accumulate to something. You're gonna blow up on something.
Yeah.
You know
And I
what I mean?
mean, in my past, I've never, explained this before on the internet. But, my high school experience was not great. My high school experience was pretty bad. Because apparently, I was like a brain dead retard, and I didn't know how to express myself with words. I'll give you the big
You were?
stories. Yeah, I mean, now I'm just a retard. Now I'm an
Okay,
illiterate
okay.
retard.
That makes more sense.
Yeah. Um, but no, I remember one time, and I think the transition from private Christian school to public school with literally 100 times the amount of people, because when I went to my public school, there was probably 9 people, including myself, in my 8th grade class. And then I transferred to a school where there's like 60 people in just my grade alone. So I think that had to do with some of it, like the stress, stuff like that. But I remember one time, I think it was in my first year of high school, one guy, which we turned out to be friends later on, he was doing some weird shit. We were in FFA, or like ag class, right? We were learning about plants or something, and he starts twisting my titty. He just starts reaching over and starts twisting my titty, and I'm like, dude, knock it off. And he wasn't being gentle. He wasn't like, ooh, no. He was like, I got real pissed off, because I'll give myself the benefit of the doubt. I did say, stop, dude. Come on. I don't like that, dude. And then I got real pissed off, and I got hot-headed, and I grabbed him by the shirt, and I got in his face and yelled, stop at him. And then he didn't do it again, and then we became friends. But that was
I wouldn't say you should feel guilty about that. Like, yeah, anybody will get hot-headed. You're actually too nice.
Yeah, I should have twisted his titty.
All right.
I just like saying it's a funny thing to say. And then the next time, oh man, I feel like the other 3 stories are like really stupid and could have been solved with simple taking a deep breath. Because it makes me cringe every time I tell the story. But I'll tell it anyway. So there's this one kid in my class, big dickhead, right? Like biggest ego in the world. And he was just like rude to every single person except for his friend group. He's like, one of the football jockey guys, stuff like that. And we're in welding class, same class. This is like a year later, 2 years later, and I I think I do have some kind of autism because I need things to go like when I have something. Right. Let me just explain. I'm sorry, I'm going all over the place. I had a welding helmet and I was about to go start welding, but I needed to grab gloves. So I put my welding helmet in my booth. I close the thing. I expect no one to go in there because that's like my private spot. And then I go grab the gloves and I come back and the welding helmet's gone. And it was one of the good ones because you have to be fast as shit to go out there and get one of those good welding helmets. So I did it. I went and I got it. Come back, it's gone. And it was him who had it. And I was like, okay, dude, come on. Like, that was mine. Can you hand it back to me, please? I just went to go grab gloves. And he's like, nah, I'm okay. He was hitting me with some, it's mine now. Shit. And then, I don't know. Oh, this is a really cringe part. I'm gonna cut out. Oh. So instead of using words or calling the teacher and asking, hey, this is my helmet. This guy's took it from me. Mayhaps I have it back, ma'am. No, I threw the worst limp dick punch of my entire life. And when I mean limp dick punch, there was no solid wrist action. No, that was the next time. That was the next time. I tried to hit him, and the welding helmet came down. And trust me, when I was in high school, I was like super. I mean, it fluctuated, but I was like a fat retard, right? If I actually made some connection with the chin, he would have. It would not have been great. He would have cooked my ass. He would have beat the shit out of me. But after that, it was fine. And then the next time. Shit, there's just so many I mean, there's 4 stories or 3 stories of just how I have no communication skills. But the next time and the last time was junior year. So my friend, we were like acquaintances at the time, and so we're in English class, we're getting ready to leave, we're standing by the door, and I have my earbud in. And somebody from behind goes and flicks it out of my ear. Don't know who it was at the time. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice. I hit one of those. Oh, that's nice. I go to pick it up.
Yeah.
And I think this was before I got my glasses. So my acquaintance at the time, it looked like he had his foot. So if this is the ground, okay, it's going to be one of those like chin moments again. So if this is my earbud and this is the ground, this was his foot from my perspective. It looked like he was about to just stomp on it and, crush it. Pissed me off a lot. So I went down there. At first, I went down there and I tried to grab it. And he, like, pushed his foot to move my hand. I'm like, okay, dude, what are we doing? You can break my shit? So I grab his foot and I move it and I set it down and then I grab the thing. And then it's kind of blurred because I try to forget it because it's just so fucking cringe. Well, it pisses me off. I talk to him and he something. We end up tussling. So there was a bookshelf behind us, like by the door where we were waiting, and I grab him, I push him into it, and then I wouldn't say throw him because this is not like some action movie shit. This is like some fat retard raging out. I grab him and I push him into desks and he falls over. And the funny thing was, he said that because his hands were in his pockets. If his hands weren't in his pockets, that would have been rock'em sock'em type shit. Been laid out. But yeah. And then funny thing, after that, we became really good friends. So
yeah, like that's typical guy friendship, like fight first and friends later.
Yeah. And the thing that I find really funny, one of my other friends was the guy who flicked it out of my ear.
Awesome.
Yeah. But no, that's just
that was
a
your
little
come to Jesus moment.
That was, and then I, actually took a deep breath and figured my shit out. But yeah, that's just a couple stories of me being a fat gay retard. So.
Solid. Like you were mentioning, like you're like you're like kind of in a dip
Mhm.
right now, like spiritually, like is there something that you think is really holding you back, and is there something that you think is really helping you out get out of that? Because I think everybody feels dips. Like, man, I feel so connected to nature, God, whatever it is, and then life happens where we're we're too busy to even think, and then we just feel disconnected from everything.
That's a good question. I will say I think there could be two things influencing that. One, my job makes me really mad. Like I don't like my job whatsoever. But I'm not like forced to be there. I work it with my dad. And he is getting older. He's getting up in age. So I feel like I need to be there to try to help him so he can still provide for the family, if that makes sense. So I feel like I'm kind of trapped in that thing, and that's why I've been trying to focus on YouTube as like an outlet. And then there is the other fact. I've always had this issue. It comes from like childhood trauma, whatnot. An issue with lust, like watching videos I shouldn't, performing actions on myself that I shouldn't, type shit. But yeah,
What do you mean shouldn't?
you know, playing the skin flute, twisting the tummy pickle, playing sword fighting, whatnot.
The freak happened.
What is this?
He died for our sins.
Watch stream? What is this?
Oh yeah, sorry, I kind of did that by accident. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, you're all good. How do I get out of that? Oh, stop watching. Okay, if I click stop watching, will that close it for everyone? Or will that just close it for me?
I have no idea,
I
man.
can see a cutscene now. What's going on?
Okay, there. It was just for me.
Streaming. There we go.
What is this? What is this?
I'm playing a modded Halo 1 campaign.
Oh, sick.
Oh, nice.
So, like, Sammy, what you're saying is like you feel obviously guilty engaging in porn
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like,
Go through it, Sammy. Trust me.
yeah, man. Like, and it's not.
You can fight through it. It's just like fighting through hunger in a way. It's just like, just being able to sit there and just be like, I don't need to do that. I don't,
Yeah, like,
talk to Jesus if you need to. Like, just, if you need to distract yourself, you can do that. And, one step at a time, you'll start to forget about it or start to, truly not feel like you need to go back to it.
and like, here's the thing. It's it doesn't matter like what other people's thoughts are on it. Like, obviously, you don't want to engage in that activity.
Yeah.
You don't want to engage in the activity that comes after that activity.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the important thing is to just be honest with yourself and everything that does tempt you. Like, man, like, Instagram is pretty much another porn site. And so if you feel like there's a time where you have to give up certain things, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Confide in the right people, whether it's embarrassing or not. Like for me, I am happy that my parents were so involved in my life where like I could trust them with anything.
Yeah.
And I'm really grateful for that. And like I know like most of my friends, they would actually come hang out with my mom instead of me to like pick her brain because they didn't want to talk to their parents and they just trusted my mom way more.
Really? That's awesome.
Same with my friends.
Yeah. And so so it's I had that luxury, And if you know somebody that you think that could truly help you with that, go for it and talk to them. But yeah, like, and we could go through everything like, hey man, don't take your phone to the bathroom, don't do this, don't do that. But you ultimately have to choose what you got to do to make sure you're strong when that temptation comes. So there's like I talk about when I used to train people, I talk about willpower quite a bit.
Mhm.
Like it's like a battery life every day. The more you use your phone, the more your battery drains, right? So if you know you're going to get tempted at 5 o'clock in the afternoon because that's like the dead time of whatever, like you leave the gym, had a you had a great time at the gym, then you go to work, and you hate your job and coworkers are beating you down, and you see a burger joint, you're most likely gonna have that burger because after the gym, you're like, nah, I'm gonna be healthy. I'm working on my goals, whatever. So then, in order for you to get home, you might have to take a longer route home so you don't cross your favorite burger joint every time your battery life is low. You feel me?
Yeah, like you have to
So yep.
purposefully avoid the things that
No,
could.
the thing is that you got to be honest with yourself.
Mhm.
What does tempt you, and in the future, as you get stronger, that that won't tempt you as much. The the reality is, it's anything that tempts you will always tempt you at a level. But if you get stronger, temptation won't be so strong that you just give in without even thinking. 'Cause you're probably to that point where something you see is like, well, now your brain turns off and you're gonna go do this thing. If that's And again, I'm not trying to dissect you or anything, but like from my personal experience, that's what I had to do. And it could be extreme to a lot of people, but it helped me out. And I'm a pretty like intense dude. Like I take things to extremes.
Yeah.
And I have a very obsessive personality. That's why I love Halo. Like if I
Mhm.
play other video games, I'll ruin my life because I have
Really?
to go through the lore. I'll do everything. Like the kids won't see their dad. All of it. Like I will freaking like get on it. So like it's something early on in my life that I realized I was an obsessive person.
Mhm.
So like I was very selective on the comic books, the video games I read, everything or played and read. So like I feel very confident in things to talk about. At the same time, I'm like I know I can't dive into everything. Like a friend of mine recently, he's been for a year like begging me to get into Warhammer,
Oh yeah.
and I'm like, dude, I
The
know that.
lore and Warhammer.
Yeah, I know that the lore is wacky, and there's so much
There's
writing
so much.
more than like any other lore in history. So like, yeah, I'm gonna freaking kill myself if I get into Warhammer. Like maybe if I'm a millionaire, I'll get into Warhammer because then I'll have time to not work.
Oh yeah, because you'd need to have a lot
But
of
yeah,
free time for that. I
yeah,
tried to get into it, or started the process of trying to get into it.
yeah.
And I
But
appreciate that.
yeah, but just like being honest with yourself is very hard to do. A lot of people think they're honest with themselves, but it's very difficult. Like I I used to own a Lego store, right? And then I made a business deal that really effed a lot of things up. It was still successful, but they decided to shut it down, and they
Really.
never gave me the money for the purchase of the Lego store. And
This-
every week till this day, I still make an inventory of everything I did wrong in business, and it
Mhm.
hurts. You gotta be honest. But the number one thing that comes up throughout the years, like the highest percentage of the mistake was trusting the wrong people. For me, that in business, that was it. Because I'm like, dude, I had the right accountants, I had the right this and this and that. But and I'll make a
Another
video
Spartan.
someday about like how I got screwed in the Lego world. I still love Lego, like as you can tell, my Spider-Man right there.
Dude, I love that thing.
Yeah. It was a
That's that.
fun build.
That's actually awesome. I did not know that. What was it like owning a
Yeah.
Lego store? Or
It was freaking awesome.
dude, I bet.
Like it was so it was a franchise. I won't say which one. Like probably if you look at the other videos, you could probably see.
Mhm.
Like my
What the
earliest
hell?
videos. What?
Sorry.
No, no.
There's a warthog on the pillar bottom.
Oh,
No, but if you look at the like, earlier YouTube videos, because like I did YouTube a year ago, and it was actually for the store. I had two channels. This one, me and a friend of mine just chilled after hours, like after I would go to jujitsu and after the store
uh-huh.
was closed, and we would do YouTube at the store. But
Oh,
it was like you could buy, sell, and trade your Legos. I had collector mini figures that you can what's it called? You could trade in and buy like $3,000 minifigures, $4,000 minifigures, like collector's items, like things that like Lego from like when Lego first launched, where it was just bricks, like no minifigs, like a box of that, like
dang.
new in box too. Yeah, like
Wow.
yeah. So it was not only fun and also I wanted it to be like a hangout spot, so Halo was a big part. Got like a 85-inch TV, a couch, and then I was building a dining coffee table that you could put the UCS Millennium Falcon set in,
Oh.
making like a hangar bay.
Uh-huh.
But like I bought like controllers, I bought Nintendo so people could play Mario Kart, Halo LAN parties at the store.
Dude, that's
It
awesome.
was yeah. The store like got super tight. But then there was like the 2 hurricanes that happened here.
Oh.
And I'm not gonna go like super into it, but the hurricanes like it we were at a new location and the owners of the whole company didn't want me to bring in an investor for some reason. I needed money for marketing just because I'm like I want to bring people in enough so our progress can keep like skyrocketing because we were progressing really well. But the
Yeah.
hurricanes like left us with no money for 2 months. I wanted to take care of my employees, so like the deal was kind of like, all right, you guys put money in marketing for 6 months, then I'll buy it back for a higher price because you invested your money into it, right? And I'll just stay on as an employee.
Yeah.
And that was supposed to be the deal. Obviously, it didn't work out because if we had another hurricane, it would be like that. Like, the store would be profitable, but I'd have to let somebody go or my whole staff go, and I'm just working the store.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to have the unknown. It was the unknown that was the problem. Something I couldn't calculate. And I didn't have enough money for these giant emergencies where it shuts down a store for 2 months. You know?
Yeah.
So fortunately it didn't work out, but like I'm happy doing YouTube and working and doing whatever else I gotta do to provide for the family. But it was like taking inventory and just being honest. Like there's things it's one thing of knowing like you could have done something better. It's another thing of like this was your weakness and this was a mistake. Like I trusted in the wrong people. I did this. Like that stuff is really and it cuts deep, man. Like it cuts to the bone.
Yeah.
So if you are really honest with yourself, you're gonna feel bad making an inventory of the things you don't like about yourself, but it's good so that you can actually face it and change it. You know?
Yeah.
Like I don't like this about me. It doesn't matter if somebody else is okay with it. You're not okay with it.
That
And
makes total sense, yeah.
yeah. And it also goes back to the principle of progress of dude, progression is the path. It's not perfection. Perfection could be a goal and that's not a problem. But if you're gonna beat yourself up every time you progress, you take 2 steps and then you took the 1 step back and that's gonna ruin your whole life. Like you only took 1 step back. You took 2 steps forward though.
Mhm.
Still further than you were a few days ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind and you should still feel guilty on the things you don't like to do. But over the process of progress, eventually it will just die out because you're moving forward and you're being honest. And like I gotta tell you, you can't use anything like time or uh or other things to replace it. Like the temptation is still there if you get married. I love my wife and she's amazing, but I also understand like there's the logical side of things, there's the spiritual side of things. Like if you believe in good, then you usually believe in evil. You believe in
I
God,
don't know about that,
you know.
honestly. I'm gonna be completely honest. I feel
Yeah,
zero temptation.
yeah, but I'm talking about Sammy's particular Arab,
As far
and
as
I
I'm
totally get
concerned,
that.
I
Like,
am with a god.
yeah, I'm saying for me, like I believe in God, but I also understand Satan is real too. So there's the temptation that I allow, and there's also the temptation that he's trying. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
And
Some things
sometimes
are
I
for
will
me.
say,
Yeah.
like the temptation, it's not always like, oh yeah, I want to do this, I want to do that. It's like something's whispering in my, not actually whispering in my ear, but it's something in the back of my head, like, oh, that's something you should do.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's just you feel it in your mind. It's not necessarily like a voice.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad that made sense.
Yeah, and I like to tackle everything from different aspects. Like you can claim like certain spiritual aspects, like that's Satan tempting you, right? Like in the scriptures in the Bible it talks about your thoughts, and dwelling on your thoughts is the actual sin. Like sometimes something
Oh my
pops in your
God.
head, you like lust after
What
a
the
chick,
fuck?
and then like you see a hot girl at the beach. Right, you saw her, thought she was hot, but if you let your mind wander, that's the sin.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is the kind of stuff I'd do to her or whatever. Like that's the problem.
Yeah.
Problem isn't seeing her and acknowledging that you like feel that way towards her. You have a lustful inclination towards her. Not a problem. Problem is when like you
You like act
you
upon
keep
those
like
thoughts, or like,
not even act upon. It's like you allow your thoughts to just keep going. You
Keep looking
fantasize,
back.
because then that fantasy. That's why he says like you sin in your mind before you commit the actual sin, because you eventually whatever you think about, you'll eventually do.
mhm.
You probably thought about YouTube for a good amount of time before you actually did it.
Yeah.
You didn't just do YouTube because you read about it and you're like, I'll do it right now. Like, you probably thought about it over time, you know. But um like you gotta also understand that the reason why something is a sin is because you made the choice to commit that sin. So if Satan is the one that tempted you, it's also it's also up to you to realize when it's your own thought and when it was him.
Mhm.
Like, oh, you're having a good day, you're at the gym, and all of a sudden some weird thought about like murdering the guy next to you came in your head. Like, go do that.
Yeah.
Don't know if people have those thoughts, but like, just as an example of something strange that can up in your head, that's it's not from you, it's not your personality, whatever. And it's like, yeah, what the freak? Just take it
Yeah.
out of your head. But like if you have that thought and you're in front of a computer, most likely you're gonna start looking up things you don't want to look up. You have
Yeah.
that thought, but you also have the habit of every time you have that thought, you go outside and work out, like do some push-ups, and it's like eventually gonna fizzle out. There's a great book. It's not really a religious book. It's I read it in Portuguese, but it's The Monk Who Sold His Ferrari.
Okay, let me look that up really quick.
And this book,
The monk who sold his Ferrari.
yeah,
I
yeah.
love that.
So it was like this business guy. He like was all about making business deals, just money, 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 right? And eventually he had a heart attack, but like he lost everything before that, like his family, like all he cared about was work. And he wanted to change his life around after he had that heart attack. Like he survived it, right? He was out of shape, all that fun stuff. So then he started like traveling, studying, and then he went to a monastery. And I think he was in the Himalayas. So he started studying the monks and he actually lived with them. Like he sold one of the challenge was like sell all your goods. And he sold everything.
Uh-huh.
And like there was one of the stories was like if you have a goal, the best way for you to learn is through physical punishment. Your body will remember physical pain better than emotional, or like high emotion is how you actually change. So one of the punishments was like if a monk had a goal of planting a flower every morning at 6 a.m.
Mhm.
There was no leeway. There's no 6 a.m. and 50 seconds. Like you had to wake up 6 a.m. If you slept in and you still got to go plant that flower. But if you got slept in at 6:01, you had to go to one of the cold plunges that they had, like a river that was just ice. You have to break the ice, and then he has to go all the way to his neck until his whole body felt numb from the cold. He had to do that every time he didn't fulfill his goal, and it was a simple daily goal.
Oh
you know.
wow.
And there was like a lot of other principles in that book, but it's a nice book that's centered around doing something if something's difficult for you, you have to do something difficult to change it. You can't just, do the easy things and be like, yeah, I'm better now.
Okay, that makes
And
sense.
it's a good book. Obviously, like all good books derive from the good book, if you want to call it that. Like there's a lot of principles and parables. Like the reason David in the Bible fell for the woman who was bathing is because he let it. He kept thinking about it in his mind. He kept peeking back. It wasn't because of that one time he saw the woman bathing,
Yeah.
and then he acted on it. And like, if you know the story, he committed more atrocities to hide alive because he impregnated her.
It's been a
No.
while since I've read that story, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So like, and that's also important because we, as people, we tend to compare. He was a prophet who in the scripture says that he had a place in heaven set for him.
Mhm.
And even he gave in to a temptation. So, like, you having a temptation or an issue, you're not unique. None of us are. We're not special in this point.
Yeah.
But the reason we have weaknesses is so that we could become stronger. And that's up to you. No.
That is the point of weakness.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It's I know it's simple stuff, but it's just like, yeah, you don't like something about yourself, like, you have the power to change it, but you also have to know how weak you are. You might need some help, some support.
I definitely have some people in my life who can help me out and talk to me about it. So
Yeah.
I appreciate that advice from everyone.
Like, life is freaking difficult. It's even worse if you're alone, man. Like, it just freaking sucks.
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad you could, like, you felt comfortable enough to confide. Regardless, it's like, I'm proud of you because it's like a very vulnerable thing. Like, we all just kind of met. At least me, like, I just met you guys now,
Yeah.
and you're open about it. So, like, I think that's really cool.
I appreciate that.
It shows a lot of humbleness.
Well, I think the reason why I was just so open is because I know it's a problem, and I know I need to take steps to change it, and I haven't been able to take those steps myself. So asking for help and asking for another person's perspective would be the best way for me to do that. So, but no, I
And then,
appreciate
like,
you guys listening.
and like, you can always dive into, like, that it's an evil thing. Like, pornography is inherently evil. Like, and you could go to scientific way. Like, we are not meant to watch other people engage in a union of two bodies.
Yeah.
Putting it as, like, as eloquently as I can. you know
Yeah.
I don't know all the rules of YouTube, so, like,
Oh, I probably broke a
I'm gonna
couple
say
of them.
two people effing. But, like, we're not meant to see that through a screen. Like, this is a pretty new thing. Like, it's very addictive.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
It's and, like, it comes down to self-control because it's like, yeah, before you had to court a woman and work hard so that you can hopefully one day marry her and be able to engage in those activities. Now you can literally, like, walk down the street and just ask a stranger for their phone and they'll do something. Or you
Yeah.
can just walk down LA and you'll just see all of it happening.
Or even like
You know?
dating apps, because
Yeah.
the first ever date I had on Tinder, and this was like a couple months ago. The first ever date I had on Tinder, I thought it was gonna be, nice. You're just gonna go watch a movie, talk to each other, figure out what we want, where we're
You
going.
just wanted to bone. Yeah.
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 And I didn't have the willpower to say no.
I'm so glad I've never done any like dating apps or anything like that.
Look, there is nothing wrong with casual dating and taking relationships as a casual thing. Okay. That was I'm gonna be completely honest. When I was in high school and after my first and also after my second marriage, I had my own little slut phases. I'm totally happy to say that they were my own slut eras. Okay, slut is not something that is only something that women can do. If anything, men are way more slutty than women are. Let's be completely honest about that. But I had my phases with that. And in my experience, those helped me learn more about what I want in relationships. And not just because I was pursuing just strictly sex.
Mhm.
I was very much looking for people that I wanted to relate to, but I was always very open to the idea of just, if it happens, it happens. But I was always very safe about it, and that's the important thing. You got to be safe about it. You got to be smart about it. You use safe sex, obviously.
100%. Yep.
Always use protection, obviously. Make sure the people that you're with, you know them well enough, you trust them well enough to do that kind of stuff with. You don't you shouldn't just sleep with anybody and everybody, anytime, anywhere.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude. I could go way deeper into my story, but go ahead.
But it's definitely like, if for me, that helped me a lot with learning more about myself and what I want in a partner, per
Mhm.
se. Fucking I'm a little drunk.
Oh,
I
that's all
forgot
right.
my original point.
Man, you drink that much already?
Oh yeah.
That's all it took?
Oh man.
Like I obviously, like, I disagree, but I don't take away from you, Coffee, your experience. Like, I think that's good that you had that experience for yourself. And like I think all of us, we gotta pick what kind of life we want to have. Like, if you want a specific life, there's always gonna be specific sacrifices, right?
Absolutely. Yep.
So like,
Give and take. Every action
yeah,
has a reaction.
yeah.
Yeah.
And so, like, for me, like, I've only been with one woman, and it was only after marriage. And like, a lot of my friends like told me I'm crazy, like you should have had more, like you should know yourself sexually. I'm like, yeah, I know myself, man, and doesn't take much for me to be happy.
Yeah.
But like, also,
There's
also,
definitely merit
yeah,
in having the experience, but there's nothing wrong with holding out for being with someone that you're married to. There's nothing wrong with that
yeah,
at
like
all.
me and my wife, we were talking to a friend of ours that like they were concerned about being sexually compatible or whatever, right? And I'm like, look, if you love the person and then you're with them, like, you both get to discover each other's bodies as often as possible, more than anybody else. So you'll be, if you're not compatible in the beginning, you'll be compatible eventually.
Yeah.
And
And
that's
like,
one
that's a
thing too. Yeah,
yeah, and
Yeah.
the worst is always the first time. It only gets better from there.
mine
That's the
was
thing.
great.
That's the
It was
thing about
awesome.
sexual relationships.
But like, and that's like a whole conversation in and of itself. But it's like, yeah, like, what do you want? And then like, like the kind of people you have to be around to achieve that, the kind of things you have to do on a day-to-day basis, like things that don't people don't think about. Like, do you want healthy kids? Okay, therefore you have to be healthy.
Yeah.
People don't even think about like something that simple, like, hey, maybe you should be fit, you should exercise on a regular basis if you want the healthiest kids possible, you know
Yeah.
like
Oh my lord.
most people, like, they go to like, oh, I just want kids, I want a family. Like, that's great, that's awesome goal. For me, I'm like, I want the most optimal. Like, I don't want to be the fat dad or the skinny dad. I don't want to be. I want like my kids, because there's gonna be like, kids
I'm
are
perpetually
ruthless.
skinny.
Yeah. Kids are ruthless. Like, they're like, my dad could beat up your dad. I want to be the dad that everybody thinks like, yeah, that guy could beat up everybody's dad.
Yeah. You want to be
know
the
what I mean?
scary dad.
Yeah, not because I want to beat them up. It's just like, I think that would be fun. Like, I want, when my kids are playing soccer, football, whatever, I could be the dad that's actually participating
Yeah.
and
You want to be
not
active in
getting,
their lives.
gassed out, stuff like that. But also, it's like, okay, if I want my kids to be happy, I have to learn how to be a good husband too. Like, there's a lot of things that you can't just put a blanket on and be like, I want this for my life, and therefore I should deserve it. Like, no, you have to make sacrifices that maybe are extremely difficult for you and make zero sense, but for you, that's what you have to do.
You
Like,
deserve
somebody,
nothing in life. You have to
yeah,
work for it.
Yeah. Nothing in life is
Everything.
free.
You have to work for respect. You do not automatically deserve respect just because you are who you are. You have to earn it.
Hundred
and
percent.
like, in the religious sense, like there's always debate on like what is the worst sin, and there's like a clear cut of like, yeah, you shouldn't kill people, you shouldn't do whatever. But in a more general sense, it's the one that you struggle with the most. That's the one that's the worst for you. Because something you struggle with, I might not struggle with. So like I don't have to make a sacrifice to overcome this, but you might, you know? So in like Coffee was saying, like he learned a lot about himself. You gotta learn about yourself. And you can learn about yourself in whatever way you choose, but there's always a consequence. There's always a risk in the path that you choose.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean?
There's healthier ways to do it. There's less healthy ways to do it,
Yeah.
and every way has its own natural consequence.
And I will say, like, for me personally, the act of like just pointless, meaningless sex is just not. I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea for me. I think it's what am I trying to do? What am I trying to say? How am I trying to word this? I feel for other people, yeah, that's great. But for me, it just makes me feel uncomfortable because the
Absolutely,
woman,
yeah, I get that.
that woman, we didn't seal the deal. There was no like that.
P and V for free.
Yeah. There was no deal sealing. The max we did. I'm not gonna go into the max of what we did, but yeah.
Hell
After if you have it just for fun, it kind of waters down the experience of going with your future wife. Yeah, Logan, I agree. And okay, funny thing, Logan is one of my friends, and he was one of the people that I was calling like after the dates and stuff like that. And I feel kind of uncomfortable because at the time I was like, "Oh, dude, this is sick. I'm getting mad. I'm getting mad puss. It's crazy." And then after the fact, it's like, "Oh, okay." It was just made me uncomfortable. So, yeah, that's just my opinion on it. It was just a very uncomfortable thing. Because when I first started talking to her, we had very similar interests. And I thought, okay, maybe, if our first date goes well, there'll be another date, and then there'll be another date. I'll get to know more about her and such, and see if this is like personality wise a connection thing. Yeah, first date ended in a very odd place where I didn't expect it to end. I'll just say that. I have to like watch my words because if this becomes a YouTube video, my parents watch my YouTube videos, and I live with my
Mission
parents.
failed successfully then.
No, make it a YouTube video, man. Like,
oh
your parents
yeah,
will eventually find out about
God.
everything. So, like,
they eventually will.
like that, like that's, dude. It's like whatever you do in your experience, like you can't like hide it, and like I know how much it sucks when your parents find out about things that you never wanted them to know, but I guarantee you, if you have loving parents, they're gonna love you and not gonna think about it. I think all of us, we think too much of how other people are gonna think.
Mhm.
Like, anytime a friend of mine told me about a mistake, it's like that was the only time I thought about it when we were talking about it.
Yeah.
Like I have my own problems. I got my own life to live, man. Like your parents, they gotta go to work, they gotta do stuff like, so it's like, yeah, they might talk to you about it and it might be uncomfortable at one point, but then you got another like after that it's over.
Yeah. It'll be
You know
the
what I
next
mean?
thing.
It's not, they're not gonna
Oh my
worry
God.
about it unless you have a problem. Like you got a girl pregnant, you did this, like you're freaking effing up. Like I see a girl walking in and out of your room every day, like
Yeah, and it's a
you're an
different girl
addict.
every
Like,
time.
stuff like that. Like so like it's not a problem unless it's a problem. You feel me? Like it's
Yeah.
that simple.
Yeah, I'm very thankful
yeah.
that since I became an adult, my parents were very well. I mean, even when I was like a teenager, my parents were not very judgmental about like my relationships and things like that, or how I did stuff. They were always really accepting about it, especially because they knew I was always being safe, and I was more or less doing stuff at home where they knew I was being safe.
Mm-hmm.
And like,
But
One thing that like it's very common sense,
Oh wait,
but you have to know your goals. Like you want a girl that maybe and this is actually in the religious point, like a lot of people misconstrued it, like, hey, the easiest relationships are the ones that both of you have the same principles and beliefs, because then you have a higher level of trust. If you
Yeah.
marry in the same religion, you can trust that when you have kids, she's gonna teach the same things you believe in. Because you might have an issue if you're Jewish and then your wife is Muslim and they're teaching something that's
It's like a
very
fighting.
counterintuitive to yourself. Yeah. So like, not that it can't work, but it's also understanding statistics. It most likely won't. But it doesn't mean to just like, no, if the girl is not Lutheran, you're never going to even give her a chance. It's like, okay, look, if I want to find a good girl for my principles, I'm most likely gonna find her at church.
Yeah.
I have a higher chance of finding a hoe on Tinder. Feel me? So it's
Yeah.
like if you go to a bar, you're most likely gonna find a girl who likes to drink.
Hmm.
Like you met her at a bar, like what? You're gonna think she's sober?
Yeah.
You
Is she
don't
there for the music?
you know what I mean? So like it's about also knowing where you're going, where you're looking for things. It's that simple. Like I'm not gonna look for gold in my garage. I'm gonna go in a cave and talk to miners.
Yeah.
Can't expect $1 million in my garage if I don't. Why would it be in there?
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I don't want to
Um.
go where a bunch of miners were already at, though.
Yeah. You want to try to find the.
Maybe they didn't
I
get it
want to
all.
find. I want
Who
to find an
knows?
original mine no one else has been at.
Are you talking about women?
That's the analogy we're going for.
I'm like, oh shoot.
Oh man.
But yeah, man. And I think, I think anything that people struggle with, um, like at least the things I learned in my religion are the simplest things you do is what's the answer to pretty much everything. Like go to church, read your scriptures, pray. And then whatever how you want to adapt that, whoever's listening, like, oh, I don't believe in God, I don't believe this. Okay, meditate. Go to a place where like-minded people, are going to be there for you. Like, don't hang out with somebody you don't like. Stuff like that. It's like, okay, go to church, pray, read your scriptures.
Yeah.
You want to feel closer to God, start reading. You want to learn about a different religion, go to that sermon or whatever it is.
Mhm.
But don't just be like, I have a desire for this and then do nothing about it.
Because then you're
No.
just stagnant. You're not doing anything.
Yeah, and like sometimes people are like, oh no, I study the scriptures like crazy, but they don't do the other things. And it's like, dude, the reason why people like get confused or start looking for other routes is because they're just not doing the simple things. Like, pray before you leave the house. Pray before you, if you know you're gonna be somewhere, like look for strength. Pray, read your scriptures. It's gonna be that simple. And then when you have the opportunity, be honest with yourself. Were you too lazy to go to church, or you really couldn't this day?
Mhm.
If you value church, then go.
That makes sense.
Like yeah. So it's those are the answers to life. Like it's your little habits that you do every day. It's going to take you somewhere.
Yeah.
And you
That makes
better know
sense.
what you're doing, because if you don't know what you're doing, you're gonna end up somewhere you never wanted to be in the first place.
Oh. Vic just said, "Good night, team. Going to bed. Good night, Vic. Sleep well."
Night, Vic.
Chubby Bubby, I already missed 3 hours. Oh, that's all right. You can go back and watch the
just sucked
VOD.
it.
remember as a kid, one thing, like, I could never really quite figure out like what I wanted to do career-wise when I was a kid. I always floated between the idea of just like, as a kid, like, I want to be a scientist or I want to be in the army. And then
Yeah.
I grew up and then I realized how fucked up being in the army would be. and kind of grew up past that. Didn't really know what I wanted to do that after that. But one thing I always knew that I wanted to do was be a dad and have a family.
Oh yeah. And remind me, Coffee, you have 3
2 kids.
kids? Okay.
One biological, one is a stepchild.
Awesome. And was that your wife that was in the background?
Not yet,
Ooh.
but yes.
Nice, nice, nice.
That's awesome.
I just
That's kind of funny. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Friends.
Oh, all the
Yes.
time. I watch it like 5 times in a row.
uh, is it Joey or Chandler that gets married a bunch?
a bunch.
Oh, it's Ross.
He gets married like Ross.
Ross.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ross.
I was like-
Yeah, my dad has joked to me a few times now. He's like, I'm gonna start calling you Ross because I've been married twice now at this point in my life.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I just had my 4th
I've-
kid, that 3rd kid, 4 months ago.
Oh,
Sweet.
Congratulations.
I have a newborn. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm such a big Lord of the Rings fan. His
Yeah.
name is Rohan.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That is such a cool name.
It was that between Rohan and Aragorn.
That'd have been
I
sick.
think Rohan's way cooler.
Yeah. And one of the reasons why my wife was so cool with it is because it also works in Korean. So it's like, all right, no problem. Because all my other kids, they have their name and then their name in Korean. So it's like
Oh,
2
okay.
different names. Yeah. Like I have a friend, so he's from Hong Kong, and in Hong Kong, at least back in the day, you'd pick your name when you went to school. So an English name for English records, right? And his name is Yu Heen, but his English name is Mickey because he loved Disney.
Oh, really?
And so the parents didn't pick. He's like, so his name is Mickey on all the documents.
That's awesome.
Like, it's awesome. Yeah.
All right.
I was kind of in the same boat as Coffee. I kind of knew what I wanted to be when I grew up, but I definitely knew I wanted to be a father and a husband. And the things I do, it's like I'm not trying to be right for anything, but I'm really good at just figuring stuff out and being the best at it.
Uh-huh.
It's like I have this, like I said, obsessive personality. Like I have to be the best at whatever I do. That's
Mhm.
how I was able to, own a Lego store and all the other areas I've been in. Like I've sold sports cars for a living. I've worked in warehouses, worked construction. I've worked in various different areas of the workforce, I guess. Worked in restaurants, all of it. And
I can definitely relate to that. I
yeah.
learned sheet metal fabrication from my dad. I started doing that
Yeah.
about 11 years ago, and I'm still doing it now. And at this point, like,
Yeah.
even though my dad might technically know more stuff than I do, I am technically better at doing sheet metal fabrication than he is because it's been so long since he's actually had to do it. He's kind of forgot a lot of shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like the last time I took time off from work because I was sick, I got back and he told me, he's like, I had to make some fab for one of the guys on the fly because they called something in, and I had to sit there for a moment and be like, how do I do this? And I sat there and I'm like, I never thought I would hear that from you. Oh my god.
He's asking me for advice. That's crazy.
It's funny.
Oh my god.
So I would say, Sammy, also
Checkpoint
you,
was this far back. God.
you might hate your job, but all jobs are gonna suck.
Yeah.
So I would say try to grow, get a raise, move up as much as you can from your job. And if you're serious about YouTube and you want to make that a career other than just having it's like a hobby, I think it's all possible. You got more subscribers than me, and I have 100 videos on my YouTube channel.
Dude,
And,
I don't know how
I'm not hating on it.
I don't know how I did that. It's just got to be luck or something.
No, I think
I
it's
have
it's
600 videos and I only have 150. My most popular video on my YouTube channel is literally just a crow walking to Staying Alive by the Bee Gees.
Really?
it's nice.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's algorithm. It's like, there's timing. There is some luck to it, but like as you study and as you start putting things out, like you find out your style and that people are enjoying it. Like for me, like I'm grateful for like one
Why
view.
are you
Like
not
I don't
that
care. Like I have one short that's like almost 10,000 views.
Oh.
I am chill with it. Like it's like for me on shorts are like doing great. My videos do nothing. But I'm still gonna do it because it's like I'm learning
Hmm.
and I'm doing it my way. I'm doing actually pretty much counterintuitive to what like YouTubers tell you to do. Like have a channel for each like topic. Like no, like my channel, The Last Relic, is the reason I chose that name is because I want to like Halo for me is like a relic at this point.
Yeah.
Like good games are a relic, good movies are a relic because we get so much crap, so much garbage games, so much garbage movies that like I want to be able to talk about it all in one place.
Yeah. No. And
And it's more of a slow burn. So like if I'm still work and I'm gonna use this as a hobby until this can replace work, and that could take up 20 years.
yeah.
But and and it's like not the only thing I'm ever gonna do either. Like I want to open up another business and things like that. But like if you're serious about getting out of something you hate, don't leave just because you hate it. Because you also got to think like if you were a father right now, you hated your job, you don't have the luxury to leave.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean?
I'm very happy that I do enjoy doing sheet metal fabrication. I get
Yeah.
genuine enjoyment out of doing that. Like, and one thing I would love to actually get it more into is smelting metals and making like ingots and stuff like that. I want to actually learn more about that kind of stuff. I love working with metal.
That'd be cool. Have you ever thought about? Have you seen that show where they make like their own swords and stuff like that?
Oh, Forge
Yeah,
and Fire.
Forged.
Oh
Yeah.
god, I
Yeah.
love that show.
Have you ever thought about doing something like that? Because I feel like that'd be pretty cool.
Oh
You like
yeah.
custom make swords for people, make a video out of it too. I'd watch that.
Hell yeah.
Um, but no. I feel like the reason why my job is like so stressful is because it's my dad's company. And we're the only two employees. We're the only two people.
And what are you complaining about? I'm playing.
Sorry, no. What were you gonna say, Halo Political?
Yeah. Remember,
Oh god,
I was gonna say that there's always two sides of the coin. There's always like the other side of the fractal. So just like even though you may hate your job or there's moments where you hate it, like always into a direction that you don't, that you wouldn't even think of. I've noticed that's kind of how God works. Like his own way of like something's gonna happen. Like maybe something bad might happen, but it's for good because he'll turn it for good. Sorry, but he's for good because maybe even though something bad happened, maybe.
Political, you're cutting out, man.
Oh, am I?
A little bit.
I wonder why. Am I good now?
That sounds a
Yeah,
lot
you better
better
now.
Okay, maybe my mic was just too far away.
Oh, but you were saying.
Did you guys hear what I said though?
We heard a little bit. It kind of cuts out for like 5 seconds in between. In between what
I
you
was
said.
just saying, like just think of, there's always two sides of the coin. So like even if you hate your job or like, you're having a negative experience with something, like try and see the other side. Like what is a good reason for this to happen? Like maybe you see it as bad, but try and see like how God is using that for your favor, for your, for your journey.
That makes sense. I need to do that. Because there'll be times, it'll be it'll be like an all right work day. I don't have to do too much. I don't have to, I don't have to slave away. I will say my job is pretty physical. I do have to be out and about moving, I don't sit behind a desk is what I'm saying. But there'll be some days where the work is like very light, and I'll still just be so pissed off just at the action of having to go to work, and that makes me sound like a lazy fat fuck. But it's not the action of working, because I mean, working is great. I like to make money. I like to do that, but I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that.
Like
No,
sometimes,
I
like
kind of agree.
sorry, I was just gonna say sometimes like you hating either whether it's the lack of freedom or your job, it could be the fuel that fires you to something else. You know,
Exactly. Yeah.
and
Yeah, like
it's
with my job, I don't necessarily hate it. I just sometimes, it's a struggle to get out there because I live like 30 minutes from my work, and I also have, tons of other things I have to do throughout like my day, my morning, my afternoon. So it's tough, but we work with what we get dealt.
Yeah. But I think the main contributor to my not I'll just say disdain for my job is that it's me and my dad. We're the only employees. So it's pretty stressful because my dad will get calls at like 4 o'clock in the morning to go out somewhere like 30, 45 an hour away. Um, and then he'll get home. It'll be 7 o'clock, and then he'll just have to get back to work, stuff like that.
Yeah,
So I
it
feel
sounds
like
draining.
yeah, and I mean I'm very lucky that I haven't had to like be a part of that, or like I haven't been personally by myself called out to do that, because that'd be pretty rough. But it's I don't know, it's
Well, at least you have a roof over your head and you have a job that can, gives you at least something to get you by.
yeah,
yeah, and like I said, like it could be the fuel to the fire, where like it'll make you ambitious enough. Like, hey, I want to retire my parents. I don't want my dad going through that. I don't want this job no more. Like, it doesn't mean leave your job, but it means like don't waste your time.
yeah,
You
and
know,
that's
if you really desire this, stop wasting your time. The time that you have, like, focus it on YouTube. Focus it on uh learning a new skill. Focus on some sort of education, whatever it is to propel you, the thing that's gonna relieve that stress in your life.
100%.
Is
And I
it
will say,
one thing that is a big motivating factor for the sense of enjoyment and happiness that I get from my job is that I can, for the most part, point at a house or a business in my community and say, I made the ductwork for that business. I made the sheet metal fabrication for that business. The air conditioning that goes through the ductwork in that building, I made that. I helped those people be more comfortable in the summer and in the winter time, and that gives me that gives me an immense sense of pride knowing that I am actually directly contributing to my community and genuinely helping people from dying during the summertime and the wintertime,
yeah,
especially the elderly people in our community. Like that's one thing our business actually really tends to favor is helping elderly customers. We tend to favor them over commercial properties and things like that.
that's great.
That's definitely an immense sense of pride for myself too. Like it just being able to see the fruits of my labor basically in my own community. I love that so much.
Yeah, well, that's sick. Well, Relic,
No, that sounds nice.
one thing that you said, wanting to retire my parents, I feel like
Mhm.
that's on my list. That's on my list. But I need to actually lock in and try to uh get somewhere with either YouTube or like a second job, or, higher education in order
Like
to
the
do
things,
that.
all the things we talked about is in relation to it. Like figuring out your weaknesses. Okay, like you know, knowing like where your knowledge level is at in something.
Yeah.
Where you're like, for instance, when I bought my Lego business, right? When I had the Lego store, it was because I had jobs I hated I really wanted to get out of it, but I learned those jobs like the back of my head. Like I was RSD for GNC. I understood retail like the back of my hand. I worked at service industries, high end to low end. No, that's so like those experiences gave me the knowledge that I was able to do that. But then I also had people who had much better knowledge than me that I couldn't match. So like I still to this day I read books about business, I read books about motivation. I read books that I just like reading, like fantasy and comics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I try to utilize everything I can. So when you realize, hey, like it's not about sometimes the process doesn't matter, it's the end result. Like if you want to be a doctor and you're against college, well, you have to go through a grueling process to become that doctor.
Yeah.
Like I didn't go to school, but I know I have almost all my friends went to college. And they would always complain after like a year of being in one field, like, oh, I'm thinking about switching my major or whatever. It's like, dude, all these jobs seems like you're gonna hate them all. So just pick one, go through this terrible process because it don't matter. Like, you can't do things that make you comfortable or like you enjoy all the time. And so if you want to be the doctor, the lawyer, whatever, like you are gonna hate certain things. Everything, even if you're gonna do something you love, you might hate the process of learning because like you just can't get it perfect. And you're around all you are around is experts and they make fun of you, whatever it is. Like you're always gonna have an element of hate towards something you do, even if you love it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's something you can't escape. You're gonna have a crappy client. You're going to have a bad day. You're going to have someone's gonna screw you over. Something's gonna happen that deters you from making your money, progressing that day, or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's just part of the process. Um, yeah, like I have a friend of mine who he started a water filter company, and then he moved on to restaurants. He's doing really really well. Like I'm not rich by any means. Like at this point I'm getting screwed and everything. I'm living paycheck to paycheck.
Hmm.
But this friend of mine, he has a Lamborghini and all that stuff. He has great businesses. He's if he needs to do something and drop everything he can. It's very very nice, but like I'm not there. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And like in the same years of like I own my business and he owned his, like he didn't get screwed and I did. And I could be resentful like why didn't that happen to him? And this happened to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No, why am I not in the position of making millions and he is?
Yeah.
But it's just like, no, this is my time to suffer. This is my time to learn something new so that I can also move forward and not compare myself to somebody else.
And I feel
So
like
like
comparison is just not great, especially between
it's
friends.
it's good if you're not envious of the person
Oh, yeah, that's a better way to
because
say, yeah.
because comparison will help you realize like, oh, like why, like for instance, when my dad taught me this when I was a teenager, like why is this 14-year-old in the Olympics and you're 14 and you're not?
Yeah.
You know? And then I would be like, yeah, but like, why is there a 14, 16-year-old in the Olympics and I'm the same age?
I'm pathetic.
And
I'm not in the
yeah,
Olympics.
yeah. Well, luckily my dad made sure I didn't go down that route. But it was like it's because like think about all the experiences you had. You would have never had those experiences if you worked hard in this to get to the Olympics. So there's a sacrifice. Like your life would be 100% different. You
Yeah.
wouldn't be who you are right now. You know.
Yeah.
So like I'm actually happy for you. Like I know it's not you don't have 1 million followers, but it's been like a week and you already increased 100.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah, I just saw the board and I was like, oh shoot, like the time like I saw your stream, like I was like 201 and now you're at 300. Like sick.
Dude, I know. Like last night,
Always believed
especially.
in quality over quantity. But that's because I have a low subscriber count.
But no,
And
dude.
I think this is awesome. Like I think you have the makings of becoming big, but don't let it get to your head when it's not going as fast as you want it. And if you have to do things in the meantime to get there, again, like it could take a year, it could take 20 years.
Oh yeah. I mean, I've
But
made more. First thing, I really appreciate that. But no, I've made more subscribers in the last 28 days than I had in the 2 fucking years of my channel has been in thing. What the fuck?
No, yeah. No, I made more subscribers in the last oddly enough, it was about 2 years ago that video I was talking about, the crow walking to the fucking Staying Alive by the Bee Gees. For
Yeah.
whatever reason, that video got randomly super popular about 2 years ago on my channel, and I got like 80 subscribers just from that one video. And I don't know why it happened. I don't know how it happened because I hadn't done anything on my YouTube channel really a lot since then.
Dude, it's the
But I was like,
algorithm.
okay, cool, fine. I'm totally fine with this.
the algorithm annoys the hell out of me, man. Like, like I was posting shorts, just like, man, if I'm too lazy, I'm gonna post something, regardless if I'm too lazy to post a video or not. Like for
Mhm.
instance, I was posting video shorts and like constantly getting like 1,000 views, all the way up to one almost hitting 10,000 views. Like my last two shorts that I put up, like this one got 10 views and this one got 1 view, and it's the one I like put the most time in. And like one of them's like comparing 4 different Superman yells,
Oh yeah.
just being funny at the end, and then the next one is like the greatest era.
Oh, is
I'm
that the Xbox 360 short?
yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one. I like that. That was
Yeah.
cool.
You're my one view.
And I liked it too. No, I thought that was
Oh
really
yeah.
sick.
I actually thought that was my wife. I'm like, oh, she's being so nice.
Oh, but no, I will say about the
Thanks for that.
algorithm. The algorithm is just so goofy. Like I had a
It
video
amps you up.
from 9 months ago. They got like I think at the max like 300 views, and now it's geez, where is it at now? Let me check.
Oh, Jesus.
Now it was a video about how ads are hypersexual and like actually showing porn.
Oh
Um,
yeah. I didn't get to watch it, but I did see it. Like the one thing that happened the other day, I was so I don't have ad blocker on my YouTube or YouTube Premium, whatever it was.
yeah.
And me and my son, he's 5 years old. I pick him up from school, and he's been on a metal kick, right? So we listen to classic, to current, to things that are like a mix. Like I really like Falling in Reverse and Rob Zombie, so we listen to a lot of that. There was a commercial, an ad, and it was just like a hip hop artist rapping,
Yeah.
but it was an ad, so I'm like, okay, whatever. And then he just started cussing,
In an ad,
like not in an ad. It wasn't censored. That
bro.
was the first time I'm like, what the freak? Like it's one thing you click on it and then like yeah, you're getting what you get. Like
Yeah.
this is their content. Then an ad and they didn't censor it at all.
That's
Oh
actually
no.
pretty surprising, honestly. Yeah, usually ads do
Yeah,
not have that kind of stuff.
yeah. He's like saying, and I was like, I was okay with the ad because it was like, oh, he doesn't really get what he's talking about. He's just hearing the music. But then like it might be my adult ears, just like as soon as you hear a curse word around your kid, it's just like
You
like a
immediately want to mute
siren.
it.
It does
And you're
kind
like
of make
the
you be
freak.
like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, what the hell was that, man? Like now I have to like, is this the way to force everybody to get YouTube Premium? you know, all the
Maybe.
parents need YouTube Premium now
Luckily, my
to get
oldest
ads.
kid, she's gotten old enough. I've kind of been like, hey, like it was a few years ago. I told her like, honestly, if you want to say swear word around, like I've been more or less liberal with the kind of stuff since I was younger,
Yeah.
and I thought like, if you want to say something like that around me in the house, that's totally fine, but it's only in the house. when you're out in public or anywhere else, not at all allowed. And it was kind of funny because at first she was kind of like a sailor. I pretty much had to tell her, "Hey, you kind of have to, you have to pick your
Relax.
moments, relax, chill. You're kind of ruining it. You're making it kind of pointless." And ever since then, she's actually been pretty much non-use, like hasn't sworn basically at all for the most part. Like she does here and there, but I remember it was, oh my god. At first though, it was like, holy Christ. Dude, this is too much, even for me.
Man.
And I grew up playing Modern Warfare 2 on the Xbox 360.
Oh, so you heard all the
Yeah.
words.
Dude, Halo 2? Halo 2 lobbies, dude? Halo 3?
Oh my lord. Yeah, no, I never got the chance to really play Halo 2 on Xbox Live, because my first Halo game was Halo 2, but I didn't have Xbox Live back in the day. It was Halo 3 was my first Xbox Live Halo, and God, I remember that game and Halo 3 on Xbox Live honestly kind of saved my life because it was like 2008, 2007. I was probably in the most depressed state of my life that I had ever been in.
Yeah.
And I started playing Xbox Live at that point, and I ended up making some friends that, like, it sucks that I don't talk to them anymore because, life is the way it is. But making these friends basically saved my life. And the social relationships I had at the time, they saved my life because I had no one else to talk to at the time, and no one else. Like, middle school was really rough for me. And so, I definitely am very grateful for Halo 3 and Xbox Live and all that.
Hell yeah.
I remember this was it's probably 2 years ago. I hopped on Modern Warfare 2, like on my Series X, right? And I go in and I forgot I didn't have my mic muted, and I immediately get called like every name in the book. And this was 2 years ago too. So I mean, I'm just really happy that. I mean, I feel like I shouldn't say really happy, but for me, it's cool that I got this like a kind of similar experience to what people were getting when it was like current.
Dude,
Oh.
like I remember if the lobby, if it was too quiet, like nobody's talking,
Mhm.
you just heard somebody like, I need to start instigating like you stupid nerd, and then like,
Oh.
who you calling, and then it just went off the rails. Like, all right, now we started the game.
Oh yeah.
It's like if it was quiet, like the game hasn't started. Like somebody needs to be like, all right, these mother, and then they just went off, and everybody started talking, and then you can't. None of it made sense after that because it's just like
Screaming.
15 people just yelling at each other, and you're like, oh my gosh, I freaking raped you, dude! Like, like start going off. Like, it was awesome.
Dude, I will say in Modern Warfare 2, they came out like 2022. Oh my goodness, that was the game where I would shit talk. Me and my buddy Jaime, we would just talk mad shit. We'd gang up on two people at once. Both of us would gang up on one person and just start being like, "Oh, dog, you're the worst player I've ever seen. Holy shit, are you playing blind? What are you doing?" There's one time we were talking shit, and this one guy, he decided to talk back, right? Talk some shit back, and he hit us with one of the, like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just a line that sticks with you forever, and he hit us with this. He had a very deep voice. Hopefully my mic can pick it up. I'm gonna try to emulate it. You're nothing. You know what you are? You're nothing. We'll reference that to this day.
Nothing.
Yeah. He's like, your life is meaningless. You're nothing.
Your life is. You're nothing. Life is meaningless.
Dude, recently my a friend of mine, he was on. I think he was playing. The new what's the new Dragon Ball Z game?
Watch Ackman make a video on it. I can't remember.
Like a zero or something.
Something like that.
Yeah. So he was playing that, and he like just got ruined on this this one match, and then he like said something, and the guy like said back to him, he's like, "You should go out in the woods and find the tree that provides you oxygen and apologize for wasting its time."
Oh,
Then it was like,
dude.
he was just like, "I'm just gonna live with that one." Like that was good.
Shit. He's a
Yeah.
freaking poet.
Like now people are becoming poets, man. Like
My
people aren't even
goodness.
cussing you out no more. They're just like, "I'm gonna make you feel like nothing."
Yeah, they're hitting you with lines that stick with you for years afterwards.
Yeah, dude. You should see when I play like when I play Master Duel, especially if they're on the Xbox. I immediately message them if they quit too early. I'm like, "What are you, some sort of bet?" And then I'm like, just
Uh-huh.
go off on them. Like, you gotta be freaking gay, man. You taking it up the butt. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah. Your
Like, how
boyfriend
dare
call
you?
you?
Like, you too weak. Yeah, your boyfriend calling, man.
Yeah, dinner ready?
Yeah.
Oh no, my favorite thing to do. So Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. That is the most I wouldn't say it's one of the most toxic games that I've played. If you shoot something, if you do something you're not supposed to, you're immediately going to get a message or you're going to get a party invite. And I'm like I remember one time, so my buddy Jaime, he was talking some mad shit, and he got a party invite, and he went in, he invited me and Dio and I think Charlie, my two other friends. We went in there. Dude, it was just going off. Jaime was yapping at him, and I like to do this when I don't want to actually shit talk. I'll just
I use different voices, and I'll just like
act like I'm a goober,
Yeah.
basically, to like try to make them make fun of me because I think it's really funny. But no, it was just, oh my goodness, top 10 moment. It was really funny. I can't remember what they said. All I remember is there was just a lot of shit talking.
Oh yeah. Like when he was talking about like when Coffee was talking about his daughter and like letting him cuss, like I was just thinking about like, man, my parents would never let me do that. Like actually, so like one of the reasons it not just there's no religious reason of why I don't cuss. I guess there is. It's like you're always looking to better yourself, you know, and whatever that entails. And because I think cussing is funny, but I personally don't.
Yeah.
And I remember the time where like it just my mom traumatized my brain to never do it again, and I did since then, but like I'm like not doing it casually, and I could count the times in my hands I cussed after that, you know.
Oh really?
But I was in the second grade, yeah, and my mom told me to, like, put the stuff from the yard back in the garage, and there was like a bunch of bikes, so I was putting the bikes in, and I'm gonna ride the bikes into the garage, right? So
Yeah.
my sister's bike is pink, and then they're laughing at me. I'm like, what are you laughing at, you son of a bitch? Like, and it was in English too. So like I was like super aggressive, and to me, like especially in my mind, oh, English, it doesn't really matter because it's not my language.
Yeah.
And my mom
you
heard it,
laughing
and
at,
she
puta?
just freaking yells like, "What? Hey, bro, what?" And I'm like, "Oh, F." And then she grabs me by the neck and drags me in. She smacks me in the mouth first and sits me down. And I thought she was gonna get the belt,
Yeah.
right? Because like that's the go-to. No, she goes in the kitchen, and then she pulls out something from the bottom. It was a bar of soap,
Oh.
and then she grabbed the black pepper and wet that soap and dipped it. And then she's like, "Lick this clean."
Oh
And then I
man.
sat there just like licking the bar of soap clean. Like,
Forbidden
you're never gonna
popsicle.
say that ever again. And I'm like, can you just hit me? Like, come on.
You know it's bad when you want to be hit.
You just hit me instead of wash my mouth out with
Yeah,
soap.
Soap and pepper, dude.
Oh, I've never heard of that combo. I'll have to keep that in the
Oh,
back of
yeah,
my
I
mind for when I have kids.
Washing your mouth out with soap, never with pepper.
Yeah,
Wow.
dude. Yeah. Like the only times I cussed after that was like I was super pissed, but I haven't, or like it slipped out because I was telling a joke and I'm like, oh shoot, I didn't know that was in me.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
I wish I had
Yeah.
that
I remember
self-control.
my girlfriend told me about a time she got liquid soap instead of a bar of soap.
Oh.
Yeah, it was freaking Soap, man, does wonders. Cleans you good. But yeah, and my neighbors, like, their parents were out, and then I had to see them at church. They're like, I heard what you said. So is that what you think of me? And like, my mom apparently planned it so that like to guilt trip me.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm so sorry. I don't think of you that way. It's just something I
Oh.
said. I don't mean it. It's like,
That's
you see,
funny.
like words could damage people. I'm like,
Oh my god.
okay, my bad. Like, yeah, it was
Oh
funny.
wow, that's a fat cat,
The
chunky
live
cat.
stream, so I'm taking the opportunity to show off my cat.
What's
both
his,
of you.
My handsome boy, Fred.
That's a boy, Fred. This is my.
Did
This,
Sammy freeze?
I don't. I hope not.
Did he just have like the old man?
Oh my god, yeah, I think he is frozen.
Good lord.
I'm.
Looks like he's
Like,
looks
on the
like he's
stream,
moving
he's
on the
fine.
stream.
On Discord, he's.
On
Yo.
the live stream, he looks
Oh,
fine.
Yeah,
now,
we can't hear you,
now
Sam.
I'm lagging on the live stream apparently.
Oh,
Damn.
On the Discord, he's fine.
Oh, you're
apparently
chopping
now.
out.
Am I
Can you-
chopping out?
can you guys hear me?
I hear Sammy now.
Yep,
Maybe.
yeah, now we
Is that
hear.
better?
It's
Yeah.
the presence of two cats
Okay.
in the live stream. It's overpowering reality.
Yeah, it's taking the bit
Yeah,
rate.
man.
I was gonna say this is my cat
Dude.
Stinky.
Like, because of YouTube, I'm learning
where's
about
my
all
cat
this
at?
stuff like bitrate, CPU, and all that bullcrap because I use my laptop. I don't have a PC.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, I have to close all the tabs to make it work, and like, and I have like a really nice camera. It's actually right here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, the quality of your camera is great.
I
Oh
like this camera.
wow,
Oh,
It's-
Damn.
nice.
I'm
It's
jealous.
really nice. I got it for the store, but like, I can't make it work perfectly because of the internet and that I'm on a laptop.
Oh,
You know, so like, I did a review once just filming this, but I couldn't use the mic. So it's the mic from there, and the quality looks phenomenal.
yeah.
You know, and luckily, like, Apple does make good cameras. So like, this is actually just the camera from the laptop. You
Damn.
know, and it's
Really? I thought you had like.
nice. Yeah.
I thought you had like one of the. Oh wait, no, nice. The cord's short. I thought you had like a little webcam.
Oh no, yeah, this is just from.
I had to look at mine. Mine's
FaceTime.
just a JLab webcam, but it was like their more expensive ones. So it's 1080p in quality.
Bruh, I'm right now. I'm using my Sony ZV-1F, $400, and I still can't figure out half the settings.
Yeah, like, dude, there's like a 6-hour video on how to work this camera. I'm like, I freaking gonna kill myself. I
Just
can't do
shoot.
that.
Just shoot. Let the lighting be okay. That's all I care about.
Yeah. Like, I actually do want to use it to film here the garage because I finally got a monitor. I sold my old business laptop, and then I got like I forgot an Elgato light. Got my Xbox right here next to me. It's the Halo 5 edition.
Oh,
And then this Star Wars panel was from the store. Like, the Lego store, I had a Death Star entrance that I was designing. So these two giant panels. So when you walked in the store, it was like you were walking into the Death Star. And
That's
then it was the rest
awesome.
of the Lego store. Yeah, and it was like all black, and just those lights. So no light on top, just lights from
What the
this.
heck?
Uh-huh.
And then you walk in the store, and it's super bright.
Dude, that's actually so sick. Would you ever think about
and I-
doing another Lego store or
always-
something like that where you can just show off fun, cool knickknacks and paddywhacks?
Like, my NCA is up, so I can, because it's a year. But I would probably want to do it as a business that I don't care about profit. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like, I've always wanted to make a place where people could come and hang out and relax and just have a good experience. And if they want to buy something, great.
Yeah.
Because like me growing up, like, dude, comic shops were everywhere, game shops were everywhere, and every place was like a hangout spot. And like, it wasn't until 2007 that everything started crashing down, right?
Yeah.
And now everything is more
And then everything
franchise.
completely collapsed in 2020.
Oh.
Yeah, and then another collapse in 2020. So it's like
Fully,
retail and very niche retail is an issue. Like, a safer bet would be a video game shop.
Yeah.
because it is the biggest industry in the world.
One thing that seems to work in the town that I live in, we got a local like used video game store. It
Yeah.
seems the way that they have stayed afloat is converting half of their store into a frozen yogurt place,
Yep. A lot of people doing that. Yeah.
Dang.
Oh, are you
which
in?
has definitely been successful because
What state
we
are you
take
in?
our family there pretty much every single week.
What state are you in?
Oregon.
Oregon. Oh damn! I have family that lives up in Oregon.
Yeah,
like.
been living in Oregon pretty much my entire life.
Sweet.
Oh yeah.
It's funny. I live like 45 minutes from the border, so I could easily just drive to
Idaho is
Oregon.
like border of everything, border of Canada.
Yo, yeah.
The yeah, most of the mom and pop shops they have to partner up with like something that's like a hot dog stand, like something.
Yep,
So that
yeah. There's a lot of places in Roseburg
yeah.
here that have a lot of that have one of the mobile food places in their parking lot at least one time a week.
You gotta create an experience. Like and that's why I like made that hangout area. It wasn't. It was literally just to be like this is a talking point because other Lego stores are literally that they have awesome product. But one thing that was unique about us, like you can just hang out for the rest of the day there if
Yeah.
you wanted to. What would have made it better is if there was another restaurant like right next to us that's like a walk-in place of, getting a donut like a Dunkin' Donuts or something.
That would have been really
And people
cool.
could hang out or like an acai bowl place.
I wonder if you like took the idea of like the Lego store and did like a restaurant, like a sit down, like actually dine in restaurant. I wonder how that would work.
What do you mean?
I don't know, because like in my mind, I'm imagining like Texas Roadhouse. Like you walk in, it's not like Texas Roadhouse, but that's the one restaurant I'm thinking of. You walk in, it's like a bunch of Lego themed stuff, and maybe the tables are even made out of like Lego, something like that.
So like just a Lego themed restaurant?
Basically, and then
Lego
at the
Roadhouse.
counter, Lego Roadhouse, that'd be sick.
Like,
But then that's just a restaurant.
No, what I was saying, because you guys know Golden Corral. Golden Corral, you know how they have, you have to go in the back and pay, and then they have the gift shop?
Yeah.
Do something like that. I don't know. I'm also not a business guy.
That's a possibility. Like, but I would probably never do that. Lego, like, you gotta maintain its cleanliness. It's there's a lot that goes into it. And restaurant, like, here's the thing about business and restaurants. Restaurant is the riskiest one, right?
Oh,
You hear like restaurants fail the most out of any other business. But it's brand new restaurants that fail the most. Like one thing that you could be safe is a franchise restaurant because you're buying the name, you got it, you have the marketing and everything already established for you, and all you have to do is pretty much manage it and make it better, progress the restaurant. If you're building it from the ground up, you have the highest likelihood of it failing in less than 2 years.
really?
Any other business.
Dang.
Because
Dude.
it's about reputation, it's about quality, it's about maintaining the same quality.
Mhm.
And it has the highest turnover rate than any other business. So yeah, restaurants are, and there is a franchise that I would definitely invest in and build my have my own restaurant in, but
Okay.
it wouldn't be Golden Corral based.
Yeah, I was trying to like do a combination of food and like the comfiness that like a restaurant makes you feel mixed in with Lego. I don't know.
No,
Oh, God.
it's not a bad idea. I think the best idea for something like a Lego store is being like we had that
Oh
was
shit.
we had a minifig maker section. And we also had the bulk table so they could
Mi-
build as they go through the shop.
Mm-hmm.
But when you mix food in, you're gonna have to wash all those Legos again.
Yeah.
But if you're partnered with a company right next to it, like the frozen yogurt place, and there's a spot to hang out, they can eat and then play with their Lego and whatnot. The kids can just play with the Lego and they don't have to buy anything.
Mhm.
But there's ways to do it without having issues. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's probably not probably, that is a lot smarter because I didn't even think about that because I was thinking like some Italian restaurant getting seasoning.
Nah, man,
Getting
because like when you go to a restaurant, you don't want to hear kids yelling.
that,
You don't want to
that
hear
is
Lego splattering.
that is true.
know?
I guess I didn't even think about that.
Unless
I
you go
guess
to
I
Red Robin.
oh
Yeah, like if you go to like McDonald's, or something, then that's fine.
they have the play
You
place.
know what you're getting in
Ooh,
for. But if you're paying tips and stuff, there's no way.
McDonald's play place, but it's Legos.
God, the old
They used to have
McDonald's play
Nintendo.
places were
Actually,
awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially the McDonald's that
They
had the
had
Nintendo
GameCubes.
64s. They were so
Yeah, and
awesome. Oh
Nintendo
my god.
64s, and you play Mario Kart all the way around.
Ugh.
Yeah, and like yeah, it was
that's
Yeah,
awesome.
my town's got 2 McDonald's in it, and one of the McDonald's had a big play place, and it's still really cool, but the old one, in my opinion, was way cooler.
Mhm.
It's
The
fu-
other McDonald's
Yeah.
was way smaller, but the other McDonald's used to have a Nintendo. It was either, babe, do you remember if it was a Nintendo 64 or it was a GameCube? Yeah, the other McDonald's had a GameCube in it.
Yeah.
And it was a 4-player like setup too. Oh god, it was so cool.
dude.
Going to either McDonald's, it was so cool.
Like towards the end of building up the store, I almost like I took my wife to her gynecologist, and in their office they had the original McDonald's like box, the TV and
in the
everything.
gynecologist
And I was like,
office,
yeah, and
that's
the
awesome.
gynecologist, I'm like, dude, this is freaking sick. And something that pisses me off, I look at Facebook Marketplace all the time, and now there's like a bunch of people selling, like a full-blown Master Chief statue where the bottom is the TV, and you have the original Xbox attached and the controllers where you could play Halo 2, and like people are like here in Florida, people collect like crazy. So
Oh,
like
dude.
somebody has something stashed away that's freaking like life. Yeah, hell yeah.
It's
This right here
sick.
is the original copy that my sister got for her birthday in 2004. I don't even remember exactly how I ended up getting this from her,
Stole
but
it.
it's mine now, basically. So
That's awesome.
Yeah. And just to let you know, I'm still good for a good amount of time, but I'm gonna have to leave soon.
All right. I'm probably thinking the same thing because me and my buddy are gonna go do something later tonight. So, we'll just.
It's 1 a.m. over here.
Oh shoot. Oh, sorry. It's only 11 for me.
Good. You guys are good. Like I had fun
Oh no, I had
talking
fun
about all
too.
the things we talked about.
I'm gonna try to cut this up into at least 3 different
for
videos.
me, but
It's what?
It's only 10 o'clock for me, but
Oh shit. Lucky.
West Coast.
So,
You know what they say? West Coast is best coast.
Oh, no. Okay, I have to ask. How is your cat? Like, how did you train your cat to do that?
He just likes doing this, honestly. Like,
He-
the chair that I used to have before my partner got me this chair
Yeah.
about a year and a half ago. Before I got this chair, the previous computer chair I had a wider like base on the top.
Yeah.
So he would regularly just go up there and hang out all the time.
Really?
And he just kind of still wants to do it. It definitely, like, you can tell he's
Really?
forcing himself to be comfortable.
Yeah. He's
Like,
just.
it is very much the force of will. He's like, I will be comfortable.
That is very funny. Now that you've pointed it out, it seems very like he's about to fall off the edge of the fence or something like that. Just.
I think that is the old one. Yeah, the one that my partner's sitting in is my old chair.
Oh yeah. That seems like there's a lot more room. No, my cat Stinky, dude. She doesn't want to be anywhere near me. I mean, the only time she wants to be near me is when it's like 3 o'clock in the morning and she wants to claw at me or lick the back of my hair, which is
Yep, that would be a female orange cat. Yep,
Yeah.
I had one for a while. That was when my ex used to live with me. The first cat we got when we lived in this place was an orange female cat that she went and got, and she named it Minerva after Minerva McGonagall from Harry Potter.
okay.
And like I love that cat, honestly. She was a sweetheart, and it was funny. She loved playing fetch. She would bring a little toy up onto the bed and drop it, and then we'd go and throw it, and then she'd go and pick it up, bring it back up onto the bed, and then they just do that over and over again for like 2 hours straight, literally for 2 hours.
That's so funny.
And
I
I
can
think it
barely
was
get
a
my
little
dog to
bit,
play fetch.
a little bit after that, my ex, she was sitting outside late at night and smoking before going to bed and everything, and
Mhm.
it was like storming, raining out and everything, and this guy, who was a baby at the time, basically was hiding underneath my car and whining out loud, and she ended up finding him, bringing him into the house, and then wakes me up in the middle of the night and like, hey, I don't know what to do with this cat, and I'm only like half awake, and I'm like, just give me the cat. Like, I'm thinking it was Minerva,
Yeah.
and she's like, Taylor, this isn't our cat. I don't know what to do with it. And then I finally wake up fully, and I'm like, what are you doing with a different cat? And then she re-explains it, of course. So I'm like, okay, just give me the cat. I'll hold on to him for now. Just finish up what you're doing. And she goes and finishes up. She comes to bed, and she told me the next day, by the time she came back in, I was passed out again. And I'm laying in the bed with my arms wrapped around this guy in the bed, and he's passed out in my arms too.
Oh,
And just he became my baby boy ever since.
that's so funny. That's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah, me and my girlfriend help animals a lot too.
Cat distribution system works
Find
again.
them on the side, on the road, stuff. Needing a new home.
That's
you should
great.
go to Brazil, man. Stray dogs everywhere.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't that where Steve-O found his dog?
Oh
I think
yeah.
Probably.
maybe, because I know he found a stray dog, and that's just become his pet that
I
he
think
brings
I
everywhere.
don't know if it was Brazil, but it was somewhere in South America when he was on his like rural road trip thing.
And when I was living in Florianopolis, there was this wiener dog that would come to our house. We'd
Oh, okay.
obviously feed it. That's why he started coming to our house.
Yeah.
But he would not. It was so iffy because sometimes he would let me pet him, most of the time, and it was always a risk. And I was like going for it, and then he'd just bite my hand. I'm like, me.
Oh,
But he would sit next to me.
really?
Be like, no, I'm gonna sit next to you, bro, but you don't touch me. Like,
You don't have that privilege.
yeah. And then sometimes it'd be like, all right. And other times, and it would be like there were times I wouldn't feed him and he'd let me pet him. There's times I would feed him and he'd let me pet him, but then it's just like it was so random. Yeah, and yeah, that dog like kept coming back just every day.
That's funny,
It was awesome.
man.
Like
Well,
I'm not the biggest fan of cats, gotta tell you.
really? What's
You
your
guys are
big?
talking about cats. I'm like, F those guys.
What's your turn off to cats? They're pretty nice.
Just
Whatever
that,
your
like,
complaints are about cats, I can probably completely understand them.
yeah, just pretty much they're. I don't know. I don't think they're very loyal. They scratch all the time. They flip out. It's like they're so intelligent that they want to piss you off.
Mm-hmm.
They just look at you and
Kind
like,
of
I'm
like how
gonna
my
do
cat just
something to
crawled
you.
across my
Yeah.
fucking desk just now because he knows
Yeah,
it.
Yeah, I was like, I'm gonna do something to piss you off now, so prepare.
Yeah, but he's so goddamn cute. I can't get mad at him.
Dude, he's
for
just
it.
such a
Yeah.
chunky monkey. So big.
Yeah, I'm so lucky to just have like the chillest cats ever. Like they don't like they're not assholes. They don't like knock shit over. They're not like they don't scratch a shit ton. Like they're just very vibey cats.
One
And
thing
that
I've
might be the
definitely
other thing.
learned.
Like, I don't feel confident like around cats. Like, I want to be able to let my kids like play with the cat without worrying about that cat scratching the crap out of my kid or biting him.
Yeah.
That's definitely that is totally understandable. The
Yeah.
thing about cats is they are very much they're not like dogs where they just obsess over getting affection. Cats are very much reciprocal. You have to show them space and respect and then they will allow you to give them that affection. And when it comes to
Yeah.
children, they're very hard. Their children have a hard time learning about that. And it definitely, when it comes to children, they have to learn that lesson the hard way a lot of times,
yeah.
unfortunately, when it comes to cats.
Like my 2 older kids, they've learned what, because we don't speak English in the home. We only speak Korean and Portuguese, right?
Oh,
And
really?
but yeah. So like, cause we're in the U.S., they're gonna learn English. You know, like my son, he learned English. He's in kindergarten now. And he's good. And my daughter, she could pick up some words here and there.
Uh-huh.
But I taught them in English to ask, like, when an owner is walking their dog, ask if it's friendly if they want to pet the dog.
Yeah.
'Cause before they just, oh my gosh, it's a dog, you know. And you know, we got like alligators in our backyard, and like early on, I'm like, hey, yo, they eat children, so
Oh.
don't ever go to the water.
Yeah.
And they're like,
Yeah, scare 'em.
it's 2 years old. I'm like, they eat kids, so don't go over there.
That
And
is-
there's some dogs that are that are bad, so you don't know. And today we were walking. I took him to the park, and there was this guy with a dog. I'm like, oh, look at the dog. And they stood there. They didn't like make noise, try to lure the dog. And the owner came by, and she asked me first in Portuguese, like, is he friendly? And then I asked the owner. He's like, oh yeah, yeah. And then I pet first, and then my daughter and my son pet after. You know, and so it was like it was nice that they actually learn.
Yeah.
Dude, because before, like,
It's great
every
when kids
animal was
listen.
every animal was like
Great
fascinating.
when kids listen.
And then like I woke up once, and we don't really have a backyard. We live like I own a townhome,
Mm-hmm.
but upstairs in my bedroom, when I look out the window, there's this big lake, right? Like it would be like the size of a big pond.
Okay.
It's a lake because it's like there's land, but it's like a strip, and then more bodies of water, and then it's all weird. There was this giant alligator. It was like 14 feet, and just
Holy
looking at
moly.
me, and it was huge. Like it's like freaking snout was as big as my 5-year-old.
Oh
I'm like, you guys
shit.
see that? That's a freaking demon. Like, don't ever like
Yeah, you
think
shoulda-
that, like, yeah.
You should have shown him videos of like well, there's probably a video throwing like a turkey or like a chicken or something to him and just like visual representation. Yeah, it could be used someday.
I think they got the picture. I'm like, I'm stronger than you guys, and I'm not even going out there. And like, really? He's like, yeah,
Yeah,
Daddy's
yeah.
scared of that thing.
Yeah.
You know,
Shoot.
like, yeah. And like just 2-3 weeks ago, they pulled an alligator out. Like, here's the thing. Alligators terrified me way more before moving over here
Mhm.
than they do now. Like, this was the last time I went for a run. It was like 4 years ago. I love running outside. It's been like 4 years since I haven't ran outside because I've been in Florida.
Yeah.
Like, I was running, and then the first thing that freaked me out was like when I took a break, a snake slithered on my foot, and like kept going. So then I just sprinted, and then halfway, like not halfway, like almost being home, there's this tiny body of water. And you know, like when you're walking and you kick something heavy and it just foot comes up, but it's that weight that just feels like too much. It was the tail of the alligator.
Oh
And then
shit.
I just heard them, like, because they're fast. They run back into the water because they don't want to do, unless they're hungry, starving. They'll
They're
attack a
typically
person.
pretty non-confrontational. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
they'll attack
Alligators are much
small,
different
like
than crocodiles.
cats, small dogs, and kids. They'll attack those. If there's something bigger than that, then they'll be away. And crocodiles are known to actually like human meat, so they actually attack things that are bigger than them. They'll attack elephants.
Yeah.
Really?
But that's more of the
Yeah,
southern
crocodiles are
Florida.
way more dangerous.
Extremely aggressive.
Shit.
And the fun thing about alligators and crocodiles is that they only die from diseases.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
They-
yeah,
They don't
they're-
die of old
yeah,
age.
that or
Yeah,
They
they're like
don't die of old
lobsters.
because they can grow pretty much in they can
Infinitely,
grow in
practically.
age pretty much infinitely.
Yeah, like there's a giant alligator that's like this, like almost the size of a bus in Africa.
Yeah,
and that's like
probably.
the human
I
killer or
think that one
whatever.
actually died like 10 years ago. I
They
think.
kill they. I know they went after one and killed it because it would like go in people's homes and drag them out and eat them in the river. Like, it
Oh
would like
shit!
infiltrate villages. Like it would eat lions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
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 Holy
Dude.
moly!
That shit happened in World War
Oh yeah,
with
yeah. In Japan.
with the
Oh no, it was
yeah,
in
and then
Vietnam.
in Japan.
I think you're
Or was
thinking
it
of the
Vietnam?
Vietnam War. Yeah.
Oh, maybe it was Vietnam. I know it was somewhere out there. They
They like
had to trudge through this big swamp, but it was completely filled with saltwater crocodiles.
and
So
they
they're
were hungry
trudging
too.
through in like the dead of night, like completely pitch black with like fucking giant spiders everywhere, mosquitoes everywhere, and they just hear their friends slowly getting dragged off by these alligators and hearing them feast, and then they'd stop, and then the next person would get dragged out.
Yeah.
That
Dude.
sounds like fun.
No, and they're fast. They're very fast.
Oh, especially in the water. Yeah.
Oh,
They're dinosaurs, man.
I don't ever want to see one of those, either crocodile or an alligator. I'm good living my life without seeing one of them.
Not gonna lie though,
They're-
I would
they're
like to try
fascinating.
crocodile meat though.
Oh, that'd be kind of cool.
I've been here, still haven't tried it. I'm like, I don't care.
I can never remember the name of the book, but there was a story I remember reading in like middle school or something about a kid that got like trapped on an island in the middle of a bayou or something, and he had to survive on like crocodile meat.
It's like
And
apparently it's
it
the meat
was
that's like best to eat from like straight onto the fire. Like there's already like a level of salt that's in their skin or something. I don't know.
Oh,
and it was something about him being like trapped on the island by someone who like led him out there and trapped him there. There were a couple stories I remember reading in middle school. There was something like that. There was one about like the kid in the bayou and he had to survive on an alligator. What the fuck just killed me in this game? Jesus, God, kid in the bayou being trapped by someone. And then there was another story I remember about someone going out into the middle of the desert in the Southwest to hunt with someone, and then it turned into essentially the most dangerous game where this hunter tries to hunt them out in the Southwest desert.
oh,
But then there was also the most dangerous game short story too.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Alligators, dogs, cats, whatever.
I remember. So my grandparents, they had a dog, and this is when I was like 2 or 3, and I was playing with it. You know, I was playing with its ears and stuff. Did not like that. And then it bit me like right here.
Shoot.
Yeah, and I feel bad because I mean I was pissing off the dog, but my grandpa was like, "Nope, dog's gone. Dog, wait, like we're not putting up with that shit." So
Yeah. As much as you might love an animal, like if it hurts one of my kids, I'm drowning it.
yeah, like that's kind of what my brother's going through right now because he used to be my dog. His name is Trooper, or is Trooper. He's still with us. He was a former military like he was a service dog for a vet, and my brother is also a veteran, so you know I had him for a couple of years, and then my brother moved to a place that had like a whole shit ton of land, so we sent him over there, Trooper over there with him, because we have some land here, but there's no fences, it's all just open, and he's one of those dogs that he'll just walk off and he'll come back if he doesn't get hit by a car. But now he's with my brother, and he just walks around the entire fenced area, and he loves it. But I think it was like 3 weeks ago, he just started barking at random shit, just like losing his mind, like going senile, because he is like 10 or 11 almost. And my brother was worried that if because he has 2 sons, what if one of my sons tries to pet him and he freaks out and he's in Newfoundland.
It might be time to either find that dog a new home or,
I mean, it does depend on the aging process of the dog. I mean, is the dog showing violent tendencies towards its reactions, or is it just getting startled? But that is totally a fair question, though.
Yeah. I mean, he's a great dog. He like, since he was trained to be a service animal, fantastic dog. And that's just very odd that he is acting in that way. He never acted like that when he was with me.
What happened to analytical, man?
Oh. Shoot.
He's just out.
Oh, there he is.
What happened?
Yep.
I'm back.
But yeah, no.
I'm back.
I'll be back. That's not.
Back.
I need to be able to do an Arnie impression. I feel like that'd be funny. I could add that to my repertoire. Do that again.
Get to the chopper.
Wow,
I'm so tired.
You're so tired.
Dude,
What
I'm
are you
exhausted.
doing? I'm right here.
Holy shit. That's fucking awesome.
That was great.
Come get me.
Do it now.
Do
Put the
it.
cookie down.
Do it now. Man.
That's awesome.
Okay, guys. I think I do actually gotta go now.
All right.
Got a
No
long
worries.
day tomorrow.
Still, yeah. I should probably
Uh,
get ready for bed too.
awesome. I did enjoy the stream. Did enjoy talking to you guys, getting to know you guys, and just talking about religious stuff, but also just kicking back and hanging out.
Yeah, same here.
The little chat.
That was awesome. We should definitely do that again.
Oh yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, I
I'll
think
let
I'm
you know.
probably gonna head out now.
And another community day for Halo 2.
Ooh,
Oh
yes.
my god, yes.
That was
yeah,
fun.
when
Halo
you play
2,
through the Halo 2
yes.
campaign, yeah, we gotta play some Halo 2 multiplayer.
The Halo 2, we could definitely do like it won't lag as much because people will actually be playing on Halo 2 more than Halo CE.
Okay.
So if you finish
That's
Halo
true.
2, we can all play online like way more than just once or twice.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm
And
excited
dude,
for Halo 2.
Halo 2
There's some
lockout
cool
with
maps
full
too.
SMGs.
There's some really cool maps. We'll get to check out a lot of cool maps on it.
Sick.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm really
Like,
excited for that.
Probably the most popular map is Lockout. I don't know if you saw the video I made. I made a Halo 4 Lockout map where Sprint can be utilized.
Oh,
with
I
some
haven't seen
added
that
stuff. Yeah, like how long ago I made it, but it's a nice map. Like the size is bigger, and I made the respawn of the weapons actually playable, unlike regular Halo 4
Right.
online.
yet. Mm-hmm.
You know, and that you could actually find a jetpack in there and get to different areas. But like it plays as close as I can to Halo 3 with Sprint practically.
Speaking of Halo 3,
Halo
when you
4.
get there, do you plan on trying out Forge as well?
Oh, that is a
Sam,
good
that's to
question.
you.
That's a very good question.
Forge is gonna take a long time. Like to create one map, you're looking at like 50 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
You're doing it from
definitely. I
scratch?
mean, like if,
Yeah.
I mean,
if
honestly,
you're creating your own
you
map,
don't even need to create a map in Forge.
just-
honestly, just
just to
screw
mess
around
around.
in Forge, just have
Yeah.
fun in Forge
Yeah.
and shit. Oh my
Yeah.
god,
Like
it's
the
so fun on some of
tryhards
the maps.
use Forge to get so that they know where all the respawn points are.
Uh-huh.
Before like competitive gaming for Halo, like there was a ton of Halo competition back in the day, and they would play so much that they would figure out if they stand in a certain spot, the enemy would spawn in that spot, so they could already take them out. So the problem with Halo 4, I believe, was they could just do a circle.
Yep,
So whoever the team laid out the other team first, they would just run in a circle, take them out, and then go to the next spawn point, take them out, and then it became really boring. But you can use Forge to know where all the respawn points are, so that you can already run to the weapons or get to the next team and know that the enemy team is going to respawn directly across from you on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Halo 4
Yeah.
is still like that in the Master Chief Collection.
Yeah.
Oh, so I do have a question about CE. Is there like a dedicated like camera mode that I could go in, or theater mode? Is that what it's called, or is that just?
So there
Don't
is
Not for
CE
not for
has a
Combat
theater
Evolved.
mode.
Damn
Yeah,
it.
I don't know if you watched that liminal space video that I put into the chat earlier.
Oh, yeah.
But what I did for that is there's a skull in Combat Evolved. It's called Fog, if I remember correctly. It basically just no, it's shit,
Blind.
I can't remember if it's yeah, blind.
Talking about blind, where it gets rid of the
It
HUD.
completely eliminates your HUD. It takes everything off your HUD, including the weapon. So
Oh,
that
no
way you
shot. You're
can
joking.
just basically do like a camera shot essentially. And that's useful for Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2 because there's no theater mode for those games.
Dude, I
But
love you
what
so
are you trying
much.
to do? What are you trying
So
to do?
I just figured out the intro for like what my review of the game will be, but it requires like the theater
Oh, I
mode.
can't wait.
To take away all
I
the
can't
fluff.
wait.
Yeah.
Be sick.
No, but because what I want to do
is your video gonna be based off like being like a Halo C first time experience in 2025 or something like that?
partially, it's gonna be partially like
A little bit.
my first step into the Halo world. It'll be like that, yeah. First time playing Halo Combat Evolved. This is like what I love, right? And then I'm gonna talk about like the one thing that I don't like, the Anniversary Edition graphics. That's like normally in the videos that I make, there is like an equal level of good to bad ratio, but this one, I'm finding it really hard to find things to be upset about, which is crazy.
I went through an hour and a half
That's Halo.
live stream of comparing the Silent Cartographer
Mhm.
and the reason why I use the Silent Cartographer was to show what 343 already did well in the past, even with the anniversary, even though they really screwed it up. But like how the campaign Evolve they're coming out with looks nothing like even their anniversary edition, which they at least kept the structures the same
Yep.
style or same mold, but they added lights and too much like design on it and too bright. But yeah, like, and there was like, and I noticed just by doing that, some parts where like the Forerunner technology was even gold. It's still it looks like freaking Engine 5.
Really?
Like Unreal Engine 5. Like I'm like,
It does look very much just like a generic Unreal Engine 5 game still.
yeah,
Dude.
like there's some great things from Halo C that they still can't top certain parts of the graphics to this day.
Yeah.
And like they're subtle, you have to really look for them, but yeah, like and I did talk about like in that specific video, like, look, if you're gonna add sprint, you gotta do things where like you could only get to a spot with sprint, or like you could do the other Easter eggs where like there was like that huge part on the mountain where it looked like a Forerunner wall. They actually took it out of the campaign Evolved, but it's even in the anniversary edition where like maybe you can make a pathway so that you can walk up and it opens up to another room and there's other enemies, and then it leads to a different type of cutscene, but you still can play it like normal. And like I went somewhat in depth to it. It was just really off the cuff, but I
That'd be
had
cool.
fun like comparing everything. Yeah.
I'm excited for the
Because
cut content that should be coming back or be coming to the game.
They literally can't do sprint if they make the same gameplay.
Mm.
Like it's gonna be
it's one
too
thing that's
quick.
bugging me a lot is about the whole thing with sprint is I just like the very fact that they are allowing the option to just shut off sprint.
It's like they don't even believe in it,
It's exactly. It's like, yeah, it shouldn't be in the game. We can't really think of a reason why it should be here, so we're just gonna let you turn it off if you want to. And
yeah, like it's like they're really just trying to bring like cater to new fans only.
modern
They don't care
audiences,
about, they
modern
don't care
gaming,
about.
and the only reason I have heard people say that sprint should be there is because it's a modern game mechanic. That and it just speeds things up. And honestly, like if your only reason is it speeds things up, Grow some fucking patience. Learn to be goddamn patient.
Yeah,
No,
the
and
speeds
Halo
things up
C-
thing is stupid.
It's stupid.
Because
Halo
it
C
really
was made
ruins
for
the
you to look
pace.
around.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it ruins
Learn
the
to
pace
take
of
in the
taking in
world
the
around
atmosphere.
you. Like that's kind of the point. Like learn to take in the atmosphere. That would
Yeah, I was playing Halo 4 on easy, and like sprint just breaks everything. Like I just can zoom past everything so fast. Like the music
Yeah.
changes so quickly in between scenes. It's just kind of ridiculous how crazy the sprint is.
Yeah,
Especially
I
in
think
that
it was General Heed on YouTube. He did a test run because he's got access to the campaign evolved thing still. He did a test run where he literally sped run through the entire mission doing sprint the entire time, and he completed the entire mission in I think it was like 5 minutes.
It was like 3 minutes. Yeah,
Yeah.
It was
5 minutes with the cutscenes.
it was either 3 minutes or 5 minutes. Yeah,
Wait,
that
with
is
the cutscenes?
ridiculous.
With the cutscenes.
With the cutscenes, it was 5 minutes.
Jeez Louise.
And this isn't even like phasing through the map or like doing any of the glitch stunts.
Yeah, he just ran
Like-
straight to the goal.
It's
Dude.
ridiculous because like in order to make a game with sprint, you have to have it in mind before you even start developing. So like the maps need to be much bigger. You need to modify the speed of the vehicles to be faster than sprint. I've never liked any game where sprint is just constant. Like it needs to get tired. Like the player needs to get tired.
Yeah.
And like
Yeah, I think it was the other night I mentioned like if and this is probably like probably a hot take on it, like, but make sprint a short burst thing where you're moving a lot faster than your base speed, but keep your weapon up. Because that's one thing that people have complained about a lot in sprint with Halo is that you're lowering your
it's
weapon.
just this thing.
Yeah, exactly. So what if sprint was a short burst, but you still kept your weapon up? Like, I feel like that would like keep it short burst, but you still have that same combat ability. I think that could possibly work if they maybe work out the timing for it. Maybe 3 seconds isn't quite the right timing. There could probably be something better with that, or a different speed boost that you get. I don't know, but I think the main complaint there is that it hinders the combat loop because you're lowering your weapon, and also because people use it as a get out of jail free card essentially.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. Like I actually did break it down in one of my I think actually the silent cartographer video at the same time where like I went through the layers of how you can use sprint where like one of them was the way you can implement sprint in Halo as a whole is every time you use it, first of all, it has a life to it, like it only lasts 3 seconds or 5 seconds, whatever you want it to last. But every time you use it, it takes longer for you to charge up and use sprint. And then if you use it after like 6 times, overall he becomes slower because he's tired.
Yeah.
The mission.
I like
So
that.
even when you're off sprint, you're like, so it's like something that it's a resource that you have to really pick your moment on the map to use, or else you just went from playing it on normal difficulty to heroic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because of how slow it's gonna be, whatever. Like, and I went through other layers of like, oh, you only get it like once in the game, how much it will affect if you are only able to sprint once in a map, which I'm not for, but it just overall every scenario I went through, you can never have sprint just like you could just hold down the button and he's sprinting the whole time.
Yeah,
Why don't-
that was one thing that kills. Sorry, Sammy, for a little bit of a spoiler here, but in Halo Infinite, you get a constant equipment, the grapple hook, mechanic in Halo Infinite. Like, you also have infinite sprint in Halo Infinite, which definitely is bit of a mechanic breaking thing there too. But getting the constant grapple hook all the time in Halo
There's a
Infinite,
grapple hook?
yeah,
It's cool,
look,
but
even though I love it, I love using it. It's so fun.
It's
But
a lot
dude,
of
it
fun for sure.
totally breaks. It totally breaks the combat loop.
just get a sniper and
Yeah,
go
it completely
use
breaks
grapple
the
hook
environment. Like
anywhere.
you don't
Yeah.
get to walk around in it anymore. You just kind of get
Why
to fly
bother
around.
getting a vehicle if you can just fucking grapple hook everywhere?
Yeah, and why engage the enemy if you could just get a sniper and a grapple hook?
It becomes Marvel Spider-Man.
Then I might like it.
Okay,
Or you
I
explode
will wait until
vehicles and
you
then
I
grapple
will
hook
wait
so you
until
can
you
go
play
through the
Halo Infinite to
whole
tell you about this.
So I have a
Because
question.
There are a few
you-
things I want to wait until.
You could put a plasma grenade
Go
under
ahead,
a
Sammy.
warhog and then have it blow through the entire game, and then just grapple hook it, and you're flying. Like a good 20 seconds.
Mint
Bro.
Blitz.
God, yep.
Yeah.
Mint Blitz style, yep.
So with campaign evolved, why aren't they just doing what they did in the first
Money.
Halo well, I mean, with the sprint mechanic, why aren't they doing that like with the first game that implemented sprint? Because wasn't it you could run for 5 seconds and then you had to wait 2.5 or 3.5 seconds?
So the first game they implemented sprint with was Bungie on Halo Reach, and it was actually
And
an
Halo
armor
4
ability.
was
An
still
ability.
built off the Halo Reach
Yeah.
engine, so I think that's why Sprint was still limited. But
Okay.
And then
that is
Halo
kind
4,
of that is interesting though, because Campaign Evolved is built off the Halo Reach engine. So it would stand to reason that Sprint would be limited still. So the fact that Sprint
Yeah.
seems to be unlimited in Campaign Evolved,
Oh, but Campaign Evolved
it was
used
very much
Reach
an
and
intentional
Infinite.
decision though.
Yeah,
Campaign
Evolved used both.
it was the Halo. It's using the Halo Reach base engine though, and it's using Halo Infinite
Yeah.
assets.
Yeah.
So it's crappy as 343 has been. Their sprint mechanic on Halo 4, they should have done the maps better, but it somewhat works. It's better. You can't just keep you use sprint, he gets tired, and you can't just keep spamming sprint.
Okay.
There's certain corners that you can't maneuver around so quickly with sprint. You're going to end up in a spot that you don't want to be, especially online play. So that's why when I mentioned the map lockout, I made it much bigger so that it's not a get out of jail free card, but with the same same details as when you played Halo 2. You could jump in certain spots and hide in certain spots. If you crouch, you won't show up on the radar.
Oh,
Whatever.
okay.
I went through it detailed,
Mhm.
and so it's obvious that Halo Studios is going to remake Halo 2, Halo 3 in Unreal Engine 5. I'm not so sure about ODST and Reach, but they could even do it to Halo 4 and 5 as well. They're going to maybe
I hope
even
they
add
do it
some
with 4
things.
and 5.
Yeah.
Redeem those games.
Oh my God, yes. Oh, the
Yeah,
thing
I
I'm
think
curious
they-
about though, the remakes
Yeah.
is what is the point of the remakes? Or what are they going to be retconning anything?
They're gonna.
And if they are,
Yeah,
what
I'm
are
a
they
little
going to be
worried about them
retconning and
doing that.
how?
They most likely, but I think they're trying to.
Specifically the 2 betrayals.
Yeah. I think they're literally trying to kind of restart the whole franchise, restart Halo from the ground up. So that's this is now Halo, and I'm okay with that if they make it better and respect 100% what came before.
The legacy.
Yeah, because it's there are some things that we just want copy and paste.
Yeah, well,
No.
I think it was last year when they came out with their trailer about rebranding as Halo Studios. There was this little 3-second shot where they displayed Halo games as the legacy of Halo. The only games that they had displayed there was Halo Combat Evolved, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 3 ODST, and Halo Reach.
And Reach.
Yeah.
They
No
didn't have
shit.
only
Halo
Bungie
4
games.
or 5 or Halo Infinite included in that.
Yeah, it was just a
Oh.
bunch of games in that.
And they didn't even have Halo Wars though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't have
Yeah,
either
it's
of
not
those
a Bungie
included
game.
either.
Yeah.
They're like, yep, legacy of the old games. That's what we're gonna build. I'm hoping that's what they meant personally.
Yeah. After this first game, they're probably gonna have the nail in the coffin if they screw it up. Doesn't matter if they remaster Halo 2.
Oh yeah.
We've been asking for a Halo 3 remaster, and at this point, I'm like, it plays so great that
they
I don't
didn't
need
do
it.
a Halo 3 anniversary. Come
Yeah.
on.
Didn't even do
Yeah,
anything
I don't know what they were doing in
promotional items.
2017.
They didn't even launch a Halo 3 helmet replica or like we're doing this little thing to celebrate 10 years. Nothing. They didn't do anything.
Bro.
I think it was this year that they did the like Xbox didn't do anything, but it had the 360 20-year anniversary or 10-year anniversary, whatever
20,
it was.
I think.
20 years, yeah. It was this year, and
Yeah. I've
like,
been seeing
nothing.
that all week.
2005, yeah.
Shit, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, and my issue was so they can also delay it. Here's where it would be great for PlayStation, but terrible for Xbox. If they delay it a year, Campaign Evolved might launch with the new PlayStation console. And that would
Yeah,
be a
maybe.
massive problem.
That would be a problem
Here's a wacky
because
Yeah.
less people would
Since
have
the
the
Steam
PS6 than
machine-
the PS5.
The Steam machine is planning on launching, I think, early next year.
Yeah.
What if they? What if they launched it with the Steam machine?
They were that's not gonna
Early
happen.
next year.
I
Like-
don't think Campaign Evolved is ready to launch for that yet. I'm gonna be completely clear.
I think you
Because
should rehaul the whole
like,
thing. Like,
especially because Grand Theft Auto 6 is planning on launching.
Oh.
They got delayed till
well,
November
so that's why
of next year.
Campaign Evolved might delay because they were
Yeah.
planning to launch it with like before Grand Theft Auto had the announcement, and now nobody wants to launch anything in November because
Yep,
of Grand
yeah.
Theft Auto.
Yeah, because of Grand Theft Auto, yeah.
It's a 6-month delay. It was supposed to come out in April, right?
I think it was May.
Or May.
Ugh,
Yeah.
God,
Yeah, something like that.
sucks.
Dude. The funny thing. So you know the shittiest game of this year, Mind's Eye. From what I've heard, I mean, it was this year or last year. I can't remember, but no, it released before GTA 6 was supposed to release. But the only reason why it did come out is because the guy who used to work at Rockstar was like, "Oh shit, they're gonna put the game out. We need to push it now. It needs to come out now," and then they immediately delayed it.
Oh my god.
And then
Fuck.
the Mind's Eye was a biggest piece of shit. Like, the game doesn't even run right. No, man.
And I just want to point
They
this
sent it
out.
out half
Halo
baked.
Infinite was delayed for another year, and we still got garbage when it launched.
No.
Which is also funny because of how garbage Halo Infinite was. It still did better than Battlefield 2024 when it launched, or 2042 when it launched.
Oh, yeah.
whatever the
2042,
fucking
yeah.
game is
Because-
called.
it's because they
and
had-
the Call of Duty that came out too.
They had like the fans back in a way. Like, okay, the art style was back. They had really great trailers that like kind of pulled at our heartstrings, right? And then they're like, "Oh, we heard the fans backlash off our display of this or whatever, especially with the Brute, and so we're gonna delay it a year so we could give you guys a perfect game."
Craig.
Then they brought Marty O'Donnell back, and then they were talking about co-op, and then like right before
No,
the
they
game
didn't bring
released,
Marty O'Donnell. Are you talking
Not
about
Marty O'Donnell,
Joseph
Marty
Staten?
back.
yeah,
Joseph Staten,
Joseph
yeah.
Staten?
yeah, Joseph Staten back, and
Yeah.
so then it was like,
They do not like Marty.
yeah, so then we're just like, it's all nostalgia, right? But it was, they painted this nice, beautiful picture for us, and we're getting co-op, we're getting everything, and then we got bad news, right? Like what it was, like a month or two before. Like, we're gonna focus on other things, but we still want to bring co-op, and we're like, fine. And then like it was like after it launched, it was like every 3 months, co-op is delayed for like,
Yep.
we got it like last year or something.
And then
It's
and
so
then they
stupid
finally
'cause
said
co-op
we have to cancel
worked.
co-op.
It
yeah.
works.
Yeah, people got
But they
people
didn't
figured out how to glitch
officially
it into the
implement
game.
it.
Yep.
But nobody, and
It would work
nobody
just
cares.
fine.
Bro.
Yeah, and I remember the official excuse was the fact that they had to build it to work on the original Xbox One, and they claimed that it didn't properly function on the original Xbox One. People figured out how to glitch co-op in Halo Infinite, split screen co-op on the original Xbox One, and it functioned perfectly fine, even when it was
Yeah, yeah.
glitched.
Yeah.
And
I have the
so,
original
like,
Xbox
that
One, it
excuse
worked.
was just complete BS, frankly.
Yeah, and like
It
they
was a
kept,
stupid excuse.
and like there was a huge backlash on like making Halo not look like Halo with all the armor modifications, even like the stupid bunny ear stuff. You know, like on the helmet, we're like, wait, you guys are focusing so much on this, and we can't get co-op.
Yeah.
Or campaign DLC, like
Yeah, like all
that
the
game
stuff
really
that we
felt
don't care
unfinished
about.
because
Yeah.
they didn't promise on the 10-year plan that they had for it.
Yeah. It's like
I never
they
really,
worked
I
harder
didn't
on
really
fluff.
care too much. I didn't really
Yeah.
care too much about like the bunny ear kind of stuff, honestly. Like
Well, it,
I played Halo 3 and
Yeah.
Hayabusa was goofy as hell back in the day.
Yeah, but
And
it was
then
like
in
a
Halo Reach we
it
had the
was
haunted helmet and
but it was
like
supposed to be goofy
pestilence and
because it was
stuff like
something
that.
so difficult
So
to
that
get.
stuff was goofy as hell back in the day too. So like for me personally, I didn't really care about the cat ears. I loved seeing players with the cat ears and the bunny ears and stuff. It was goofy as hell for me because it was more or less unusual. More or less people would usually go with like an authentic looking kind of Spartan, and it was the goofy guys that kind of wanted to do that kind of stuff. So it was always kind of like, ha, look at them.
Well,
And
like
so
there's
it
that,
was
but
never
like
really something I cared
My
about.
issue with
like Hayabusa,
my issue with
the
Infinite
stuff
was
with the
more
Reach
about.
helmets.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rolly.
No, okay, yeah. Real quick, the Hayabusa armor, all that stuff, they were really difficult to get. Like the katana, obviously it doesn't make sense, but it was very much Halo. Like,
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
like
you had to actually do something to do it. That's for
yeah,
sure.
yeah. And then they did all this stuff like the little dog tags on the gun and like little plushie or whatever. Then the bunny ears thing, like all that stuff is like you guys watch streamers, like professional streamers, be like sluts on the internet and whatnot. This is popular, and now you're putting it in Halo, and you're like trying to, and then they're like trying to be political activists and whatnot on Halo, and it's like, dude, it could be wacky and unique, but still have Halo as its center. None of this seems like Halo, like that, and also you're spending so much time on all these updates, on armors that we can't even earn. We have to pay for, and we still don't have co-op.
Bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's
Yep,
what
yeah,
I was more upset
yep,
about is that they
yeah.
spent all their time in putting more
Yeah.
cosmetics and getting forged maps instead of like actual dev made maps.
Yeah, dude.
And not
Yep,
focusing
yeah,
on
yeah.
campaign DLC, adding split screen, all these other things that we, you know,
That's really what
are
killed the
owed
game.
to
It wasn't
basically.
even the bad campaign. Like that killed the game.
Yep.
It's like we saw where
Honestly,
the
I didn't even
priorities
think the
lie.
campaign was that bad. It was just unfinished. It was really, really, really unfinished.
Yep.
No, like
For
to
what
a-
happened before and after. Like it's
there's
just
certain
there's
things
just a
to
whole lot
the
of
only way to understand Halo Infinite's campaign in its entirety, you have to go through outside sources.
Yeah,
Even
I mean it
Halo,
was like that with
even
Halo 5
didn't
too.
have that.
It was like that with Halo 5, yeah.
Halo 5 you understood, like they give you like it was stupid, but they did give you the base of why they're doing something. They mention the in between games from Halo 4 to Halo 5. And but like you could play Halo 5 and understand that the story is Halo 5. As much as you might not like it, you can understand it just by playing Halo 5. Halo Infinite's like, wait, they mentioned this. I didn't hear this other than Halo Wars 2. I didn't hear this until like the creator says this. Like
Yeah, they kind of assume you to play Halo Wars 2 as well
yeah.
as Halo 5.
Like
Yep.
When
now,
Halo 5 isn't even available for PC, which is kind of, why would you make
And
a
at
game
least
where
with
you need to
Halo
play a game
5,
that you can't play?
yeah.
at least with Halo 5, all of the customization for the multiplayer and everything, you could actually earn by just playing the game. You didn't have to buy anything if you didn't want to.
But it's also
Yeah.
Even if it was like
Yeah.
I hated
Even if it was in
I
the fucking
hated
rec
the
packs,
fucking
freaking
rec
booster pack,
system.
open your booster
But at
pack
least you
instead
could
of
earn that
unlock
stuff
your
by
armor.
playing the game.
Yeah,
you're opening
very
magic
slowly, but
gathering
yeah, you
packs
could
for your
still earn
Halo.
it by just playing.
Ugh.
But like the
One
also the Halo Infinite issue was the like just now Halo Studios decided to say the new Cortana model's name.
Oh, Joyous,
And it,
yeah.
it's Jean Use, and it has nothing to do with the cliffhanger name. Where like you
What do you
think
mean?
when you play Halo Infinite,
I think it's a perfect name for the character.
Yeah, I think it's a good name. Yeah,
yeah, like
because
those
we
who
shouldn't get
know
into
about
it
the
too much
lore.
because I don't want to
well,
I
like,
don't want to talk too much about
yeah,
the story for the.
those who know about the lore, fine, it's a great name. But if you just play Halo Infinite with the knowledge of just the video games and just Halo Infinite itself, you think she's gonna name herself Cortana.
Yeah.
It's weird, but because like he's like, hey, I'm cool with it. I'm like, oh, okay, so she's gonna name herself Cortana. We're
Okay,
gonna get
we're
Cortana again, you know?
I think
Yeah.
I think
Sorry,
I think, yeah.
it's a slight spoiler, not that much.
I don't want to
because
get too
it
much
sucks.
into the story of the newer games.
Yeah.
One thing I think that Halo Studios could definitely do for their next like major Halo multiplayer game, if like I think there's a healthy middle ground that they can have between their customization, because Halo Infinite, their biggest mistake was damn near everything in the customization was monetized, at least all the decent stuff, especially because of the color coding system. You couldn't pick your
Yeah.
primary and secondary colors. I think there's a healthy middle ground that could be made here between having a good base mode customization and having something that is also monetized so Halo Studios can earn money. And a lesson could be learned here from Doom 2016's multiplayer customization. Because Doom 2016's multiplayer customization was incredibly in depth. They had primary and secondary color customization, but every single color also had, if I remember correctly, there was matte colors, opaque colors, and then metallic colors. And then there was also the dirtiness or the wear and tear quality of the color effect on the armor itself, and then there was also patterns for the armor colors as well.
Mhm.
So
Like-
I think that Halo Studios here, they could, if they wanted to do customization and monetization, give players the option to choose basic primary and secondary colors like classic Halo always had, but sell or monetize patterns, and then also maybe monetize and add the ability to earn, because Doom 2016 also did this. It was monetized, but you could earn it with in-game currency. The metallic colors or opaque colors or dirty armor effects or whatever, like give players the option of open customization off the base set with primary and secondary colors. But then anything expanded upon that, give them the ability to earn or buy through battle passes or whatever.
Well,
Like
honestly,
I think
here's
here's the
middle
problem
ground
with
that could be
purchasing it.
made there.
I think, like, I'd rather, honestly, for me, I'd rather watch ads than freaking buy. Like, to this day, I've never once bought a microtransaction for a freaking skin or armor. Like, I think it's dumb. But I think what makes people stay in a game is the grind of trying to earn points or bucks or whatever to buy that armor, where it's like, I earned this through playing. Like, if you have the Halo Reach, like the one helmet where it shows the skull, like,
Oh,
you are
yeah.
like a veteran in Halo
Yeah, no,
Reach.
you had to play the game a lot just to
Yeah,
get
you
those
spent
credits. Yeah.
years on
Yep.
this to get
There's
that
no way to
helmet.
buy
So,
it.
yeah, and it was like another thing of like if you are in the lobby and you see that guy's armor, you're like, oh my gosh, either we're gonna get screwed or we got an MVP on our team. Like,
Yep.
that's the level, and it keeps people playing. Now, if they need to monetize something, like, I honestly rather watch an ad.
Yeah.
But
No, and
one
see,
thing I want them
that's
to
my
bring,
thing
yeah,
is the monetization should purely come only with color customization. Armor should purely be earned.
yeah,
Yes,
like,
armor
If it's
should purely be
colors,
earned.
colors,
All armor should be purely earned.
monetize the colors all you want. The armor itself should always be earned.
and I would like them to make it in universe style. Like, if Spartans were to design their own weapons, their own armor, it would still make sense. There wouldn't be a plushie of a freaking blue teddy bear on somebody's gun. You
Yeah.
wouldn't spray paint that thing
Funny
pink.
thing, Halo Legends
know.
would probably say differently.
I was gonna say, yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Although
but
I do like
I get what you're
the
saying,
armor
really.
cores that
Yeah,
Halo
yeah, yeah.
Infinite had, like the World War II themed armor core. Oh my god,
That sounds
Yeah,
sick.
yeah.
goes hard. It's so
But-
good looking.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna make a comparison off a really old game that actually was able to implement what I think Halo has always been able to do, and many games are able to do, but they never done it other than Army of Two. Is depending on how you design your weapon, it changes the gameplay in campaign and in multiplayer. So like in Army of Two, there was the aggro, right? And you can design your weapon to be so flashy that the enemies like immediately see you and start firing at you, while the
Yep.
other guy, there's a whole playability aspect around that. And so then like they can make certain maps where like if you put this weapon skin on your assault rifle, your enemy could see it a mile away even though they can't see the rest of you. So you're gonna get sniped if you have this giant pink sash on your assault rifle or something like that.
Yep, I
know?
remember that because I remember as soon as in Army of Two, as soon as I earned that diamond and golden
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
skin for the FAMAS, that was literally the only thing I ran when I replayed the game was the
Yeah.
FAMAS with the diamond and gold skin. That was my favorite thing in that game.
And it's been a fat minute since I played Army 2.
It's awesome. Still
Dude,
fun. Still
Unfortunately, I had to play it by myself.
Same here.
Yeah. But no, I'll definitely have to go back and
Alright.
play through that.
I think that is going to be it for me tonight. It was a pleasure talking with y'all and seeing you guys on camera and everything. But yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock here, and I got work in the morning. So
Yeah, same here. Well,
Wait,
no, I agree. That was
before I
fun.
go- before I go,
Cat.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be
What was his
something
name?
cool.
good night from Fred. Good night,
What was the cat's name?
Fred. He's
Fred.
named after Fred Weasley from Harry Potter.
All right, all right.
She doesn't like being held.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night. It was
Good
good
night.
talking to you.
Bye. I stayed longer because we started talking about Halo. That's
Oh,
how much
yeah.
I like Halo. Yeah.
Shit, dude.
I also have the same Master Chief helmet that you have upstairs
Oh,
in my
really?
closet. Yeah, yeah.
Sick.
Yeah.
I really
need to
like
get the
that.
Legendary Edition.
All right,
the-
boys.
Hmm?
Oh, no, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just trying to.
Oh no, I said at my local GameStop you could buy all 3 helmets: the red, the blue, and Master Chief helmets.
Dude,
Awesome.
that's sick.
All right. I'm out. It was good talking to you guys.
It was good talking to you, too.
Just chill.
We should do this again sometime.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just I'll let
Yeah,
you know. Like it was actually lucky that I had time today because usually I'm pretty busy, and obviously this week is Thanksgiving week, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
same here. I'm usually pretty busy myself, but luckily this week I'm off. So
Oh, sweet.
any other like community thing you want to do, like I'm pretty much free this week.
yeah, just let me know, and if you definitely finish Halo 2 soon, I'll
Oh
definitely.
yeah,
hop
I'll
on
be
when I
tuning in
can.
for all that.
Yeah. And I also gotta make a ton of videos.
Oh, same.
I've made like I've literally made the thumbnails just so I can remember what topic I want to talk about. And so I have like all these thumbnails and I'm like just too lazy to make the video. I'm like, ugh.
Dude, that's kind of like how I am, but with writing, because I have 2 more sections to do on my Battlefield 6 video, and then it's done. It's done and ready to film. And last night I worked on it. I did some pretty good. I put some fucking pen to paper, dude. I put some art.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And it pisses me off. My best writing always comes to me at 3 o'clock in the morning when I should be asleep. So I did that, and once.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
usually how it works.
I agree.
Oh, but no, and then I went to sleep at like 6 o'clock in the morning, which is terrible. I need to, I'm gonna need to pop some melatonin tonight for sure to make sure I go to sleep on time.
Yeah,
The
dude.
melatonin.
Yeah. Pop a couple
Yeah,
of them
that'll help.
bitches.
Those sleep gummies.
Oh, I can't do gummies. I can't do any kind of sleep gummies. Had a great
I've
time.
never taken anything for sleep either.
Normally I'm just so tired I just pass out.
Yeah.
Had a great
I mean,
time.
I don't
know.
take them. My kids take them every now and then, but
Oh yeah. You guys got me wanting to get back into writing the videos. Sorry. You guys got me wanting to get back into writing the videos I'm working on too, LOL. No, good shit, dude. That'd be awesome.
yeah.
Yeah. I know,
Um,
like after 3 hours, we stopped talking about religious stuff, but like it was still good to chill and talk about
Yeah.
stuff that we did.
Yeah, the conversation was great. I'm gonna turn it into like
definitely went off a little bit, but yeah, it was still a good combo.
100%. I think I'm gonna try to turn this into like 2 or 3 videos. Since we were all over the place, you know, one video for the religious stuff, one for like should sprint be in Halo, and then one for I don't know, figure it out when I have to edit it.
Yeah, man. Have fun editing.
Yeah. Oh, and I'll also drop in the Discord and ask if you guys could send like a picture of yourself for like the thumbnail, like or something. If that's cool with you.
Oh yeah.
Sure. I've actually I just do like a bunch of AI stuff.
Oh,
from
yeah.
like my previous photos.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You can just send me one of those, and then I could add that to it.
Do you want like a specific look?
Oh no, I don't care. Cause I think of the thumbnail like before I'm about to film it. So I'll let you know since I only have to just edit it. So I'll let you know, and then I'll send you like a reference photo of what I'm doing. Cause in the thumbnail for this one I'm like this. So I'll just figure it out. I'll let you guys know.
All right. Cool.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
See you guys. Bye.
Bye.
See you, Relic.
Okay, that was fun. Hell yeah. Let me turn my camera back on. Filters. There we go. For anyone who realized, yeah, I figured out the chat block, but the opacity is not right. The opacity is dog shit. All you see is just this bull honky. Yeah, you can't even read chat. It's so small. It's so freaking small. Look at this shit. You have to do this for it to freaking be able to be read. Look at that. That horse shit. Great combo. I love the community we're creating here, dude. 100% same here. I'm just really happy that I'm finding people like you guys are just easy to talk to and similar interests and just having fun, you know what I mean? Yeah. And desktop audio back all the way up. I'll have to figure out the stupid text chat thing. So yeah, that was fun. Also, I started taking all the pieces out for my chat monitor when you guys were talking about like the customization options in Halo. Because I can't deal with this piece of shit. I can't. Bugging the shit out of me. But yeah. All right. I think that'll do it. That was fun. If you want to hop on MCC anytime, let me know. Hell yeah, I will. Dude, earlier today I was really thinking about it. But I'll let you know. Stinky. Stinky, what are you doing? Can you hear her meowing? Meow. Meow. All right. Well, thank you everyone for being in here. I appreciate you. I love y'all. Yeah. Also, I have to figure out which thing to stop on OBS or YouTube Studio. So I think I'm gonna stop on OBS because that's directly what I'm streaming from, and then it's to YouTube Studio. So we're gonna stop. Ready? I'm gonna count. I'm gonna go like this with my fingers, and then whatever it ends on is how many seconds I need to prep to stop the stream. So, all right, guys, appreciate you. I'm gonna try to lock in and make videos this week and next week. So I'll let you guys know streaming schedule, stuff like that. Yep. All right. Okay. Stop streaming. Okay. So